The House Committee on Public Education will come to order and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Buckley.
Here.
Vice Chair Bernal. Here. Allen. Ashby. Here. Bryant. Cunningham. Here. Dutton. Here. Frank. Here. Hinojosa. Hunter. Here. Kerwin. Leach. Here. Leo Wilson. Here. Schoolcraft. Here. Tallarico. Here. We have a quorum.
All right, a quorum is present. As a reminder, anyone present wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosks located in the hallways. If you require assistance in registering, please speak to committee staff. As a reminder to the committee and our visitors and witnesses today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern House proceedings. Under those rules, the chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings, and the chair may ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to assist in preserving order and decorum. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the Sergeant-at-Arms to clear the audience if there is a disturbance that disrupts the committee's meeting. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Food and drink are prohibited in the hearing room, and members of the committees and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being considered by the committee. The chair appreciates the cooperation of the committee and our visitors in preserving order and decorum during today's hearing. There is an overflow room located in this building, in the Reagan building, which is room 120. If we need an additional overflow room, that will be opened up in the extension area of the Capitol, and we'll make that announcement at that time. With that, we'll begin our agenda. Chair recognizes Representative Bryant and Representative Hinojosa have joined us on the dais. Chair lays out House Bill 3 relating to the establishment of an education savings account program. Members, House Bill 3 creates an educational savings account program to be administered and regulated by the Texas Comptroller's Office.
Sounds like the video is not playing. We can go ahead and just stand at ease for a moment.
Okay. Members, we're going to stand at ease for a moment, wait on the video. All right, we'll try this one more time. Chair lays out House Bill 3 relating to the establishment of an education savings account program. Members, House Bill 3 creates an educational savings account program to be administered and regulated by the Texas Comptroller's Office. Utilizing state funds, ESAs will allow participating Texas families to pay for a range of educational expenses outside the traditional public school system, empowering parents to choose the educational path that best fits their child's needs. This bill provides for certain education expenses, including tuition fees at private schools, dual credit courses, industry-based certification training, high-quality pre-kindergarten programs, textbooks, fees for classes and assessments, tutoring, uniforms, transportation to and from school, educational therapies, and the cost of meals at school. This is a universal program, so any Texas student is eligible to apply. Applications will be prioritized with children, for children with disabilities, special learning needs, or those who live in a household that qualifies based on criteria from the 2025 Federal Poverty Guidelines. House Bill 3 specifies that a special education student can receive the full state entitlement for which they were eligible at a public school in the prior year. This allows the child to continue receiving consistent services commensurate with the specific individual need. Other qualifying students are eligible to use 85% of their state funding allotment at a new school, a little over $10,000 per year. The calculation used to set this amount is an average of relevant state funding sources used to educate children in Texas. A homeschool student may receive $2,000 to be used on approved expenses. House Bill 3 is a true savings account that gives families flexibility to use funds how and when they need them. Unused funds may roll over for future educational expenses. Rollover savings mechanisms lead to more thoughtful, cost-conscious spending decisions rather than incentivizing participants to make unnecessary expenses before funds expire. Children attending a private school on an ESA must take a norm reference exam or the state assessment, whichever is administered by that private school. As I've stated before, my intent is to provide families with the opportunity to choose the best possible educational setting for their child. And I believe House Bill 3 provides this choice while prioritizing Texas' most high needs and vulnerable students. Members, are there any questions for me? We have a number of witnesses. Oh, okay. Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a complicated bill. It's taken me days just to read through it. One of the questions I have is why private schools will get up to $30,000 for taking special education kids. What is the rationale for that?
Well, thank you very much for the question. You know, as we've discussed this issue over the last several years, spending time with school leaders, spending time with parents that have kids with special needs, spending time with teachers, one of the concerns was that a child that has special education needs or has learning difficulties would need additional resources as they transfer to the setting that is best appropriate for their needs. And so this bill seeks to answer that question and to make sure that those families are properly resourced to deliver the parent-directed education that these kids deserve.
But the bill, as far as I can see, does not require the private school to actually provide those special education services. Is that correct?
Yeah, it requires disclosure of what the private schools can offer, and it also, private schools have a contract with parents. And parents can drive that decision. They can sit down and advocate what's best for their kids. And, you know, that is the difference. The website will describe what public schools are required to do. The private school will make notice to the parent of what the public schools are required to do. But at the end of the day, what you'll have is a parent sitting down with a private school educator and talking about the needs of their kids, and then they can come to the agreement of what best fits that child.
So this is my challenge with that, though. If we're not going to require that the school do more, then I don't understand why we should give them more. What is current federal law is that currently a private school student can get the special education services that they require in the public school. So what will be, and that's right, the proportionate share the district has to take money from its special education pot to provide those services. So all these kids who are in special education, they who qualify for special education, who are in private schools, if this bill passes, will still have that right to go to a public school to get the services that they are legally obligated to obtain. So if the contract between the parent and the private school is simply to continue to use the public school's resources for special education, I don't understand why that private school would get another $30,000.
Well, I would push back to say that private schools are using public school resources. Public schools now are required to provide the evaluations for any child through Child Find, and that's, you know, that. But I think we're not requiring anything. It is the parent that will be the decision maker and will drive the services that they engage in with a private school. And so I think that's where we differ in our opinions of what happens under this type of environment, is that a parent will sit down, they will make a judgment as to whether or not that private school setting is in the best interest of their child, and that will drive their decisions and the services that will be offered.
Okay, I would just invite the committee to look into what federal law requires. It requires more than just an initial evaluation of kids who are in private school. It requires that the public school actually provides the special education services, in which case, if the private school is not providing them, and it is the public school providing them still, as is currently the law and will continue to be federal law if this bill passes, then it doesn't make sense to give this private school more money when they're not doing more, and it is still the public school that will have to educate this child according to their needs. I also have, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I certainly believe that this bill provides the opportunity for parents to exit a circumstance where they feel like their kids' needs are not being met. And so I think the assumption that a parent would send their kid to a private school or select that option and then be leaning back in on the public school to provide the services, I think that's contrary to what that agreement and understanding will be between the parent and the private school. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't understand that, but we'll just have a differing opinion there. I would like to walk through enrollment into the program. I don't know if you would be the best one to walk me through the bill on that, or if someone from TEA would be better.
I can walk you through how. So do you want to ask a question about that, or just kind of walk through how the program works?
Let me ask this question.
Sure.
How does a child enroll into the program?
I'm sorry?
How does the child enroll into the program?
Well, there's really two ways, one of which would be making application. If they're choosing, let's say, a private setting, they will make application to that private school, and they will make application for the program. And those things too work at the same time. And when they make their application, then the requirements of the program are in force, and the parent provides the information required, and then the applications for the program are accepted, and then they are administered and awarded up to when the funds are exhausted, and at that point the prioritization schedule would be used via a lottery to determine who gets into the program.
Okay, but so the family can apply to either the private school or the vendor, I forget the
Education service provider.
education, no, that's the private school.
Yeah,
But then
well-
the vendor, the middleman, right, that is created by this bill is the, remind me. what is-
Educational assistance organization.
Educational assistance organization. So they apply to either?
They apply to the program through the Educational Assistance Organization while they are simultaneously applying to a private school.
Okay, so, but how are they, so what makes them enrolled? Because the language in the bills is about a child enrolled. So is the family applying to the program under the Education Assistance Organization? Is that family enrolled?
Their application is pending until acceptance into the private school, and once that's confirmed, then that pending application becomes, they are enrolled in the program.
Okay, so nowhere in the bill does it say that. Nowhere in the bill does it say that a child is not enrolled until the private school accepts the child. In fact, there is nowhere mentioned here in this bill how a child, how the child connects to the private school. The only thing this bill says is a child's parents apply to enroll, and they apply to the Education Assistance Organization. So that, the bill is silent on that.
Well, it is basically how it works now with your ESA scholarship, just being a means of financing that education. It's the same process.
Okay, I appreciate that, but it's not here in the bill. So I think this needs to spell it out, because as I read the bill, the way you enroll is to apply to the Education Assistance Organization. Then you say I want to apply for my kid. I apply this semester to the Education Assistance Organization to enroll for next semester. And then the Education Assistance Organization has to pre-approve the private schools. Those are two things that are spelled out in the bill.
Yeah.
But there's no place in this bill that says whether it's the Education Assistance Organization, then that links you to the private school, or whether that is for the parent to figure out which private school to apply to separately.
That's it. You got it.
Okay.
It's the parent's decision. So the parent makes application to a private school on behalf of their child. At the same time, they'll engage the Education Assistance Organization, and they will make application for that. And those two things can happen at the same time. And that's what the bill does.
Okay, so a child is not enrolled until they get approved by a private school. That's what you're
correct.
saying. And what if a child doesn't get approved to a private school?
Well, then they can't participate in the program if they're choosing to use that particular feature of the program, which would be private school tuition and fees.
Okay. I'd also like to ask you questions about the prioritization. So the child is not in the program. They are not enrolled if they don't get into a private school. Okay, then I would ask that we put some clarity or some language in the bill that speaks to all of this, because none of that is in the bill. And the way I read the bill is you enroll when the Education Assistance Organization says you are eligible. That is how the bill currently reads to me. So the way you're saying it does not match with what is in the bill.
Enroll typically involves the educational institution. We enroll our kids in school and such. Again, the program is sort of the way of financing it.
Okay, and just to be clear,
I'll be happy to work with you on that.
Okay, yeah, I'm
to
not
make sure it's
saying
clear.
enroll in the private school. This language speaks to enroll in the program. And so the way it reads currently is you get accepted by the Education Assistance Organization into the program, which is separate from getting accepted into private school.
That is correct. Yeah, you have to be accepted into the school.
Okay, so you're not enrolled in the program until you are accepted to the school.
Yes, you may have a pending application, but that enrollment, the private school would verify that the child is enrolled, and then they're administered or admitted into the program.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know where we're at here. Schoolcraft first? Okay, thank you. Representative Schoolcraft.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a question, or actually an observation on the question about the public schools' responsibility to provide special education services to kids in private schools. I believe under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, I know, as you said, they're required to find and evaluate the students. But I'm pretty sure that act only requires the schools to use a portion of the federal funds for private schools. If this bill goes through, we'll be funding special ed at about $9 billion, and there's no requirement for public schools to use that for students not enrolled in their schools, I believe.
Well, they are required to perform the evaluation.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Bryant. Oh. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, it was on the list here. Representative Frank.
And I think you answered it, but there's just a difference between enrolling in the school and enrolling in the program. Those are two separate things, and I'm not sure how else to say it, but like you can enroll in the school, but if you don't have funds to pay for it, you would have had to enroll in the program that is going to pay for that. And so they are two separate issues. I guess I agree that we can try to make it more clear, but I thought it was, so.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, you can apply to a private school, I mean, but the intent is that once you're enrolled, you can be enrolled in the school and then subsequently enrolled in the program. But it's required that you are enrolled in the school before you could access the program in terms of, but those two things can happen at the same time. But let me be clear. There is no requirement that you be in the program to enroll at the private school, though. Those, like I said, those two things happen independently of each other.
The reason you would enroll in the program is if you didn't have funds to go to the private school, you would enroll in the program to make sure that, because it is primarily based on income, less than 200,000 for the vast majority, or excuse me, 200% of poverty, that it is targeted to initially help lower income. You would likely want to make sure that you have your ESA before you enrolled in the school, but it's not required.
Yes, sir. That's West Texas common sense right there. Thank you. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to make sure I understand this correctly, the student has to be accepted by the private school before they can get the voucher or the ESA?
Yes, that has to occur, or there would be nothing to use the funding on.
And there's no
if you were
requirement-
seeking that route.
And there's no requirement in the bill that the private school must accept a student who is applying for this program?
No, there's not. We don't change any requirements or enrollment requirements or anything from our private schools.
So the ultimate decision about who participates lies with the private school, not the parent. Is that correct?
Well, it just depends on, how you, I mean, there are, a couple of things. Most of our private schools evaluate applications totally blind to income. They don't verify your income. And so what they're basing on is enrollment or based on other factors than income. But yes, I mean, a child would have to be enrolled in the private school. And that's a process that thousands of kids go through all the time in Texas.
And that was a yes to my question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The ultimate decision lies with the private school, not the parent.
Well, yeah.
And so, I mean, it's not so much school choice as it is the school's choice. Is that correct?
Not at all, because, I mean, this bill opens up all kinds of pathways for parents. And so, when a parent is directing the process, that's the difference. Just like in our public schools, we have many public schools that are application-based. A lot of kids want to go to early college, high school, but if you don't score high enough on the TSIA, you can't get in there. If you want to go to a certain magnet school, I mean, the fact that there is a certain requirements for enrollment is not something that is foreign to public schools. It is seen in education throughout whatever sector it operates in.
What are some of the reasons that a private school can deny admission to a student?
Well, I think it's based on their decision to what if they can meet the needs of that child, what particular needs are of that child. I mean, in a private school in my district, there's a school that has about 98%, I believe, of the enrollment are kids with special needs, and they would make sure that a child that applied or parent that applied on behalf of their child, that they understand of just the types of services that they provide, and that's the process of parent directed. The parent has the choice and the ability to find the pathway that is best for their child.
And, well, we just established that it's the private school's choice, not the parents'. But
not
on
entirely.
On the reasons that you can be denied, can a private school deny admission to a student because of academics, because of behavior, because they're not the right cultural fit? Are all of those reasons that a private school can deny a student admission?
I think the private schools will have their own standards of admissions that they will apply whenever applications are received.
So is it true
But
that
certainly not based on race. I think here's where I think we look. the parent, we just assume the parent doesn't know what's best for their kid. And so that's the assumption that we're sort of laying the groundwork. Okay, parents don't know. If we don't have some other entity that's making this decision, the parents will find the pathway that best fits their kids. Parents do that every day, whether it be a public school transfer, whether it be moving from one public school district to another, or whether it be, once this bill passes, a private option. And that's I think where our fundamental difference is on that.
I don't think that's a fundamental difference, because I don't think anyone on this dais doesn't agree that parents should have decisions and choices in public education. In fact, members of this committee, including myself, have worked to make sure there are more options. There are more public charter schools, more magnets, more early college high schools, more academies, more PTECs, more career and technical education. Those are all options that are open enrollment.
Not really.
That don't.
Sir, not to interrupt you, but those are not open enrollment schools.
That don't.
Those are application-based schools in many, many instances, at least in my district.
All of those options that I just mentioned cannot discriminate against a student because of their religion, because of how much money their parents make, because they're not the right cultural fit, because of their past behavior. I mean, all of those things are going to be new in this system. And so to try to use parental choice or parental freedom as a guise for this program, I think is an insult to the people who have done hard work on this committee to empower parents with more options and more choices. We just walked through how this bill could require that the private school accept students who get an ESA, who get a voucher under this program. We could do that, but we're not doing that. We are allowing the private school to have the ultimate power in this equation. And so I resent the effort to use parents as a shield for this push for privatization. I want to ask about low income, because again, what I'm trying to do is align this bill with the rhetoric, right? There's lots of rhetoric about how we want to help parents, we want to help low income kids. And I do a lot of bipartisan work on this committee. I always try to take everyone at their word about what they're trying to do. And so what I'm seeing is a disconnect between that rhetoric and what the bill actually says. Is there an income cap? If this bill is for low-income kids, is there a cap on income? Is there a limit to what kind of families can access this program, can access these taxpayer funds?
Any family is eligible to apply, but it is prioritized based upon learning needs and then family income.
Okay.
But there's not a cap.
So let's talk about that, because this prioritization sounds good when you first hear it. I think when you start to read the fine print, read the terms and conditions, what I'm worried about is that the money is going to cascade to the top, that students who we say we are prioritizing actually can't get admitted, because we just said you have to be admitted to get the money. They may not have a private school in their area. As you know, Chairman, a majority of counties in the state of Texas don't have a single private school in them, a lot of our rural communities and small towns. Or the private school doesn't provide transportation or special education programs, and so there's no meeting the students' needs at the private school. Or the voucher doesn't cover the full cost of tuition. So if you gave my former students on the west side of San Antonio a $10,000 voucher, there's still no way they could afford a $20,000 a year private school. So for any of those reasons, whether it's admission denied, there's no private school in your area, they don't provide transportation or special ed, or you can't cover the difference between the voucher, I'm worried that who we're saying is prioritized is actually not going to get enrolled, is actually not going to get the money. And so what will end up happening is we're going to run through, this has happened in every other state that's tried this, we're going to run through priority 1, priority 2, even priority 3, and the majority of the users of this voucher program will be priority 4, which are people that are a lot wealthier than most families in Texas and who already have their kids in private school. This is what we've seen in every state that's tried this. I looked for a state where a majority of the users were low income or weren't already in private school, couldn't find a state. So couldn't we in this bill cap the income, meaning millionaires and billionaires cannot take advantage of this program? We could do that, right, as a legislature?
We can do whatever we want to do, but the reality is you need a universal program that gives access, that's prioritized in a way that meets the needs of the most vulnerable. If you look across different states, in Arizona, for instance, 58% of the families in the program earn less than $80,000. I mean, it's just fact. And I think the data is not as clear as you make it. In other words, there are, in state after state, parents that are not wealthy are accessing these programs and making decisions on behalf of their kids to take them where they, to put them in the school they feel like is best for their kids.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not doubting that there are some folks who can take access to this program, asking about the majority of users of the program. Mm-hmm. And you just said we have to prioritize and give access to low-income kids, but in the same breath, you said we can't stop millionaires and billionaires from participating. So if this is for low-income kids, why don't we do that? Why don't we cap the income to make sure that it's not wealthier families who take advantage of this like in other states? I don't understand why we wouldn't just put that in the bill if that's our true intention.
Well, the bill is prioritized based on income. And, the reality is that you will see parents exercising their right to act on behalf of their kids. And really, I'm not making an accusation, but the inference that simply because you're not wealthy, that you can't access these programs, or you're not up, that somehow lower income families won't do this is just not true. Lower income families will apply and do apply all over the country and access these programs to provide what's best for their kids. And so look at that. Income, in reality, it is mixed all over through all our different school systems. We have school systems, public schools that are very, very wealthy, and some that are others. And the fact is that there will always be rich people that go to public schools, and I would argue that there are more millionaire, billionaire kids going to public school than there ever will be in private school through this. Because I know the private schools in my district, I know the kids that go there, and many families are struggling and foregoing vacations, college savings for retirement to do things to make sure their kids in the best environment.
So this is, I think, gets to a key point. Are kids who are already in private school eligible for this program?
Yes.
So if all the rhetoric around this bill is helping kids who are in struggling public schools go to elite private schools, because that sounds great.
It's not my rhetoric.
So, well, maybe not be your rhetoric, but it's the people pushing this bill.
My rhetoric is helping families provide the best option for their kids. And I just view kids as kids.
So, Mr. Chairman, if those who are pushing this bill outside this chamber are using kids in public schools as the justification for the bill, why don't we prioritize or give preference to kids who are currently in public school over kids who are currently in private school?
Because I think that parents will make that decision. A parent every day, the decisions that my wife and I made for our kids was to take them to a different public school setting from what we were zoned, and that's a decision that we made. The fact is that there's now that are working families with kids with special needs struggling mightily to find an environment where their kids can succeed, and they are it's entirely proper for them to have access and opportunity to have some relief from what they're having to do. They pay their taxes, they're good citizens, and oh, by the way, they pay tuition for their kids to put them in an environment that fits their kids' needs the best. And this bill reflects that, and it's a very important, I think it's a very important distinction.
So you brought up Arizona earlier. I'm looking at the analysis of that program. It says in Arizona, more advantaged communities are securing a highly disproportionate share of the funds from the state's Empowerment Scholarship Account program. Families in the poorest communities are the least likely to obtain ESA funds. The same is true in looking at a study from out of Florida. So, and like I said, this is happening in all the states that are trying vouchers, that it is not only helping the wealthier families, but it is also disproportionately helping families who are already sending their kids to private school. Meaning, in Arkansas, it's 95% kids already in private school. In Florida, it's 70%. This is across the board. And so I guess what I'm saying is that in this bill, in our crafting of this bill, we could say that over a certain income, $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $1 billion a year, you can't take these taxpayer funds. We could also say that kids who are in public school get priority. Kids who are currently in public school are preferenced over kids who are already in private school. My concern is that we're going to be taking money that could go to the basic allotment. We spent all last week hearing about how the basic allotment needs to be higher, that our schools are in crisis. Instead of spending that $1 billion, I guess it's $7 billion in the next biennium, instead of spending that $7 billion on public schools, on our basic allotment, and on charters and academies and magnets and other real school choice options, instead we're giving that money to wealthier parents who are already sending their kids to private school. And we could change that in this bill. Again, I take the rhetoric at face value. I'm just trying to align that rhetoric with what's in the bill, and I'm not seeing that.
Again, every parent in Texas deserves the right to make one of the most important decisions that they have to do as a parent, to have that freedom to make a decision on behalf of where their kids are educated. I just want, and the intent of the bill is just to look at kids as kids. We want to put them in buckets. We want to say, well, you're a public school kid, you're a private school kid, you're this kid, you're that kid. This just looks at kids. And I don't have a microscope into the inner workings of every family. And I can tell you there are parts, and right now, after 4 years of runaway inflation, there are families that earn $120,000, $150,000 a year, and you have 4 or 5 kids. It's a struggle. I mean, that's not, it's not, it's not always, it's difficult for us to make those judgments. But I do know that I trust parents to make the best decision for their kids. And for some, and I think it'll be a small number over time, there'll be some kids in private school, some kids like those families struggling in Killeen, Texas, at Oak Creek, that are that really, I'm talking working families, working military, members of the military that are struggling to provide the environment for their kids. And the fact that we would somehow leave them out and say, well, you've already struggled, you're not included, to me is just unconscionable.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say this very clearly, just because I think I'm going to hear this all day. I also think parents should be the ones making decisions for their kids. Yeah. I doubt anyone on this committee disagrees with that. What I'm saying is a family making over $500,000 a year shouldn't get my taxpayer dollars to make that decision. I'm not trying to prevent them from making a decision. Is anyone on this dais proposing that we make it illegal to go to a private school? I'm not proposing that. I don't think anyone here is proposing that. What we're talking about is, are we sending our limited, precious taxpayer dollars to the wealthiest families in the state who are already sending their kids to private school? And if you say that's not the purpose, then put it in your bill.
75% of the prioritization levels are families earning $160,000 or less. 75%.
Again, prioritization is not enrollment. We just established that. Yeah. You can say someone is prioritized, that they're eligible. That doesn't mean they can actually get in. Again, the prioritization is, in a lot of states, is window dressing, because what matters is who actually gets the funds, who actually gets admitted, or who's already been admitted, right? It's much easier to get these funds if you already have your kids in private school, because you've cleared the biggest hurdle. And so that's, again, why the majority of states have seen the majority of the funding goes to wealthier parents who already have their kids in private school. And I'm just saying, you oftentimes bring up these more sympathetic cases. And again, if this bill was limited to low-income people or even middle-class people, then we could have that conversation. But do you think that our taxpayer fund should go to a family making over $500,000 a year who's already sending their kid to private school?
I think parents deserve the right to make that decision.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question. And Mr. Chairman, you and I have worked closely together. You're my friend.
Yeah.
I know your heart is for kids. I do. I'm just trying to, I really want an answer to this question. Do you think our taxpayer dollars should go to a family making over $500,000 a year who are already sending their kids to private school? Because that's the question, not a low-income family. We could have that conversation. not even a working class, middle class family. We could have that conversation. But your bill allows for literally millionaires to take money that could go to public schools to subsidize their private school tuition. Are you okay with that? Or should we work on that part of the bill?
I think parents deserve that right, and I think the bill is prioritized to make sure that, that those kids that we can all agree are the most vulnerable are prioritized to receive the assistance. And you know, as about sympathetic characters, that is, well, I don't really know, and I know you don't mean it that way, but you know, it's a real thing. It's a real thing when a family struggles.
Of course.
It is, and I also, I don't, like I said, I don't have a microscope into the lives of every family. And I think that it's a red herring to talk about millionaires and billionaires accessing this, because, you know, and I think you'll hear testimony later today that will dispute the fact that these end up in the hands of rich folks. We know that you will hear from families that were working families and others that are just folks out there trying to make a living that just need a different option for their kids.
Do you think people making over $500,000 a year are struggling?
Not as much as some.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my questions. I just, the last thing I'll say is this is our 6th hearing on vouchers in 2 years. We have not had 6 hearings on teacher pay. We have not had 6 hearings on student discipline. We have not had 6 hearings on student mental health. We've not had 6 hearings on arts education, something that you and I are very passionate about. But this is our 6th hearing on vouchers. And so I want to say something that I think everybody already knows, which is that there are very powerful forces pushing this issue on us. This is not about education, it's about politics. And Mr. Chairman, I am not doubting your sincerity bringing this particular bill. I'm not. I want to talk about just this issue of vouchers generally, because no other issue comes with this level of bullying, this level of bribing, this level of billionaire backing. 6 of our colleagues sacrificed their seats over this issue. 6 of the finest legislators I know, including one of my best friends in the legislature, one of my legislative classmates, Chairman Reggie Smith. There were only 2 people in our legislative class because Reggie and I were both elected in special elections. He always said he was the valedictorian of our class, and I was the salutatorian. We were in different parties. We disagreed on a whole lot, but we both supported our public schools, and for that, he was targeted. Along with 5 of our other colleagues, he was buried under a mountain of big lies and big money, and all of that because of this issue. I've never had so many colleagues, including Republican colleagues, including some who are signed on this bill, privately tell me they hate this issue because it is not about education, it's about politics. There are powerful forces trying to dismantle public education in this state and across the country. As a former public school teacher, as a product of Texas public schools, I can't stay silent. I won't stay silent. And honestly, I'm so glad to see so many Texans here at their state capitol who refuse to be silent as well. And so I'm looking forward to a passionate debate about this because I do think this is maybe the most consequential policy that I've ever seen come through this body in my 4 terms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Let me make an announcement. There's an additional overflow room. It's opened. It's room E2028. E2028. Okay. Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask you a question this way. What do we want the outcomes to be once this passes?
We want to create, first of all, we're not trying to create an either-or environment. We're not trying to say that, you know, either you support education savings accounts or you support public schools or all that. What we want is parents to have every tool in the toolbox. Raising kids and in this day, and I've raised 3 of them, is more complicated than ever. But by the grace of God, everybody's doing okay. The outcomes are this: we want kids to get an environment where they can thrive. And too many kids in Texas, for lots of different reasons, are in environments where parents are, whether it be academic issues, whether it be peer group issues, whether it be bullying issues, or whether it be it's just not a good fit. We want those kids to have access to an environment that's directed by their parents, where they can receive the opportunity to have outstanding educational achievement and go on and achieve to whatever level they can achieve to.
And I guess the assumption is that private schools can provide that.
It can for some. I never made that decision for my kids. I just took them to a different public school. But a lot of parents can't do that. There are times when the private school environment. I know of friends of ours that choose to take their kids to private school, none of which make $500,000 a year, by the way. Just working folks. They have all sorts of. I have kids or friends that have one child in public school, one kid in a private, because they're looking for that environment. They want the ability to customize education for their kids.
Should student outcomes be better?
I think all segments in education, we need to keep striving for better student outcomes.
And so is the assumption that doing this will cause student outcomes to be improved?
That's the assumption. And
And
the
do-
level of educational attainment, student outcomes, an environment that fits best for the kids, whether it be behavior-wise, dealing with kids with special learning needs, all of that. It's all about outcomes of various, an entire range or continuum of outcomes.
And I've looked at the bill, and perhaps I missed it, but I don't see anything in the bill that measures that.
Well, there's norm reference testing that's required and reportable, where we can look at that. But here's what I think, again, it comes down to this, is that when a parent is empowered to do this, the accountability system can be, through a norm referenced exam, but I just believe parents will be the ultimate arbiter of that. Is it meeting the needs of their kids? I think, man, I'm speaking into the microphone. Sorry about that. And so we'll have measurements, but then we'll also have the fact that this is parent-directed, the ultimate accountability system.
I guess the thing that's troubling me is we talk about parents having a problem, but it's kids we're focusing on. So could it be that the kids are not having a problem, but the parents are having a problem?
I think parents struggle like everybody else. I'll tell you what, as a father of 3, a lot of my problems when my kids were in school revolved around their problems, because that's all you want to do is make sure you're providing the best opportunity for your kids. And it is past time that someone should just have to accept the circumstance of where they're at, and or what those problems are. And I think that's the prime issue this bill seeks to address.
I'm a little concerned about how we know if this works. How are we going to know if this works?
I think we're going to know by the levels of educational attainment. We're going to know by the norm reference testing. I mean, those are real, those are measurable things there. Right. I think we're going to look, we provide in the bill to evaluate career, college, and military readiness to make sure we're following that. It's an endeavor to make sure we're getting the outcomes that our kids deserve.
Do we follow it for the whole school, the whole private school, or the students who are left public school to go to private school?
We're following it for the kids that have the ESA.
Okay, and so they'll be collecting data that would suggest the student outcomes?
Yes, sir.
And how often will that happen?
They will, the bill, as it ramps up, we're looking at a 5-year interval, because we're talking about, you have a lot of kids that will be typically these programs tend to start with younger kids when you look across, and we need time to see as far as career, quote, that version of CCMR. It takes time to have a large enough group to really meaningful look at that level of attainment.
And is the bill limited in terms of money or students?
It's limited in terms of money. When the appropriation when the money's spent, that's no more kids can enter the program.
So if all the money is spent in the first year and those students stay in private school, you will never have another student from a public school having access.
Okay, yeah, well, the bill, whatever child receives it, once the appropriation is spent, or it's all been allocated, then there would be no more child another child could not receive an ESA. Of course, every session, there'd be the opportunity to reappropriate to make sure kids that are in it continue to get it, and that we provide access for more kids.
And would the student have to qualify again after they initially received the?
No.
So as long as that student was in the private school where they got the ESA, they would maintain that throughout the whole program, throughout their whole education life.
That is correct.
Okay, and finally, I think the bill references 500% of poverty guideline in terms of
parts.
application.
Yes, sir.
What is that number?
About 160,000 for a family of four.
So a family of four making $160,000.
That's kids with special needs. And the second prioritization is families earning about 66. Families of four earning about 66,000 or less.
Okay, and do we know whether or not private schools take kids with special needs currently?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the enrollment percentage of kids with special needs in private school is about 19%, which is a higher percentage than in public school.
And is that true? I'm thinking about the public schools in Harris County. And from what I know, most of them don't take special needs kids.
That's not what our research and what the data shows, is that most private schools, basically teach kids with special needs.
And again, I want to follow up on Mr. Tallarico's point, that if the program is designed for families with low incomes, and they're after the special ed kids become the target of this program, why don't we have something that is income-based in terms of the program? I mean, for example, the people who make the less money get the most access to the program.
Well, they're certainly prioritized.
Well, I'm not sure what that means, though, in terms of the conversation you had with Mr. Tallarico. They're prioritized in terms of application, but not in terms of acceptance.
Yeah, but I think if you look in across Texas and some of our larger areas, urban areas, you'll see that there are many private schools whose students are low-income students. Across our Catholic school network across the state, you see many children, many families there that are of low income, working folks, and that's I think that is there is capacity there now to help kids in those environments.
Well, that's why I wonder whether or not, and I've been looking at a model that says we would prioritize this and do it in terms of application also and acceptance also, but do it in terms of for the people who earn the less resources, we would provide a greater percentage of the entrance into private school, so that the kids whose families make the less money, we'd pay the full tuition. if we really believe that private schools are the answer, it would seem to me that the better outcome, if we're doing it on the basis of families and parents who have the fewer resources as a first stop, then we ought to do it in terms of saying, okay, if you make what 100% below the poverty guideline, we ought to pay the full tuition.
What you'll see, the way the ESA is calculated, if you're first of all, if you're a child with special needs, you're going to get the entitlement that a child would receive in a public school. If they're a regular education kid, they're going to receive probably about 10.5. It's $10,500. If you look at most of our like Catholic private schools, and someone will be here later to speak to that, their tuition is on average probably around, depending on whether it's elementary or middle grade levels, anywhere from $6,400 to $8,000 on up. So that would be covered by that. And I think that in the special needs space, you're going to see ESAs in the amount that would provide kids even more resources to access those types of schools.
Well, it would just seem to me that if we had a model that paid the full tuition for children from families that were the lowest incomes, that would cause private schools to be built in other areas, in those same areas. Because you might have a strake on one side, but you'd have on the west side of Houston, but you'd have a strake on the east side of Houston also. Because that's what should happen. But the way we've structured it is the families who can't get the strake, now we just create the appearance of getting you to strike, and you don't get really to the other side of town. You get to downtown maybe from East Houston, but you don't get all the way to West Houston because you still don't have, and when we looked at it, it was about $27,000 on average for private schools. So if you get $10,000, you're still $17,000 short. And for most of these families that are poor families, that creates, a mirage that they can now access it. But the truth is, and I've talked to some of the private schools who said, well, we might actually raise our tuition by the $10,000.
I think that, here's what I think. I think when you look at the percentage of kids in a private school, the reality is most kids will not be on an ESA.
Right.
And, economics.
You mean the majority of the kids in the school?
Will not.
You will not, that's
They will
true.
be there in some other means. Let's take Catholic schools, for instance.
Especially if you only give them $10,000.
Well, Catholic, a lot of our private schools also offer scholarships and financial aid to cover the difference on a lot of kids, especially in our Catholic schools. But also, we always hear of, well, they'll just raise the tuition. If most of your students are not on the ESA, that would be most kids, I think, by a huge percentage. It belies economics to raise the cost of the tuition on those that are not being assisted with an ESA scholarship. So I think that is not something that would bear out in the market. And the other thing about the strike, I think that's a great point, is that once we have a mechanism in place for parents to make real choice, and the resources that a family could receive as highlighted in the bill, that can't help but create more capacity. Because I think what happens is, I think sometimes in our minds we go, man, if it's a private school, they don't have good intentions. You're going to hear from some private school folks later that have really good intentions. And when we have a mechanism for more kids to access it, I think you're going to see high-quality private schools that are built around a model to make it affordable for families that they can help. I really believe that. And that's what I think gets lost in this argument, is we just assume there will never be another private school seat created. I think there will be opportunities if there is the demand for that. And this
Well-
could create demand for that if parents seek that pathway.
Mr. Chairman, I was just looking around the audience. I hope we ought to have a hearing where we invite all the students.
It is spring break. We could
Because,
probably
I
get them
know,
here.
but they don't really care about this. They go on to Corpus.
I think by the end of the day, I may wish I was in Corpus.
Well, we all, but my point is this, is that my two grandkids went to private school. Duchenne and Strake, my grandson is at Strake now, but, and I worry about the fact that we ascribe certain things to private school that we don't try to replicate in the public school. And if we did that, it would make it, for example, I don't know, at least public schools in my district, they don't have grandparents today. But they did at Strake. They did at Duchenne, where grandparents go to the school and have lunch with the kids. I had a bill one time, and it didn't get out of this committee, but it was started because when I worked at Conoco, I went over to my son's school, public school at the time, and I provided lunch. And when I talked to one of the kids, his father worked at Conoco, but he worked in the mail room. And so when I went to his boss and said, look, why don't you let him come? We'll go to the school next time together. They said, no, he's too important. I thought, huh? And so he couldn't go. But what I'm saying is that there are things we could do in the public school that addresses some of the ills you pointed out that public schools have that don't create the right environment for a particular student. And unfortunately, I think the voucher thing makes us admit that we don't know how to fix public schools. And because that's what it is, an admission that we can't fix the problems in public school, and yet we have a public school statute that has about 1,000 pages in it. I'm not sure what they all do anything to help public schools, but we ought to look at what we're doing in public schools that's not translating into the correct environment for every student. And it seems to me that that is a better alternative than opening a door to let some of them leave, because we're still going to have the same problem.
I think that.
And not to cut you off, Mr. Chairman,
no.
but most kids in Texas are still going to be in public school.
That's right.
And so that, to me, says that our most urgent response ought to be to fix public schools. To fix public schools so that they become the bastion of trying to get us to where we got it. I said to the governor that we ought to be worried more about our public schools than who's coming across our border. Because if we don't fix our public schools, that represents a greater danger to us. Because we're going to end up with an economy that is based and controlled solely by having to import workers, and yet we'll have a huge workforce out here that's not capable of being involved, and we're going to have to provide social services, some kind of services for them. And I just think that we ought not to be making the admission that we can't fix public schools, because I think this committee is smart enough to do that. And so, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Well, I think there's a couple of things there. I appreciate your comments, Chairman Dutton. I think that what you see across the country, first of all, I don't think that an ESA program is any way somehow just saying, well, public schools will never, parents will continue to make that choice. Millionaires will continue to send their kids to public school like most do, like I did. I'm not a millionaire, but I mean, we've had a choice. That came out wrong. I don't mean it like that. Trust me. Serve in the legislature for a while, you'll end up, if you were one, you won't be one when you leave. But I'm not. But what you'll see across the country is that per pupil funding increases in states that have ESAs. Educational outcomes tend to improve in public schools, and there's lots of reasons for that. And then I think, this committee has heard and will hear historic funding for public schools, the opportunity to totally redo our assessments and accountability system and things. And I think we can learn a lot from private schools. I think, people, many of the things that we talk about that we feel like hinder the delivery of education services in public schools are, we do that to them a lot. The federal government does it to them a whole lot. And those are things we need to look to find a pathway where we can reduce some of that and give our public schools more freedom as well. This is another tool in the toolbox for parents. The argument on well, we have to keep things like it is now and fix it. To me, the one part it leaves out is what about those there right now? It is their children. It is kids' children, and that's the part that I focus on. I want to have the best system of public schools that we can have. But with the understanding that when it's not working, parents need an option. They shouldn't have to say, well, maybe it'll be better in 5 years when my kid is gone. And so that's my opinion on that.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just
Chairman
had
Dunn.
one other question.
Yes, sir.
And that had to do with, does the bill include some property tax reductions at all?
No, sir.
It doesn't? Okay. All right, thanks.
Representative Hinojosa. We've got a list here. I think we're in pretty good order.
Thank you, Chairman. One of my biggest challenges with this bill is that it takes $1 billion that we could be spending on our public schools where, to your point earlier, we know most kids will not get an ESA, but most kids will be in the public schools because those are the only schools they have a right to attend. And that's $1 billion that could go to a $3,000, $4,000, potentially $1 pay raise for teachers. We heard from the agency last week that is our biggest challenge, really, is keeping teachers in the classroom. While we are considering a bill to put more money in our schools, it doesn't meet the moment, not the moment of crisis that our public schools are in. It doesn't take our teachers to what they need to be paid across the board. And so what I see in this bill and what I see too often come through this committee, this is my biggest frustration, is vendors making a lot of money. And I want to point out in this bill some of those provisions that really shouldn't be in here. And so I'd like to ask you about them. On page 28 of the bill, it allows for this education assistance organization, which is my understanding can be for profit, to solicit and accept gifts from any public or private source. And nowhere in this bill is it required that those gifts be revealed as to who the source of the funds are. So anonymous gifts that the vendor can solicit and accept. I did a search of all our laws. I can find nowhere in law where we allow a government contractor to solicit and accept gifts, which I think sets us up for bribes and grift. And so I would ask you to take a look at page 28 and ask why we would open up this government contractor for these anonymous gifts, unless you have an answer now.
Yeah, what we provide for is the outside organizations or philanthropic efforts to help offset the cost and to improve and help fund the program if that's a source of resources. Is that what you're referring to?
There is a provision in here that says the comptroller can accept gifts, and I believe those would have to be disclosed under public information requests, though it doesn't say specifically in the bill. But for a private vendor to be able to solicit and accept gifts, that's new. I've never seen that in statute before, and that is concerning to me. A second part in this bill that I want to bring your attention to is page 10 of the bill. And that lays out pre-approval process for vendors. So for private schools and other vendors. This bill says the comptroller shall approve, and then it goes through like pre-approved vendors and if they've done a background check and on and on. But nowhere here do I see who cannot be approved except for on page 12. Language that says the comptroller may approve only an education service provider or vendor of educational products that operates in the state. Operates is vague. I don't really know what that means. And then, and that's C on page 12, line 17. And then also on page 23, the comptroller may not, I'm sorry, at line 23 on page 12, the comptroller may not approve a vendor if the comptroller cannot verify the provider's or vendor's eligibility. So, again, back to 10. This lays out who shall be approved, and including if somebody has submitted a criminal background check, they shall be approved. Nowhere does it say someone who doesn't pass a criminal background check shall not be approved. Nowhere does it say that if an organization is not in good standing with the agency, they shall not be approved. And so this opens the door wide to all types of vendors in a system that is, again, set up where you can take anonymous private donations by the comptroller and by the education assistance organization.
Well, certainly, the bill requires that if there is a hit on a background check or criminal history report that people are not eligible. I guess I don't really understand what your question is.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't say that. So I'm saying it may be the intent, and my guess is, and I assume it is your intent to say the people who are not required to be accepted are actually excluded, but the bill doesn't say that. The bill just says who shall be approved. It doesn't say who shall not, who cannot, unless they don't operate in the state, which is on page 12. So I'd ask you to look at that, because if your intent is to tighten it, then it needs to be changed.
Okay.
I want to go back to this line on page 12 that says they have to operate in the state. That is vague. And perhaps the part about this bill that probably gets me the most emotional, actually, is the part about this bill that allows for marketing.
Yeah.
Because, and let me tell you why. Those of us who are really engaged in our public schools struggle all the time. PTAs, teachers, administrators, school board superintendents, we struggle. How do we get out the word of the wonderful things happening in our public schools, in our neighborhood public schools? How do we let people know? It is a constant conversation. We fight about it. wonderful, magical things are happening in our public schools because of the dedicated people who are part of our school communities. And we don't get state funding to market those things.
Right.
So it is insult to injury that this bill allows on page 3, section 29.353, promotion of a program, notwithstanding chapter 2113 of the Government Code, which prohibits the comptroller from marketing, right? So this is, we're doing away with longstanding law that says the comptroller can't market. Notwithstanding that, the comptroller may enter into contracts or agreements and engage in marketing, advertising, and other activities to promote the use of the program. That's not fair. I mean, that's just not fair. And so I would ask that we please not include that part in the bill. And the other thing is, we have currently a comptroller's race going on, and I can see you have, you know, one of your candidates for comptroller, once he's in there, maybe running now for election to governor, being surrounded by beautiful children and having ads about, come join this ESA that we are doing. I just think it's setting us up for something that is not good public policy, not good government, and unfair to our hardworking school communities.
Chairman Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members, for this good opening dialogue. I actually just had Representative Tallarico. I just had a former member who's not with us anymore. It's actually worse than being unelected. He was actually elected to the United States Congress, and he's up in Washington right now tuning in, and he texted me and he said, man, I sure do miss the Texas House. And so I hope for those folks who've traveled here to the Capitol, we're looking forward to hearing your testimony. We welcome it, Mr. Chair. I know we want to get to it as soon as possible. There's just a couple comments that I do want to make at the outset. This morning, before I walked into this committee hearing, I talked to each of my 3 children, Brady, who's a junior, Charlotte, who's in 8th grade, and Landry, who's in 4th grade. They are in public schools. Brady's at Allen High School, Charlotte's at Erickson Middle School, and Landry's at Green Elementary School. Brady's actually taking the SAT as we speak right now, and he's going to do great. But we love our public schools, and I won't apologize for that. And whether this bill passes or not, even if this bill does pass, we're not leaving our public schools. And we love our teachers. We're active. We are excited about the things that are happening in Allen ISD. And I agree with Representative Hinojosa that we, all of us, parents and policymakers, need to do a better job at promoting the great things that are happening in public schools. All of us. There are wonderful Texans serving in public schools, wonderful families who have their kids in public schools, and we should promote that more aggressively. But there's also really, really great things happening in private schools all across the state and in home schools. And, you know, I hear some of my colleagues here on the committee and outside talk about this not being a true bill about freedom and choice. I've heard the rhetoric that this is about it's the school's choice, not the parent's choice. And I've thought a lot about that and kind of wrestled with what my reaction is. And I think where I am this morning is, what's the problem with that? Why is true freedom and choice and competition something that we are afraid of? Right now, the fact is, public schools have choices that parents don't have. We have over 1,200 independent school districts in this state, each of whom the state has empowered to make certain decisions that many parents in those districts disagree with. One of them we've talked a lot about over the past few weeks in this committee, the teacher incentive allotment, which I know there's some disagreement on this committee, but I think that some of my colleagues, Representative Tallarico, I don't want to speak for, but I think has been a supporter of the teacher incentive allotment, and there needs to be improvements and ways that we strengthen that program. But that is all about of training up and raising up and compensating teachers more and creating some competition thereby in our public schools. But there are some school districts, including my own, that don't participate in the teacher incentive allotment. And parents in those districts have very, very little ability to force their school districts to participate. So what do we say to that? That's the school's choice. Same thing with 4-day school weeks. I've got a couple school districts in my house district that are just 4-day school weeks. That's their choice to do so. Open enrollment public schools, which I think is something that this committee should have serious discussions and deliberations about. There are a few school districts in my district that are open enrollment, that have declining enrollment and are making up the space in their school districts by accepting students from other districts. And in many cases, like in the instance of Lovejoy ISD in House District 67, there are students that are driving over 60 miles every single morning whose parents are driving them because they believe that that public school district can better serve their students and their families. That, to me, is true freedom and choice and competition. And I would admit, or I would argue that those parents that are driving their students, let's say from Denton ISD to Lovejoy ISD, they're passing by dozens and dozens of private schools on the way there. They're making the choice because they're afforded the choice, because this legislature has given them the choice. I would argue we haven't given them the choice. They should have the choice, and we should protect that right. And so I hear this argument about this bill being all about billionaires and millionaires and special interests, and I just don't, that's not why I'm supporting this bill. I'm supporting this bill with, and I do believe there needs to be some improvements, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the way you're approaching this and the way that you've given us the ability and the people here the ability to help perfect this bill. But the reason that I'm supporting this at the very core is because I believe that freedom and choice and competition, true freedom, true choice, true competition, are not four-letter words when it comes to public education. And I don't want to duplicate what Florida has done. I don't want to duplicate what Arizona has done. I don't want to duplicate what Louisiana has done. I want a Texas solution. I want to do this the Texas way. And so I'm excited about this discussion. I'm eager to hear from my colleagues and to hear from the people of Texas as we move forward. I would just simply ask that we keep that in mind, that we can do both. We can be friends and advocates, proudly so, of our public schools, and also support the right and the choice and the freedom of Texas families to direct their kids' education.
Chairman Frank. Oh. Representative Leo Wilson. Oops, excuse me. Representative Leo Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify a couple things that we discussed in the very beginning and have you clarify those for me. For special needs students, the scholarship would cover up to the $30,000, but that's up to, correct? It's not always $30,000.
Yeah, that's the cap.
Okay, because as a special educator for 38 years, I think it recognizes in that, you know, and having that ability to fluctuate back and forth to meet those different IEPs coming in, to meet those different class statements. My specialty that I started out in was with visually impaired students. Clearly, one of the most expensive students to educate, depending on, again, one size does not fit all. One vision level does not fit all. Some of my kids who were Braille students had 7 different IEP areas and class statements and were very involved, had very expensive technology that followed them from school to school. So I just didn't want to leave people with the impression that that allows us to look at the individual needs of the student and those schools receiving those funds. That doesn't mean they're all getting $30,000. And
that is correct.
And then the other thing is that I think that there truly has been some miscommunication on that private schools don't serve special needs students. You know, again, all throughout my career, I have seen that. I have even served a couple of visually impaired students that were quite intense in the private school setting as a teacher for my ISD that, you know, went along with that continuum of services. So I think that one of the things that I have seen over my career and my years is that most people are very pleased with their special services in public schools. They really are. And the public schools, for the most part, do a really, really great job with that particular student population. But I have seen time and time again where, again, one size does not fit all, and sometimes a parent would disagree with the amount of services being provided that the ARD committee decided. Now, an ARD committee has maybe 10 other individuals from the school district involved, a general ed teacher, sometimes a CTE teacher, sometimes a speech therapist, the diagnostician, a big committee. And then you have one parent, or maybe two, sitting over here that have a vote, but were not happy with the special services being provided. They wanted more so. And this, I think, allowing that IEP and those class statements to follow the student and that funding allows those parents, for whatever reason. I'm going to use an example. I had a student in middle school who had 27 facial surgeries and oral surgeries. And I get teary-eyed because she was one of my favorite kiddos. By the time she was in 7th grade, severely deformed, normal intelligence, precious, precious child. I always used my office as a safe place where they could come have lunch. The bullying was to the degree where somebody made this statement about, well, this is more about the parent struggle. Parents struggle when their kids struggle. When they are being bullied for whatever reason, it wasn't the result of not having fine special education services at my school. It was a result of her disability and things that we could not protect her completely from. She did end up going to a private school in the area, and that was another misnomer that's kind of been brought out. On most private school applications, I believe it's called need blind, and that is part of their application to get into a private school. Need blind means that they don't know before acceptance what the financial situation is of the parents. She was accepted. It was a very small school. 7 kids would be in her class, and it would be the same 7 that would probably go through graduation with her. But my point is that those parents worked out a deal with the school after she was accepted that dad would coach the girls' basketball team after hours. Mom would come up 3 times a week and help with the lunch program. So private schools do have the ability, when a parent struggles with the tuition, to make that up. I think it's a huge, and I'm glad you brought that out, that private schools are serving 19% of their student body has some kind of special needs. And I think the public school is like 14% special needs population. So it is a misnomer that that is happening. The other thing I think that makes Texas in a very unique position here is we can learn from the 32 states that have done that. What worked, what didn't work. And we have, while it's unfortunate that we're way last, or one of the last states in granting parents the true right and choice to direct the education of their children, we also have the advantage of looking and seeing what works best. And so I think that our program here in this bill laid out is a really, really great bill. How many billionaires are there in this state? I mean, what, 0.5% of the population, and then even less have kids in public schools. So I really resent that, I guess, that this is for billionaires or millionaires. I just don't think that that is reflective of who will benefit here when 75% is targeted at special needs and low-income students. So I really want us to think about that. This is for less than 2% of students. So when you take all that into consideration, this is not for wealthy parents. This is for all parents to decide, for whatever reason, what is the best thing for their student. And we are going to have testimony here, too, from a lot of people that are passionate on both sides of the issue. And I would just ask, Mr. Chairman, that the cliques, the snickering, that kind of be managed, because we have a long day. We have a lot of people who are good people on both sides of the argument. And I would hope that for those of us, I mean, I felt it, you know, even though I'm a public school teacher, that's my love. And I'm carrying a bill to help rectify the insurance problems for teachers with TRS. And I'll vote for all of the funding and teacher pay raises and increases to SPED and evaluations and compensatory ed, all of the things that are in those bills. But somehow, because I support a parent's right to choose, I don't care anymore about public schools. That's who I am. And I just hope that we can afford respect on both sides of the argument. I know people care about public ed, but so do I. I agree we need to fix some things. I agree that we need to take care of some of that. And I think House Bill 2 moves towards that, inflicting some of the very remedies and some of the very problems that I have heard from my districts. The insurance cost of schools on the coast, we've got to fix. I mean, so all of those things I will vote for and support, but I will also vote for this bill because I think one size does not fit all. I have seen it myself throughout my career in public education, and these weren't billionaires. These weren't millionaire parents. So.
Thank you. Representative Schoolcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to just mention a personal experience in our family. My grandson was in a particular public school, and he was starting to have problems. And my son went and shadowed him for a day, and what he found was in this school there was just absolute chaos in the schools. I mean, 4 of the 5 classes, there was no control. The kids were running the classroom. There was one class where the same kids were totally behaved. It just had to do with the teacher. But he was having all kinds of behavior problems. They tried to find a neighboring district that would accept my grandson, and they wouldn't take him. So my son pulled him out and started homeschooling him. Well, my grandson and my son and my daughter-in-law both work. Basically, he was a high school kid, so they put him in online school at home by himself. Didn't particularly do well, but it kept him out of the schools and out of the trouble until he turned 17. He took the GED, and he's now in the Army. My granddaughter, going in the same school district, they applied, and they finally managed to get her into a neighboring school district. And she's doing well. But they're having to drive about 30 minutes every morning and every afternoon, getting her to and from the neighboring school district. So, yeah, choice worked there when the neighboring school was willing to take them. All this to just say that this is not unusual. There are parents all around the state who have kids in failing districts who are desperate and will do anything to try to get their children into a better setting. This is not a general indictment of all schools. I have 17 school districts in my legislative district, and most of them are great schools. Parents are happy, students are happy, the students are learning. I'm really blessed with some great school districts, but there are problems, and this bill will help give parents an ability to escape that. One of the things, though, that this morning has really bothered me is the demonization of people who have invested large portions of their life and fortunes in supporting in school choice. I mean, I go all the way back to about 1996 when Milton Friedman started what's now known as EdChoice. He didn't have any financial interest in anything. He was simply committed to the concept that having this type of school choice is best for students and good for education in general. He invested a good portion of his life and millions of dollars of his own money building up an organization that still exists today, supporting the concept of school choice. He had no financial or personal interest other than an absolute commitment to the concept of school choice. So you can agree with him or disagree with him, but to attack his motives, I think is unconscionable. The same thing goes through so many of the people who invested so much in this idea. In the late 80s, early 90s, I was an advocate for school choice when I was on the Public Education Committee here. And I remember Dr. James Leininger started in the early 90s, pushing for school choice. He had no interest. He has absolutely nothing to gain. He didn't even have kids in the public education system. I think he was thinking about his grandkids and our children and our grandkids. He has spent, 30 years now promoting school choice, not because he has any interest, because he has an absolute conviction it is the best thing for our students. So you can disagree with him, but to demonize them as saying that they are only interested in making money and profit, I think, again, is unconscionable. As far as the millionaires and billionaires argument, I think my other colleagues have handled that pretty well. But it's a red herring, as you said, Mr. Chairman. There's an infinitesimal number of millionaires and billionaires in this state with children in public education. But if they are in public education, I can assure people they are paying many more times than the $10,000 for an ESA in property taxes. And they will have the privilege of paying property taxes for the rest of their life, far in excess of anything they would get under ESA. So it seems awfully petty to me to spend all this time and effort worrying about this infinitesimal little group of people who are putting so much more into the system. Let's just move on and make the decisions on how to make the program work. And finally, there was a mention about let's fix public education. Well, again, I was here in the 80s. We were fixing education back then, House Bill 72. We have had so many education reform bills in the last 50 years. Yeah, we're going to fix public education. We can keep trying, and we must keep trying, but there's no silver bullet. I like the idea of having an alternate system that has a looser rein, trying different approaches, trying different things, and basically being a laboratory. And the things that work well in this slightly less regulated system can be copied by the public school systems, like bringing your grandparents to lunch. A great idea. We can't legislate that for public education, but we can sure model it through private schools. So I'm going to leave it with that. Just say, again, let's don't demonize people who support this concept simply when there's no excuse for that.
Dr. Allen.
Thank you. Do I get 2 turns?
You can talk as long as you want, Dr. Allen.
Thank you.
I couldn't see your button. The water thing had covered it up. I
Okay.
apologize.
That's
You know
okay.
I apologize.
I
Yes,
accept your
yes, ma'am.
apology.
Thank you.
First, I want to make sure that I am respectfully talking about the same bills. This bill, as advertised today, says savings account. Is that the same as the voucher bill? I want to make sure that the public knows the difference.
Yeah, well, an education savings account is not a true voucher. It can be used, a voucher typically pays for tuition. Education savings accounts allow for more flexible spending by parents.
Do we have another bill
no.
beside this bill?
No, ma'am, this is
This is
it.
the voucher bill.
This is the ESA bill.
This is the voucher bill. Thank you. We're talking about children when they get into the private school. If they are accepted, then they go through a lottery, right? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's the way that they're prioritized.
Yes, okay.
If there are more applicants than there is
Yeah.
money for.
So if it's a lottery, that does not mean that everybody will be accepted
It will be limited by the appropriation, yes, ma'am.
by the appropriations and so do you think that there is enough private schools out there to absorb all the schools, all the students that may want to attend or can attend? Or is it prohibited by the allotment?
I believe there are, from what I understand, 75,000 open slots or seats, if you will, in private schools in Texas, and accredited private schools in Texas. And this bill requires that they be accredited. So that's how many open seats there are. Now, whether or not those will all be filled by children receiving ESAs is an unknown.
Okay. I just want to throw this one in because I want you to know that I support Hinojosa's statement that public schools cannot use their funding for advertisement. We cannot do that.
Yeah. Well, there are billboards on the highway hiring teachers, advertising for
And they may be
teachers.
paid
I mean,
for.
I don't know. I don't know what I know they have
Yeah.
communications departments and.
Yeah, they
They
may
do
have
marketing.
someone who
Do they do that? I don't know.
donated a billboard or something, but you
I
can't
think the
use.
intent of that is simply to make sure that parents are aware that this program is an option.
Okay, then
That's what the intent. But I'd be happy to
Well-
work with anybody on that one.
public schools have lots of options too. Can they now use their funds for advertisement?
They can use their funds as allowed by the Texas Education Code and such, and
They're
I
not.
know they do.
They are not.
They're not
They,
marketing.
no, they cannot use their funds for marketing. I was there 39 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a provision in this bill for foster kids?
Yeah, they are included in those that can enroll.
And those that can enroll?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, along with special ed,
Yes, ma'am.
the same allotment for them?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk about homeschools. Now, we have a lot of entities who want to take advantage of this bill. You have public school students, you have religious schools, you have private schools, and so everybody is allowed to jump in. So the homeschoolers get an extra $2,000 too.
Yes,
So
and that's
the-
all part of the same program. It's still under the same
Yeah,
appropriation.
so that's a lot of kids going out of the public schools. And a lot of kids taking away funds from the private schools. So if one kid walks out of the public school, just one, every little kid in the school is valued up to, well, his allotment appropriation is, well, as TEA put it, 15,000. That's what is on the 15,000, and that kid walks away. Now he takes that 15,000 up to 30,000, so that's up to 30,000.
Well, a regular ed student would only receive about 10,500
Okay.
when they left.
But when they walk out, that the allotment that they get, the $10,000 to $20,000, that goes with the kid. It doesn't stay in the public schools because he's not now in the
Because
public schools.
it's not public school funded dollars. This is funded outside of the available school fund.
But we get funding based on the number of children we have, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if one kid walks away, that's one less kid we have in the public schools.
Just like it is today, if a child decides not to come to school or they transfer to another school.
Right.
Same thing.
And
They're
if
just
they-
not enrolled. They're not enrolled at the public school
Right, so
anymore.
the public school doesn't get that funding, okay? His funding just walked away with him over to the, whatever school they want to go to. Okay, and if 22, teacher pupil ratio is 22 to 1. So if 22 kids walk away from a school, what else do we lose? We lose the 22 to 1, we lose a teacher, right?
That's not prescribed in this bill. They could.
No,
they
it
could-
doesn't have to be.
Well, they could keep the teacher and make the classes smaller in a public school if they wanted to.
That's not in this bill.
No, but it doesn't, we we don't require that this doesn't do anything to impact what the staffing ratio is at a public school.
But by law now, right now, the staffing ratio in grades K through 3 is 22-1.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when 22 children walk away, we lose a teacher. If 44 kids walk away, we lose 2 teachers. That's a big hit. And I just stopped at 2. That's a big hit for public schools. And when we take a teacher away, we take away funding a teacher. I don't know where the teacher goes, but we also take away money from TRS. Just when a teacher leaves.
Well, the fiscal note shows, let me see, on the actuarial impact on House Bill 3 shows no impact on TRS.
No impact? Okay. But when a teacher leaves the profession, does that have an impact?
When a teacher leaves,
The profession, just walks away from school altogether?
I mean, I don't know. According to TRS, it doesn't, this bill doesn't impact that.
Okay, okay. Now, a parent who wants to take their kids to a private school, the teacher and he walks in with a $10,000, not money in his hand, because a lot of people think they're going to have money in the hand.
No money in anybody's hand.
No money in the hand. But when that parent takes it over to the private school, and the tuition, and in my district, I have one private school, and the low tuition is $27,000. And when that kid walks up and with his $10,000 voucher, that is like a $10,000 off of your tuition. So now that parent has to pay $17,000 more to get his kid in.
In that particular school, but the average private school tuition in Texas is $9,400.
Okay, in private schools, maybe in the Catholic schools.
No,
Which
all,
school?
all of them together, if you look at across the state of Texas.
Across the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but the schools I know in Houston that are private, and I won't call names, but they're up to $40,000 and $50,000. There are some private schools that are.
I believe there are, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just the reality of the situation. If the parent walks in and he has to pay the extra fees, do you think low-income parents are going to have that availability?
I would say that parents will make that decision. They will make a decision based on what best fits their family's needs.
Mm-hmm.
A decision we all make anytime we make a transaction.
And I want to make sure that this happens, like, is there transportation for those kids to go, if it decides to go to a private school, transportation is provided?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's an allowable expense under the ESA,
When,
as well as meals at school.
Yeah. In Houston, it's a big city, 640,000 miles wide. All right? I want to send my kid over to the liberal arts school, and I want to send my other kid over to the accelerated school. Are they going to do that for children?
The bill allows for transportation costs. A parent can arrange that.
I just want to make sure. I also heard you say all teachers the average teacher makes, across up to 60-something thousand, up to. The state pays, what, $38 of that 60,000?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay. What is what does the teacher pay for? I mean, the state pays for each teacher. What does the state pay?
Well, that salary, we have a minimum salary schedule, but the individual districts set the salaries
I know.
of teachers, so I don't.
That's
I think
what I'm
the
getting
average
to.
starting at $62,000 a year, maybe something. I don't. It was the chart I saw a few days ago. I've slept since that. I can't remember. But it's about
I've seen it.
62,000.
I've seen it when TEA presented.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
seen it go up the ladder, but it started at, there's a basic allotment for a teacher's salary, and it's not 62. It's the basic allotment. Districts add to that $38, $38,000 a year. That's what the state pays, $38,000 a year, and districts add to that from taxes, on your property taxes, okay? So if that be true, and teachers make up to 60, and I thought I heard you say that all teachers, the qualification, the average person qualifying for the voucher makes right now, since we're not doing billionaires, that they qualify for, usually they're at the $80,000.
Yeah, there's several income levels in the
Yeah.
bill that it's basically based upon the percentage of the 2025 federal poverty level
Yeah.
schedule. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if it's $80,000 and teachers don't make but 60, up to right now, 60-some thousand.
Yeah, well, it's based, that number of 500% of federal poverty levels and the 200% are based on a family of 4. And
Okay,
it'd be lower if you're a different family structure. We
okay.
just use that as an example.
Could we then say that teachers may qualify to take their kids to private school automatically
Could-
because of their salary?
Yeah, there'd be many teachers, I believe, that would qualify under this to access an ESA. Yes, ma'am.
Automatically qualify? Automatically qualify?
Not in the bill. They're not an automatic qualification.
Maybe you want to think about that in view of the fact that we don't pay our teachers enough now. They probably could not qualify for sending their kids to a private school right now under this bill. Okay, one more question. And instead of vouchers to go to a private school, and it's going to wreck public schools, why don't we, again, focus on making our public schools better? Suggestions may be all schools could be better made if we funded them properly. We didn't fund them last year. If we could fund them if we had teachers who would accept a low salary. We could fund them if we would made available to all kids who can go to school, made libraries available, pay teachers. Put programs in the school, make them eligible for all of the fundings that they have. We're not educating kids. We are really tearing up kids, and I see that in the long run, we will not have public schools. They're going out. 100 and some thousand kids left HISD this past year, so that puts the funding, and they're operating at an $800 and some million budget. And so we could do more with our public schools. And so, yes, I don't mind you funding public schools for private schools, but you need to do something with public schools. And I have one other question that I want to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? No, that's the one if a child goes to a private school, and is he eligible to go back to that school? Is his renewal automatic, like the next year? It's automatic.
Yes.
The way it reads in the bill, it says automatic renewal into the program as long as they are in good standing. What is good standing?
Well, good standing means that there's several things. It means that they've not violated any of the rules around the program in terms of what you can and can't spend money on, things like that. But typically, what it does,
No,
if a child is in...
if the child not spending money.
Well, but the parent isn't. So the parent acts on behalf of the child in this.
Okay,
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
that's what you mean.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
If the
yes.
child has not done something.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
As long as they are in good standing. I'm just concerned about that, in good standing.
Yeah. We don't want them to have to reapply year after year. if they're in the-
Okay. So with that in mind, And I heard something a few minutes ago about if someone is found incarcerated or in bad standing with a hit in the law, what does that mean?
Well, we have provisions in there, whether you're a tutor or a therapist or somehow someone that is qualified to provide services to a student through an ESA, that there's background check, and we use the same provisions they do in public schools to
Okay.
make sure that our kids are not around people they shouldn't be around.
That's for teachers,
That's
employees,
It's yeah, it's therapists. It's
Okay.
everything that's allowable.
not the student.
No, no.
That's
We
not the
don't do
student.
that no. That's on behalf of the people that would engage with students.
Because I asked that because we have charter schools and, and I've heard several stories about kids who are sent back to their home school because of either their ability not perform well, and when it's test time, we send them back to their public schools so they can be tested on on their test scores will be to the public school. We've heard a lot of that,
I've heard that, yes, ma'am.
and I hope that's not the case in this bill.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll ask questions later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to just make a couple points, and then I know we want to get to witnesses and our public testimony, so I'll be brief. One, I just wanted to respond to Representative Schoolcraft and Representative Leah Wilson, both friends of mine, dismissing millionaires and billionaires. There are about 650,000 households in Texas that are millionaire households, so not an insignificant number. What I'm more concerned about is families making $600,000, $500,000, $400,000, $300,000, $200,000, taking taxpayer money that could be going to our underfunded public schools. And if we think millionaires and billionaires are kind of insignificant, then why not just ban them from participating in the bill? Right? Again, I think there's ways we can work together to make this bill better. That's one area I would recommend is let's just cap income. Representative Schoolcraft, I know you've served here before in the 1980s, and so I don't want to cast aspersions on folks who are pushing this bill. I just want to call out what their interests are, whether it's financial or ideological. Milton Friedman, you mentioned, has an ideological commitment to privatization. We've seen what that privatization has done in healthcare. We've seen what it's done in higher ed. We've seen what it's done in childcare, where those things are no longer public goods, but they are now out of reach for most working class people. I refuse to let that happen to our K through 12 public education system. And I'll also point out the first voucher bill was proposed in the legislature here in Texas in 1957, 3 years after the Brown versus Board of Education decision came down from the Supreme Court. That first voucher bill was a deliberate attempt to resegregate public schools, to allow white parents to take their students out of newly integrated public schools and send them to white-only private schools. Thankfully, Texans defeated that voucher scam in '57, and we've defeated them every decade since, including 2 years ago. I hope the same remains true this year. I also, we've talked a lot about special education. I know we're probably going to hear from witnesses. I do just, again, from my experience as an educator, there is a vast spectrum of disabilities and special needs. Things that take less intensive resources, things like ADHD, versus severe developmental or physical disabilities. And so when we talk about private schools serving a lot of special needs kids, I think it's important to dive into where on that spectrum are we looking at. There are only 70 private schools in Texas that have a special education program. Again, different if you have a kid with ADHD in your school, that's different than having a special education program. There are only 70 that have that. The average tuition at those 70 private schools is $19,000 a year, far more than the voucher. But I would say that if we took the $30,000 that Chairman Buckley you've put in your bill, if we gave that to public schools, they could have a lot more options to serve those high-cost needs in a public school setting without giving up their IDEA rights, which they do if they have to go to a private school. So I guess the broader point I'm trying to make is there's a general attitude that we can do both. We can support our public schools and we can give our money to private schools. I really want to question that assumption. We have limited state dollars. We have limited taxpayer funds. And everything we do is a choice here. If we're going to spend $7 billion, which the fiscal note, I believe is $7 billion for the second biennium for this program, that $7 billion could do a lot in our public schools. You know, there's this, I've heard before that, you know, we've been trying to fix public education and it's not working. We're 44th in the nation in per student education funding. I mean, we're not trying very hard, in my opinion. And so, you know, if we spent $7 billion for our special education programs in public schools, we could hire more than 100,000 new paraprofessionals, an army of paraprofessionals. We could give every SPED teacher a $70,000 pay raise. We could double their salary with $7 billion. So again, I just, you know, everything is a choice when we're talking about taxpayer funds, and I worry that we are making a disastrous choice with this bill. The last comment I want to make.
Representative Tallarico, just briefly, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Sure.
The bill caps special education ESAs at 30,000.
Yes.
That's not the basis for it.
Yes.
Okay, you know, so that will vary based on the IEP.
Of course.
And then have members direct themselves to the fiscal note to show there's not a $7 billion impact. So
There's not a $7 billion impact in the second biennium?
no,
What is the cost in the second biennium?
3.3
A year or for the biennium?
per year,
And so what is it total for the biennium?
6 something.
6 something?
Yeah. But what?
6 point.
Okay.
So I think when you start to look into what this bill starts to grow, not only in the first biennium, but into the second, into 5 years out, you're looking at something very close to $7 billion. And I mean, I'm looking at the fiscal note right now, and that's the calculation I'm getting when you start to add up all these numbers. But whether or not you want to say it's 6 point something or 7 billion. But my point is that funding, if we put it into the basic allotment, which we heard all last week from every school district, that's where we could do the most good, or if we put it into special education, it could be transformative. And so by making the decision not to put that $6 or $7 billion into our public schools, and we allow inflation to keep eating at our public schools, we are defunding them, even if no public school students ever take advantage of the voucher program. Let's just say it all goes to kids who are currently in private school. There are 250,000 private school kids in Texas. There are more homeschool kids in Texas. It's looking like maybe 1 million new kids that could be drawing from our general revenue. So even if no public school kids ever leave a public school and go to a private school, we would be defunding our public schools because of inflation and because of the opportunity costs of not investing that $6 or $7 billion into our system. I agree with Chairman Dutton. There's nothing magical about a private school. They just have more funding and less testing. 2 things we could do for public schools today if we wanted to help the 5.5 million Texas school children. I personally, maybe this is just my Texan pride, but I think there's nothing our Texas public schools can't do if we give them the resources and the tools to be successful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you are aware that our enrollment in Texas is flat now, not increasing, has been for a few years and is projected to be the same for a few years to come. Do you agree with that?
I think that's what the demographers say, that right now we're in a flat, I guess, birth rates are down.
Yeah. So it's follows then that if people leave public education to go into private schools or into homeschooling, we're going to have a reduction in the public school student population. Wouldn't you agree?
It depends. We don't know where those kids will come from, but it is possible. But again, I don't think that our decision on this is made towards, you know, I don't think the bill can properly predict the access. Personally, I don't think a high percentage of kids will leave public schools. I mean, it just hasn't occurred anywhere else in the country. And I think that speaks to what some of the members of the committee have said, that most people love their public schools, and they'll keep their kids there.
So you don't think very many people are going to take advantage of this voucher?
I think as many parents that feel like it's the best option for their kids will seek to take care of it. Will seek to take advantage of it.
That's not talking in the same terms I'm asking. I'm asking about how many kids are going to leave public schools to go into private schools or homeschooling, since they're going to get money to help them do that. That's what your intent is to give them funding so they can move into private schools out of public schools. Isn't that right?
If they choose to do so.
Okay. Now, if our enrollment is flat and a bunch of them choose to do so, we're going to reduce public school enrollment, aren't we?
It's possible, but we're currently in enrollment declines in many districts across Texas for other reasons outside of anything this bill contemplates.
Well, can you explain to me or give me a scenario in which, if enrollment is flat and people leave the public schools, that we don't have fewer students in the public schools?
Well, it depends on the birth rate. It depends on.
I know. I said if enrollment is flat. If enrollment is flat and students leave the public schools, we're going to have fewer kids in public schools, aren't we?
If the students that participate in this program the parents choose to participate or have their kids currently enrolled in public school and nothing changed on a statewide basis, then using my public school math, which is where I went to school, there would be less kids enrolled in public school.
Thank you. All right.
Of course, that doesn't take into the dynamic nature of this and the fact that in the past, when we've seen, after the Great Recession and other things, you've seen an ebb and flow of birth rates, and I think those are things we cannot foresee at this point.
Well, I just ask for a simple affirmation that you're attempting to give students the ability to leave public schools and go to private schools, and you're assuming that they are going to do that, which means an assumption that we're going to reduce the public school population.
I'm not assuming parents will do anything. I'm just offering parents a choice, and I guess I have more faith in our public schools than you do. I know that when I was confronted with challenges for my kids, I chose another public option. The idea but I also don't believe that I've cornered the market on good ideas or what's good for kids. I believe that parents can make that decision, and that's what this bill contemplates.
Well, why do we have 6 hearings?
This bill does not contemplate. This is about empowering parents to provide what's best for their kids. They're not under the burden of saying, if I make this choice, there will be 4 less kids in public school. That should not contemplate, that does not enter a parent's mind.
I'm not talking about
parents. A parent
parents
wants to
here.
make sure their kids receive what they need, Mr. Bryant.
Yeah.
It is not incumbent on our parents to be an actuary. They're parents, and that's what I believe.
Well, that is a long answer to a simple question, and which is, if we have flat enrollment and people leave public schools to go to private schools, will we have fewer students in the public schools? And the answer to that question, obviously, is yes, we will have fewer students. Now, the Legislative Budget Board fiscal note and actuarial impact statement did not arrive in our offices until 7 a.m. this morning. Do you have any idea why, since this bill was introduced a while back and it's been the subject of political campaigns and everything else, we would not have received that actuarial impact statement and fiscal note before 7 a.m. this morning?
You received it when I received it.
Well, that didn't answer my question. Do you know why they took them until 7 a.m. this morning to give us the fiscal impact and the actuarial impact of this bill?
I'm not advised why it took them so long.
Okay. Their assumption is that for every 10 students that leaves public education, 1 public education professional will no longer be a contributor to the teacher retirement fund. They'll no longer be employed. That is their assumption. If you just read it, And your statement earlier that they said to, in answer to Mrs. Allen's question, that they said there would be no impact, leaves out a couple of things. Number one, what they said is that the slower rate of growth would add 1 year to the 28-year funding period. In other words, it would make it 29 years. And the consultants to the teacher retirement system have said they're already out of compliance with good actuarial practice, although they are in compliance with the state 31-year minimum. They're out of compliance with normal actuarial practice. So as they move up toward the 31-year limit, they move into a stage of operation in which they are not only out of actuarial outside of actuarial good practice, now they're outside of what the state says is actuarial good practice. So it's very consequential for us as legislators to know what is going to be the impact on the student population, because that affects the population of teachers and other school professionals who contribute to the teacher retirement fund. So having laid that predicate for my statement here, I would ask that we have a professional from the teacher retirement fund come up here and talk to us about what the potential impact is. And I notice, and I look at the list of witnesses, which I saw for the first time this morning, that there's no one on this list from the teacher retirement fund or coming to testify about the impact of the bill on the teacher retirement fund. Could we invite the teacher retirement system people over
Yeah,
here?
we have a resource, we have a resource witness from TRS, I believe.
So we can,
If they're not here, we can. There was a
Okay.
request on behalf of members of the committee to have an independent, I believe, actuary here, and they could not, and we're invited, and I was told they could not make it. It was not my invite, but it was an invite of members of this committee.
all right. I'd like to have that person come forward. I look at the actuarial statement, impact statement of the Legislative Budget Board, which we received right before the hearing started, and note that in estimating the impact on the teacher retirement system, that is to say, estimating the impact on the student population, which means on the teacher and the population, teachers and professionals that contribute to the fund, that they did not calculate how many people will leave the public school system and go into homeschooling. That's omitted entirely. All they refer to here is the number that will go into private schools out of public schools. Are you aware that in Florida, which the teacher retirement fund consultants utilized to make some estimates, in Florida, the homeschool population increased by 58% immediately after the passage of their voucher bill. In our state, if the 500,000 plus homeschool families or homeschool students increased by 58%, it would kick us up by 250 to 300,000 more homeschoolers. Now, if you take the statement of the LBB that there's going to be one lost educational professional for every 10 lost students, you can figure that that would be about 25 to 30,000 fewer educational professionals contributing to the teacher retirement fund and supporting its actuarial soundness, which would even further push us even further toward a status of out of compliance with actuarial standards. Do you have any idea why the Legislative Budget Board did not include homeschoolers in their estimate of the impact on the actuarial soundness of our retirement system?
I do not.
Well, I guess if we'd gotten this thing a week or two ago, we could have asked them, well, maybe they could have given us that information. You know, I'd like to ask
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to ask you another question. Since there seems to be some doubt about the impact of this, the Legislative Budget Board estimates that the cost of this is going to be, on a per student basis here, is going to be about not $10,000, but $11,693 for fiscal year 2027 per student. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I assume that everybody who is in private school or is homeschooling is going to apply for a voucher. I mean, it would be foolish not to do so. Is that a good assumption?
That's not a good assumption. It
Okay,
doesn't hold
would
true.
you-
It doesn't hold true in any other states that have this.
Okay, what is your estimate of the number of them that will apply?
I think the estimate will be determined by the desire of parents, but if it follows suit with other states, it will not be anywhere near the sort of homeschool participation that you speak of, nor will be the numbers of current private school participants.
Okay, well,
participate.
in Florida, the number of homeschoolers that applied for a voucher was 58% of all homeschoolers. So why would the experience be any different here?
It's possible. We don't know. We'll have to see what parents exercise. I don't see large number of parents currently in public school opting to go to homeschool, because that's certainly not.
And what's the basis of, since in Florida, 58% of, there was a 58% of increase in homeschoolers, why wouldn't that happen in Texas? Is something different about them than us?
Well, I think we probably have a larger homeschool population already, and most parents are accessing homeschooling. Those that choose to do so are accessing it now, and I don't see that as an impact, a large impact. I don't know. There are certain assumptions that we're going to have to make that we won't know until the bill is in effect in terms of what the uptake will be, and it's limited by appropriation.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that, since you bring up limits on appropriations. In the voucher bill in 2023, the following language is included. It says, "The governor and the Legislative Budget Board may not transfer or repurpose money under a proposal to provide funding to administer the program." In other words, it was $1 billion and no more, but that year I think it was $500 million and no more. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you look at the similar language in this bill, House Bill 3 here in 2025, it says essentially that, and this is section 29.355, anybody can turn to it. It's early in the text. 29.3521 subsection 2. It says that the amount of money appropriated for this biennium for purposes of the program may not exceed the greater of the amount of money appropriated for purposes of the program, or the amount of money necessary for the biennium to provide the amount specified for each participating child and each child on the waiting list maintained by the controller. Could you explain to us about that waiting list?
Yeah, it's if the program exceeds, if there are more applicants than there is dollars to be awarded through the ESA, then those folks would be maintained on a waiting list.
In other words, there's an automatic raise in the base budget because the waiting list has gotten real large. Isn't that correct?
We don't know what the waiting list will be.
That's not what I asked. Yeah. I said, isn't it correct that your bill provides an automatic raise in the base budget based upon the size of that waiting list? It's not limited to $1 billion, and nowhere in the bill does it say it's limited to $1 billion. it says, in fact, that the amount is going to depend upon the size of that waiting list, doesn't it?
Says the amount of money appropriated for purposes for the program for the preceding biennium or the statement that you listed. It's a way to look at the demand for the program.
So the bigger the waiting list gets, the bigger the amount of money that can be transferred into this program by the Legislative Budget Board, even in the interim when we're not in session. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe so.
Well, would you explain to me why that's not correct? But based upon the language, just, if you could just show me where, where it stops it from getting
This
any
will
bigger.
require appropriation by the legislature.
Yes, but we all know that in the interim, the LBB can transfer money around to meet requirements, and this requires that that money be transferred in there based on the size of that waiting list, which can be growing all the time, right?
But if you look at the cycling of the program, the legislature would be in session for the next round, for the next biennium, which would require legislative action.
Well, okay. I disagree with that interpretation, and I don't think anybody who reads the bill would agree with that. I suspect members are going to want, if this bill continues to move forward, they're going to want to change that. If we truly are committed to only $1 billion cap. Now, if that's not the true commitment, well, then your language does what you want it to do. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Entirely dependent upon the
waiting
desire
list.
of parents in Texas, whether or not they want to access the program.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there any thing governing the curriculum of these private schools that are going to be eligible for this this voucher?
No.
So, if you want to teach children that religion is a ridiculous vestige of an old-timey way of thinking and atheism is the way to go, can you do that?
A private school is a private school, and a parent has that option of whether or not to apply to that private school. If that fits the desires of a parent, if that matches their values, they could apply to that school or choose not to.
Well, let's take it to an even more extreme example, like they're teaching them to worship Satan or something like that. Wouldn't we have to go ahead and give them the state money to do that, based on what you just said?
Parents would decide what access. I don't know that there are private schools that have that curriculum. I'm guessing probably not.
They're going to open.
Certainly, they have to be an accredited school,
Yeah.
and I don't know if there's an accreditation for that.
Well,
I'll do some Googling.
okay, good. Well, I'm sure you're going to find one somewhere in the country, and I can guarantee you one of them is going to open if you pass this bill, don't you think?
I don't see much demand for that.
Okay, well, that's good. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Where we at? Okay, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on the special ed category. The trade-off for parents, if they choose to get the ESA, is they lose their rights under IDEA. Is that correct?
Yeah, the IDEA lives within the public school setting. However, their parents on the website, will be clearly marked that this is something that does not apply to the private school setting. The private schools have to tell the parents that they're moving outside of that purview. But the parents you talk to, and when you talk to special education teachers and administrators, will tell you that often what creates the desire for public school parents to want to leave the special ed services is some of the onerous regulation created by that. Right. And in the end, the parent has the contract with the private school to make sure that those services are provided, and parents can vote with their feet at that point. But yes, that is that IDA does not apply in the private school setting.
So under the private school setting, they won't have necessarily any rights beyond those granted by the private school.
That is correct, but that is a contract between a parent and that school where they can work to make sure those kids' needs are met.
And so I was trying to figure out, with the LBB, how many special education students do we anticipate will exercise their right under this bill?
It's,
I couldn't
yeah,
find it.
I think, again, I think what we're contemplating is the, you know, what number of parents will actually apply to the program.
Right.
And we know that this bill provides for funding that reflects the entitlement that schools, that a child would receive in a public school setting, to be able to take that amount, capped at $30,000, to go to a private school setting to receive education in those services.
But did the LBB make any estimate about, well, I guess they made an estimate about the total dollars,
Yeah.
which means that they had to go through some gyrations to figure out the categories, the status of students who would, or parents.
Yeah, it says that the agency assumes 10% of participating students would be special education students, and therefore generate the higher ESA amount. That's their assumption of 10%.
How many?
I don't know.
How many students would that be, 10%?
It would be roughly, well, depending on how much, probably, let's think here, 10% of 100, maybe 10,000?
10,000.
12,000 kids?
And likewise, the number of students who are economically disadvantaged, do they estimate that number?
Don't believe so. But that'd be a function of obviously the applicants, and
Right.
then also the prioritization.
Right. So the LBB simply limited their financial estimate to the $1 billion,
Yes, sir.
and they didn't make any sort of assumptions about what the status of the students are who elect to get
Yeah,
to the $1 billion.
they make the assumption that 10% would be special ed, which would mean
Special
everybody
ed.
else would be
Right.
regular ed.
And that's generally what public schools average is, about 10%.
Yeah, a little higher than that. Well, it kind of depends. I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard public schools anywhere from about 12% to 19%, depending on their
Yeah.
student population.
Right. But I think overall, the average is about 10%. But, so I'm wondering, well, I'll ask one of the professionals. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman Frank.
Thank you, Chairman. Wow, a lot, just to mention one, I wanted to talk about the homeschooling you mentioned, and this is what I find in this data lack sometimes, or we're only telling part of the story. We're saying we're concerned with TRS having enough funds because you have homeschool students leaving, 250,000, I think is what was mentioned. If you have 250,000 leaving a public school system at $15,000, taking $2,000, that would save the state $3.25 billion a year. Enough to pay for whatever very, very, very small issue with TRS, but somehow we're now making this about TRS when in fact this is not about TRS at all and has microscopic impacts on the state budget. But we confuse the argument. So anyway, $2,000 versus $15,000, I think that saves a lot of money, and we could cover whatever shortfall there may be. Segregation, we've mentioned this is for segregation. It's almost the exact same argument made with charter schools. Back in the day, charter schools educate almost twice as many, or significantly a higher percentage of minorities than traditional public schools, okay? The idea that this is somehow about segregation is embarrassingly wrong. Average private school in Texas is less than 10,000. I think that's already been cleared up, but no matter how many times it's said, we still seem to use whatever the highest private school that we might have sent our kids to. In terms of whether public schools, traditional public schools, can use funds for marketing, sure. They've got communications departments, folks. Austin ISD has signed up $350,000 to hire a marketing firm. Okay, which is okay. Honestly, we got billboards in our area with this school district advertising to try to get kids from that school district. That's competition. We shouldn't be scared of it. We should actually will make us all better. So it's just important, though. We have enough trouble making decisions when we're actually using facts. When we're pulling stuff that is not correct, it makes it really hard. The last one I wanted to clear up, and then I'm going to ask you a question. Talked about a ton of forces being from outside, and that is true. There is a lot of money being spent because people think this is they genuinely think this is a good idea. I can tell you, I don't know of any of those that actually are making money from that. And I will say there's tremendous amount of forces being applied to try to stop this virtually every one of them is on the payroll or is taking money that would be going to a kid, would be going to a teacher, would be going into a classroom, and that is where they are getting their funds. We'll find out today, but that's where a lot of the folks that will be talking today, that's where they are getting paid, okay? Which is fine. I think they should have the ability to do that. But to pretend that this is about, anyway. All right. So my question to you, all that to say, because we need to clarify that. I won't be taking notes all day on stuff like that. Do parents, it's kind of funny, some of the questions are like, well, we don't have enough choices. We don't have enough choices for parents. This is why I don't like this bill. It doesn't give enough choices. Will parents have, even by the people that say they're against it, will parents have more or less choices if this bill passes? More options for their kids or less options?
More options.
Wait, will it be perfect? No.
No.
But will they have more options? Will they have them everywhere? No, not immediately. I represent 44 school districts and over 14 counties. There are places where they won't be able to be used, more than likely. It may only be, I've got one county with 245 people. The only option may be online in that county. But am I going to take options away from somebody who truly needs it because it's not perfect? No. Every member in here, and I would argue everybody out here, wants options for their kids. Everybody on this dais, either because they have money or because they have political clout, can get their kid into the school district in the school situation they want. Every single one of us, and every single one of us wants it and would demand it, but yet we will stand and try to make sure that others don't have that same option, and I don't think that's okay. I think at the end of the day, this discussion, I echo what Chairman Leach said, we love public schools. I am sorry that this has become this whole issue of public school verse. It's not. We can do both. We can fund both. And we must. This, I believe, and it's shown in other states, this actually will create, to me, if the one thing you could do in the public school setting is make sure the parent knows they are responsible for their child. Okay? It's something that we have changed over time. We let the parent know that they are responsible. Well, you know what that starts with, and virtually everybody in here has the ability to do this, it starts with the ability to choose where your kid goes to school. If you don't have that ability to choose where your kid goes to school, you do not feel like you are in charge of your education, and then you can just abdicate it to the public schools, which I fully agree. The public schools then get frustrated that they feel like the parents are dumping on them, because they are. But some of that's the system we have set up. This allows parents, even those who are not as fortunate as most of us in this room, to have those kind of options. So
Yeah. Would you?
you only asked one. I only asked one question, which was, does this give
I
parents
think I had
more
a
options?
one-word answer. That's
Yeah,
good.
sorry.
We're on a roll now. Chairman
right.
Dutton would like to ask you a question. I'm
wanted to
going to allow that.
Absolutely.
And it's something you mentioned. Is it your understanding that this bill allows online private schools?
I don't, that's a great question. I would have thought that it was only on like the $2,000 homeschool option, because I don't believe there is, and we can get some of the other folks, I don't think there is such a thing as an accredited online private school, but there may be. So
Okay,
I would have thought it was only on the much smaller, but the only private school options that we're allowing in the bill, that Chairman Buckley's allowing in the bill, are accredited private schools. I think it's really an important distinction, because the accredited private schools in a non-political setting, we have already said those schools have enough audits and checks and balances in place to allow transfers into our traditional public schools and our public charter schools. So we have already said, whatever they're doing enough of that it's okay, that they're taking care of. There's not this fly-by-night satanic churches or satanic schools and this kind of stuff. We're already saying they're doing that. So I don't know the answer to that question. But I bet you
Maybe
we
you
got
can
some
tell me
smart
this.
people that can tell us.
Maybe somebody else can, Mr. Chairman.
The
maybe.
private schools have to be accredited either through the TEPSAC or through the agency, through TEA.
And do those accrediting agencies accredit online schools?
I don't believe so. There may be one or two. I don't know. We'll ask a witness earlier. I'm not certain.
okay.
But we certainly contemplated in the bill as more utilized by homeschool families that need a virtual option to provide extra content.
One simple question.
Yes, Dr. Allen.
The testing. All schools must be accountable and have some kind of method of holding schools accountable. Under the federal laws, every state must take a test. Ours is the STAR. Do private schools have to take a test?
Yes, ma'am. They can take either a norm reference test or the STAR. And I believe we have 16 or 17 private schools that I've been able to find that actually align their curriculum to the TEKS and give the STAR test. And so whatever the process is for assessment at that private school, that is what a ESA recipient has to follow.
Okay, but private schools take the hour test of basic skills.
They take a series of norm reference tests. That may be one of them. I'm not familiar with the names of all of them, but we will have some folks up here.
Do they report to TEA?
I'm
Private schools report to TEA?
Well, there's two different accreditation processes. There are some that are under TEA, and there are others that are through the Texas, I call it TEPSAC, I'll think of it in a minute. It's Private School Commission, Accreditation Commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Cunningham, and I'll get back to you.
Test. Okay, there it is. Good. Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Just a couple of things. Speaking in the bill, there's a marketing component. I just wanted to give a different perspective that's not indicative of all ISDs. I was on the school board for 12 years, 2 years as a president. And last week I mentioned to a panel there, it's all about communication. And so I've been communicating with my school districts. Not all of them are on board, but majority are. And one of the main things they said, if we're losing that many kids, we need to ask what we're doing wrong. So to say that is, we're here for this bill, but then on the marketing piece, back in around 2018, I think the year I was president, we looked at, and in our Region 4, which is about 50 school districts, looked at how can we highlight public education. And we actually took a page from Austin ISD in 2018 when they went out marketing for enrollment. There was also a group of schools in the San Antonio area that created Go Public. And so we took that idea in Region 4 and we created a Go Public. We've now changed it to We Go Public, where we were highlighting public education. As a matter of fact, coming from a business background, I actually was tasked with getting corporate sponsors. So we've had that, and I don't see anything wrong with the marketing piece being in the bill. And I know we've got a long way to go, so I'm just going to end on this last note here. I'm going to go back to 1957. We all know what 1957 was all about. 1957 was about school choice. The court got it wrong with integration. And I'm just speaking only on my opinion. The same group was fighting it then is the same group that's fighting it now. It hasn't changed. And so this is about choice, parental rights. The child belongs to the parent. That's who the child belongs to, and I think my counterpart here has already said that. We can all agree to that. But it's where we're trying to go and where we're trying to get there. I raised 4 kids, 9 grandkids, gave them both the balance of both worlds. Some went to private, some went to public. I went to a private school, I went to a private college. So the blend is good. We just need to make sure that we get it right. And so I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Representative Schoolcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Representative Cunningham touched on 2 of the things I was going to mention, but I just want to say I was actually really shocked when my good friend Representative Tallarico brought up race into this issue. To me, it just doesn't apply. But if we want to go there, that bill back 70 years ago was a Democrat bill, and I'll just say thank God we have moved past that in this country. One other thing about marketing, again, Representative Cunningham mentioned how schools can market, I just wanted to read a news article about AISD. It was a few years ago, but it said, the Austin School Board Monday night approved hiring a marketing firm to help boost student enrollment. The board approved a $350,000 contract, et cetera. I just want to point out that the marketing is a good thing. It's available to public schools, and they can choose to use that if they want. And I think it's appropriate also to have marketing available to tell private, or parents at private schools are available as well. We also heard earlier this morning about, rankings, where Texas ranks compared to so many other states. I'm looking at the 1922 Census Bureau data. It shows Texas at one level. It shows that New York is spending almost 3 times the amount of money per student as Texas. And it shows that Florida is spending just slightly less than Texas per student. And yet when you look at these rankings everybody likes to talk about, New York spending 3 times as much of us as we are is roughly comparable in rankings in various grades. Whereas Florida, spending slightly less than us, does much, much better than us in rankings. So that would indicate to me that the amount of money being spent per student is not necessarily indicative of what kind of results we can expect. That we really need to be looking at how that money is being spent and what's being used for when we start figuring out what's the best policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leo Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, could you address, Representative Bryan and Representative Allen brought this up, but I would like you to talk a little bit about the hold harmless provision in the bill. Is there not a hold harmless? There's not a hold. Okay. I wanted to talk about a little bit about the waiting list. I know, like in HISD, I think there's 160 charter schools and accredited private schools that actually have waiting lists. So I think that indicates that there is a definite need. When we were, back in 1876, when the legislature was initially charged with creating a system of public free schools, we didn't have charter schools back then. We didn't really have private schools back then. But the system never defined in that section that should only include ISDs. I believe it was always up to the intention of the legislature to include a system. And right now we have created 100 charter schools. We have over almost 1,000, not quite 1,000, accredited private schools. We have home schools. We have unaccredited micro schools, unaccredited private schools. So there's definitely a need, but the provision that I'm looking at where the legislature is to create a system of public free schools, it talks about that being for a public purpose. And we have spent public funds for a public purpose at other private institutions. We have done the Texas Equalization Grant. We have funded chaplains in the military. So if it has a public purpose, and the public purpose was to preserve liberty, and I think it was for general diffusion of knowledge. So though that system, as long as it's serving a public purpose, we've done this, correct? And there is a need.
Well, look, I mean, it's true. There are waiting lists, in charter schools across Texas. I'm sure there are waiting lists on some private schools across Texas. And what the bill seeks to do is provide another tool in the toolbox for the diffusion of knowledge. Public meaning we're all part of the public, and educating kids is complicated, and parents need options more than ever. And while I agree and look forward to working with this entire committee on the bill we heard last week to make sure we put the resources into our public schools, we can do both. We must do both. The reality is if the standard is going to be, well, let's get public schools perfect before we do anything else, we're going to leave some kids behind. I do not agree with that. We need to do everything we can to improve our public schools, to resource them properly, to try to remove the red tape and regulation. Maybe this is a moment we can do that for lots of different reasons, but we also have to recognize that the time is now for too many Texas kids. And parents are, many are up against the wall of what they feel like their options are, and this will create a pathway for a different option for parents.
When less than that 2% leaves, and I've looked at data from other states, and the majority have been from failing inner city schools. I mean, that is, like, I have a county that has no accredited private schools in it, Chambers County. So that's kind of a straw man argument then. They wouldn't be able to leave unless they were willing to travel a great distance to take the ESA. And out of my 5 kids, one child is homeschooling. And I can tell you the work and the amount, $2,000 is not an enticement as far, it's a support, but it is not an enticement to drop out somewhere and all of a sudden pick up homeschooling. It's a sacrifice of a huge amount or portion of your day. And so I just think that there are other motivators and other drivers that drive people to seek homeschooling, and that while that will be supportive, I just disagree that there's going to be these mass droves from rural communities to take, $2,000 ESA money when they're not already motivated or for whatever reason to currently homeschool.
Yeah, I agree. I think what we do a lot of times is, as we look across the diversity of this state in terms of the different counties and what's available, I hear the argument, well, we don't want kids to leave, and then the argument is, well, there's nowhere for them to go. It just becomes this circular thing, and I don't consider that.
Right.
I don't consider that I know better than than a parent knows for what their kids need. I mean, will a parent drive 60 miles to take their kids to school? I don't know. Some will. I drove 30 to go to another public school. I mean, the idea that somehow that we're, that we're going to solve every problem and sell parents short, when you empower a parent to do what's in the best interest of their child, they'll move heaven and earth. And, that's what we seek to do. And so I don't, to me, it's about not trying to prescribe every movement a parent makes. It's to give them another tool in their toolbox in a complicated journey for so many kids today, and that's all we seek to do here.
And when a student, if they choose that option in that less than 2% of kids, when they choose that option, that school still will retain local funding and federal funding for that student. Is that not correct?
The schools will be funded based the way we fund our schools. I mean, that's, again, you've seen data, and we'll hear from some experts later on today about per pupil student increasing in ESA states for lots of different reasons. We will hear all that data. Again, the bill is about providing an option to parents. And my journey here became watching parents that really, really struggled with kids that happened to have special needs, and I had kind of a first row seat to that. And that's what I do, but I don't think the bill contemplates, the fact that we can create this perfect environment where across this great state where we can, where everything can be easily and accessible. I think with time you'll see where the demand is there, supply will be created, and so that's what I believe, and I believe if it remains true to other states in this country, it will remain a very small percentage of kids. But if those kids get what they need, then that's the ultimate goal.
And I just wanted to defend you in one little piece, too, that was brought up about the lateness of getting the fiscal note. I had that experience this year and last year, and I'm trying to get an estimate from stakeholders because until a bill is set for a hearing, Legislative Budget Board does not issue that bill a fiscal note because, you know, what are we up to, 4,000 bills now? And many of those 4,000 won't get a hearing, so they don't prepare those ahead of time. Is that not correct?
No, that's the process. And we've had 183 referred to this committee, and I'm hoping those 183, whichever ones we hear, don't take as long as this one will. But probably not. But no, yeah, there's a process that LBB has for preparing that. And we just followed the process that we always do. And like I said, I saw the fiscal note literally when y'all saw it.
And I just want to say, I guess, one last thing. As a teacher who started in the housing projects, as one that for most of my career was in a Title I school, I can think of nothing more segregating than forcing a student to attend a school because of zip code. I think that this bill will be a godsend for many of those parents who felt stranded and locked in because of their social economic status or the neighborhood that they lived in. So I think this bill does the opposite. It opens the door for parents of all status. And I just think that's a good thing.
All right, thank you. Representative Bryant.
Chairman, you know, if we were at just 25th in the nation in the state effort regarding public education, I think everything that my colleague and other colleagues have said would have to take at face value, that we love public education, we want to support public education, and this is not going to hurt public education. But we're 44th, and to get to 25th would require $30 billion, which means that the entire surplus in 2023 was the result of underfunding public education in comparison with the rest of the country. We make a pitiful effort at the state level. And all of the negative commentary aimed at the operation of public schools that we hear throughout the year and a little bit in here is a result of the way in which things have been managed for the last 20 years, Mr. Schoolcraft, under your party's majority in this legislature, and 30 years under your party's control of the executive branch. Since you brought up parties, I think we should talk about parties. Yes, in 1957, every bill was a Democratic bill because every member of the legislature was a Democrat, because you guys were still hiding out in the Democratic Party in those days. So let's be straight about that and not leave anything hidden. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question. I don't find anything in the bill that says that a child who's going to get one of these vouchers has to reside in Texas. Is that in your bill?
It is.
Would you point to that section?
I'll have to find it. I'll find it for you.
Okay.
They have to be
Good.
parent has to. Once you go on with your questions, I'll find it. It's in there.
That's my question.
Yeah. I'll find it for you. Right on the line here. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let's get the next set of questions going. Representative Hinojosa. And I'll come back to you.
Since everybody wants to be an expert on my school district, Austin ISD, I think I should be able to respond to that and say that please don't twist my words. I did not say Austin ISD does not market. I said, how nice would it be for ISD to have the state marketing for our public schools? Because that's what the bill provides. I'm not against private schools marketing for themselves. They do it now. They will continue to do it on their dime, just like school districts have to do it on their dime. But nowhere do we have state money for marketing of our public schools. How nice would it be if, for a change, TEA would say nice things about our school districts and all the things that our teachers were doing in our neighborhood public schools. That is the difference between this bill and what is currently happening in our ISDs. This is not an apples to apples comparison to say AISD does marketing. Just like nothing in this bill is an apples to apples comparison, just like you can't compare norm referenced assessments to the STAR test so that parents can know what's what. My kid has to take the STAR test, has had to take it, both my kids, the entire time they've been in public schools in the name of accountability. And when you have a bill that projects that by 2030, most of the kids who will be getting this voucher are already in private schools, it is very upsetting to me that my kid has to take the STAR test in the name of accountability when kids who are already in private schools don't have to but get to use my taxpayer dollars. And so, no, that is not an apples to apples comparison, and that was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Mr. Bryant, page 2, under the definition of a parent, is because the parent is the one that receives the ESA on behalf of their children, means a resident of this state whose natural or adoptive parent, managing or possessory, conservator, legal guardian, custodian, or other person with legal authority to act on behalf of a child. I'm sorry, it's page 2, under definitions. 29, I'm sorry. Yes, section 1, under definitions, 29351. Paragraph 5.
I asked about the residence of the child. Can a child receive a voucher that doesn't live in Texas?
No, the parent has to be a resident of the state
Well,
of Texas. But it's
What if we're divorced, I'm a parent here in Texas and my kid lives in California?
yeah, they must have the same eligibility to qualify as a public school student.
And where
I
does
believe
it-
that's the answer.
Where does it say that?
Section 29355, under eligible child. Still section 1 of the bill.
Section 29355.
Yeah, 355, 29355 under eligible child.
Could you just read it so you don't have to wait for me to find it?
Yeah. A child is eligible to participate in the program and may, subject to available funding, enroll in the program for the semester following the semester in which the child's application is submitted under section 29356 if the child is eligible to attend a public school under section 25001.
Well, that doesn't say that a child who lives out of state can't.
They would have to be eligible to attend a public school in Texas.
Well, it's a circular. I'm just pointing out, it doesn't say anywhere in here that a child is not eligible if they don't live in Texas.
Well, it certainly makes, I mean, if you look at the fact a parent must be, we can clarify that. I'll make sure it's clarified.
Is that your intent?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, that kind of relates back to the question that Mr. Dutton asked earlier about online teaching, because the child could be just about anywhere. And the question is, who's eligible for one of these vouchers?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Okay. Chairman Frank. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Just want to, since we talked about 1957.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
The reason the voucher bill died in 57 is because Henry B. Gonzalez, a Democrat, filibustered for 22 hours to stop the bill from going to place. I also want to agree that I don't think the goal here is racial segregation in 2025.
Okay, good.
I agree with that. And this is not just me as a Democrat saying this, because Republicans and Democrats in the legislature oppose this voucher bill. Republicans and Democrats across the state oppose this voucher bill. Conservative Republican state senator, our colleague Senator Nichols, conservative Republican from East Texas, when he voted against the voucher bill in the Senate just a few weeks ago, he wrote in the Journal, I truly do not believe the intent of education savings account is to promote segregation in any way, but the reality is that it will. The new form of segregation will be by income and ability, and it will be separate and inherently unequal. So this is not a Democrat saying that. This is our Republican State Senator Nichols saying this. I want to just double check I understand the fiscal note. I did go back. It was $7 billion in the next biennium. I think you're including some estimated savings for public schools. My point that I made earlier is that this could move forward where we don't have any students from public schools participating in this program because they're denied admission or they can't take access for all the reasons we've already mentioned. Is it true, Mr. Chairman, that the fiscal note is estimating that a majority of the voucher participants will be students that are already in private school?
It makes certain assumptions about the uptake and where those kids are now. And like I said, this bill doesn't make it doesn't distinguish.
But I'm saying the nonpartisan estimate, fiscal impact of this bill estimates that a majority of the students participating in this program will already be in private school.
Yes, some may be currently in private school, absolutely.
No. I'm not saying some.
Well,
I'm saying a majority. Look right here. At least 65% of the participants in this program, according to your bill analysis, will be students who are already in private school right now. That goes up to 79% in 2028.
well, and some of those are kids that are that would fall over to the next year. You've got kids that are kindergartners that are moving in. I mean, there's all sorts of potential decisions parents will make that will impact that.
Let me put it this way. Will a minority of users be students who are in public schools leaving the public school to go to a private school in this estimate?
That is their estimate. I think it remains to be seen what parents decide.
Okay, so that's why.
And if parents are as pleased with public schools as my wife and I were, then they won't choose to leave.
Right, and so taxpayer dollars that could have gone to the public school are now going to go to kids who are already in private school, helping to pay their tuition. This is your estimate. Or not your estimate, but this is the fiscal note that we have in front of us. So
and you make an assumption that kids that are currently attending private school, or somehow we don't know what their experience had been in public school. We don't know why they're there. I think it was very important to me to make sure that parents that are struggling now, or any parent has access to receive an ESA. And if that's
fine. That's fine. I just want us to be transparent because we're talking a lot about helping kids in public schools go to a private school. Where
I'm talking about helping kids.
Sure.
I think that's the distinction, is that we've kind of got off into this deal where it's going to hurt public schools. Well, then nobody in public school can get it. But then if they do, there's no place for them to go. The reality is when you create a program of choice, you just give parents a tool to use to make that decision. And I know I keep saying that over and over again, but that's really the foundation of what this is built upon.
Yeah,
it is built upon that choice.
I don't think we're saying different things, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I just want to make clear that $7 billion, instead of going to public schools, are going to go to subsidize tuition for parents who are already sending their kids to private school.
Well,
I'm just looking at the
remember,
numbers.
those are not dollars that are currently in the system.
They could go to public schools, though, right?
They could go to roads. They
Sure,
could go to
that sounds great, too.
healthcare. They could, we make those decisions, budgetary decisions, every session.
Exactly.
About where dollars go.
Exactly.
And last week we had a bill before this committee that I appreciate members that are already weighing in on it, but we're working on. We'll make the largest investment in public schools in the history of Texas, and we'll continue to work on that, and we can do both.
The estimate is that this will dwarf that number in just a few years that you're putting in HB2. But you're exactly making my point that we have a choice. Instead of putting this toward public schools, roads, healthcare, water, we are sending it to parents who are already sending their kids to private school. You can defend that. I think that is a catastrophic decision and an immoral decision. The last two points I'll make is we hear a lot about average tuition.
It's not immoral for the military family with a child that's on the spectrum that has, worked through the system only to have to leave a public school where their kids are not receiving the services that they believe is in the best interest of their child. I don't know if I want to wade into the morality.
I'm fine wading into the
argument.
morality. I'm saying to deprive the students that I used to teach on the west side of San Antonio, or students in the 3rd Ward of Houston, or students in the Rio Grande Valley, or students in small towns around the state, we're going to give it to families making $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. That is immoral, at least in my morality. Now, the point I wanted to make is that average tuition has been brought up. We need to be looking at average costs, because there's a lot more costs that go into a private school than just tuition. Tuition's a major part of it, but there's uniforms, there's transportation, there's food that normally a public school would cover. So I want us to be talking about average cost of private schools going forward, not just average tuition.
And the bill does allow for those expenditures.
Of course, yes. And but when we're talking about how much the cost is, does the voucher cover it? I wanted to make sure we're talking about cost. Last thing I want to make, and this is to my dear friend, Chairman Frank, co-chair of the James Caucus. The idea that there are superintendents or school leaders making money as a school leader, that's certainly true, but to compare that to the billionaire mega donors that are pushing this bill, I haven't seen a superintendent who gave Governor Abbott $12 million last year. But I do know that Jeff Yass, the billionaire in Pennsylvania that gave the money to pass this bill, he is connected with Odyssey, which will be applying to be one of the vendors under this bill. So I just want to make sure we're having that conversation. I'm not casting aspersions on Chairman Frank. There is concern that some of the people who have a lot more money than the superintendents pushing this bill also have connections with some organizations that will be applying to be vendors. And I want us all to investigate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Vice Chair Bernal.
Thank you, Chairman. For those of you out there, I'm the last one of us before we start testimony. So first, having this two-party chair, vice chair situation means that there's a fair amount of stateliness and gentlemanliness that I have to employ, but the deal is not that I have to agree. And on this issue, we disagree. I had some questions for him about the bill, but I can always ask him this later. But I think that I want to start off the testimony with this standing question, because we've talked a lot about choice, about helping families, about giving them options, about freedom, about liberty. Heard. So here's my question. I represent the center city of San Antonio. I have the oldest housing project in the nation. Eleanor Roosevelt visited there when it was first built. A kid from there whose family depends on the public schools to feed them breakfast and lunch. There is not an extra dime, right? If the goal is to help that kid, and we have to decide, is the goal just is it general choice and liberty? Is it just so we can say it, which gets to who should access and who shouldn't? Or is it really to help the people that we believe need the help, that we want to help them get to a circumstance that, for whatever reason, they find themselves in, to another, which, by all measures, is better? If that kid goes through this process, which I think we'll talk about it later, but I think there are issues with the process. By the way, I don't think that anyone should be able to accept a contribution from someone who's applying to have their kid go through I don't think that parents should be able to make donations. We should make sure that is there. But for this kid, if we're trying to help this kid, let's say they go through the process, they go through all of it, and they arrive at the public school, and the tuition is more than the voucher or the ESA, whatever you want to call it, is not important to the example. Should the private schools be required to waive the remainder? That is my question to everyone who supports the bill coming up. It is a friendly question. If the answer is no, I'd like to know why. Right? That is for the first round of witnesses. If that kid gets what is the dollar amount, Chairman? What's the dollar amount?
About 10.5, 10.7.
Okay, let's say it's 10.5. Tuition is 12, 13, 14, $40,000. They are 75 empty slots. They weren't going to get the money anyway. That is an empty seat, right? Should they then be required to waive the remainder of the tuition, because I promise you that all those kids in the first band or the first two bands of students, they are not going to be able to afford the rest. And so the question for us is, should we make the private schools waive the remainder? They're getting 10 grand that they weren't going to get before. Because if the purpose is really to help that kid, then the question is, does this bill do that? Or does it do something else? And if you, me, if we're all serious about helping that kid, then he or she has to be the barometer, the measure by which we gauge if we're doing that job. That is my standing question to every witness who supports the bill. And I am open to hearing your suggestions. Thank you, Chairman.
Do you have questions for me? I was just stepped out for a minute. You're welcome to do that now or later. or-
I'd like to let them get started. You and I can talk.
Sure,
afterwards.
absolutely. All right. Okay, we'll move on to invited testimony. Chair calls Laura Colangelo, Jennifer Allman, and Robert Enlow. All right, I show you registered as Jennifer Allman testifying on behalf of the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops. And you'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I show you registered as Laura Colangelo, Executive Director, testifying on behalf of the Texas Private Schools Association and yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I show you registered as Robert Enlow, testifying on behalf of EdChoice, and I show you testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We have 5 minutes per invited witness, and Ms. Allman, we'll let you begin.
My name is Jennifer Allman, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops. I am testifying in support of House Bill 3. This bill meets all of the bishops' criteria for supporting parental choice legislation because it includes accountability through accreditation and the administration of norm-referenced assessments, strong religious liberty and private school autonomy protection, and the prioritization of the poor and vulnerable if funding is insufficient to cover all applicants, while also leaving a universal pathway for all families if funding becomes available. The primary obstacle preventing parents from exercising the freedom to choose the best educational environment for their child is cost. The prioritization of applications in HB3, if there is insufficient funding, ensures that the more vulnerable students are prioritized first. We are grateful that poor families who are currently enrolled in our Catholic schools and meet the income bracket of the priority groups are included in the bill. These families make great sacrifices to send their children to private schools, and it is important that this bill is available to them as well to relieve financial pressures. We appreciate that the ESA funds are limited, that go to private schools are limited to accredited private schools. This is essential for strong accountability for the schools in the program. Accreditation requires that the curriculum used in private schools be equal or greater in rigor than that used in public schools, but it gives us greater curriculum flexibility. Thank you for including strong religious liberty protections and private school autonomy language in the bill, as this will ensure the broadest possible participation by accredited private schools. Without this language in the bill, it would be unlikely that the Catholic schools would choose to participate in the program. Thank you for respecting our autonomy and integrity. HB3 has some strong elements that will contribute to a smooth implementation, especially the July 1st start date for the payments to student accounts. Many private schools begin collecting tuition payments in April or May of the preceding year to ensure that cash flow is needed for the late summer costs and opening of school. In addition, allowing the rules to be adopted on an emergency basis is important for quick implementation to help parents be ready to apply in the spring of 2026. The ESA amounts in the bill will cover the average tuition amounts in our Catholic schools. Catholic schools in Texas are growing and ready to serve. We have opened about 2 new Catholic schools per year since 2021, and we are on track to open about 2 new schools per year for the next few years as well. Because our Catholic schools in 33 states have been participating in school choice for decades, we will benefit from their successes and struggles. Our superintendents have been preparing for implementation by networking with colleagues around the country. All Catholic bishops and diocesan schools offices are supportive of the individual Catholic schools welcoming new students under this bill. We estimate that 90% of our schools will participate and have the capacity to add about 25,000 new students in the 26-27 school year. Our average K through 8 tuition is under $8,000, with schools as low as $2,000 or $3,000. Our average high school tuition is under $12,000. But the cost to educate a child in a Catholic school is significantly more than the tuition we charge. That means for every single one of those 25,000 new students, we will be spending money, not making money. We will be spending an average of $4,000 to $15,000 per child to provide them this educational opportunity. Because at Cristo Rey School, for example, in the south side of Houston, the tuition at that school is $4,000. The cost to educate a child is $8,000. The additional cost will be paid by us. The ESA will be for $4,000. And I think that's important to clarify after our discussion. I think it's also important to note that 48% of our students receive tuition assistance. The average financial assistance provided in a Catholic school is $3,400. Total, our diocese currently provide over $40 million per year, every year, in tuition assistance, scholarships, and tuition discounts. That does not include the parish subsidy that the parishes provide as well. 84% of Catholic schools serve students with special needs. At the end of the day, the Constitution of Texas certainly makes provision for free public schools, and that's important. We support that, and we support many of the efforts going on in our great Texas public schools today. But at the same time, it is equally important that we respect and support the natural right of a parent as the best person to make decisions for their child. The educational landscape in Texas has changed dramatically since 1876, when Catholic schools were operating in Texas and this Constitution was ratified. It now includes over 100 charter schools and over 940 accredited private schools. It is unreasonable and illogical to expect the needs of 5.5 million Texas children to happen to be met by the neighborhood school they happen to be zoned to. What this bill does is it puts that decision in the hands of the parents, not those in charge of the zoning lines, not those in charge of the public school administrators, the teachers union, or even the legislators. It puts the decision in the hands of the parents. That is who God intended to decide what happens with children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Colangelo.
Good morning. My name is Laura Colangelo. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Private Schools Association. TPSA represents the 941 private accredited nonprofit schools in Texas, enrolling approximately 308,000 students. We're testifying today in strong support of HB 3, and we thank Chairman Buckley and his staff for the hard work. It is the position of TPSA that in order for us to support a private school choice bill, it must include 4 provisions. And I've tried not to repeat, but the strong, very strong religious liberty and private school autonomy language, it is there in this bill. The meaningful prioritization of low-income families and children with special needs. It must include assessments such as norm reference tests and reporting requirements that are relevant to the private school environment and experience, and yet still give us the information that we need about the success of the ESA students and ultimately the program as a whole. And finally, very strong accreditation language with no loopholes. The language in HB 3 requires that any private school that participates on any level must be accredited and therefore provide an education that meets or exceeds the standards of public schools. This bill has language that fits all of those conditions. I will touch on a few issues that I'm often asked about, especially how private schools do serve children with special needs. However, I'm eager to clarify anything about private schools to counter the misinformation that you may have heard already and that you'll likely hear throughout the day. Currently, 19% of students enrolled in private schools have special needs. This is a higher percentage of children with special needs in private schools than in public schools. To say that private schools do not serve these children is simply not true. Around 50 private schools serve children with special needs exclusively. Does that mean that they're operating against the idea of least restrictive environment? No. Very often, these schools specialize in having these children with learning differences or autism or some other condition that prevents success in public school come to the private school, get the intensive intervention with the goal of getting them back into the public schools with the skills and confidence to make friends, find academic success, and develop a lifelong love of learning, which is what we want for all kids. Do these private school children lose their rights when they go from public to private schools? Absolutely not. Federal IDEA law exists and is appropriate in the public school setting. It is attempting to make sure that those public school children that are identified with special needs are getting the services required. It is essential. When they are moving into they are moving from that context to the private school setting where contract law defines the relationship. The school outlines in a contract what they can provide for that child and the expectations for the family. If the family agrees, they sign the contract and agree with the arrangement, and they operate within this legal context, so no one's losing anything. If I learned anything from my deep dive into special needs services in private schools when I was preparing for the Special Needs Funding Commission a few years ago, it was that teachers working with special needs students in these private schools relish the opportunity to be free from burdensome paperwork, committee time, and reporting to adults, and have the time and freedom to interact with children and watch them progress, learn, and grow into the people we know they can be. I'm here testifying today because heads of private schools tell me regularly that they have to turn away families that would be a great fit in their school because they have allocated all of their private scholarship funds, which right now, as of last year, is about $376 million annually in private school scholarship funds. So those families cannot afford tuition in their school, and they have to turn them away, and it breaks their heart. There are currently 75,575 open seats in accredited private schools across the state, with the median tuition of $9,400, and 90% of those schools are interested in participating in this program. 97% of those schools already provide the tuition assistance to their schools, and an average of 38% of their student body is receiving this assistance in order to be a part of the community. An ESA program would simply augment a successful scholarship program and allow more families to have this option for their child's education. If there's one thing I know after studying education and education policy for 30 years, it is that there's not one way to educate a child, and it is our highest obligation as a society to make sure that every child gets the education that they need, want, and deserve. If I have minutes left or a second, I would happy to address the online schools. There are accredited online schools, but that is an intense conversation going on within TAPSAC. If you type digital into the search bar in TAPSAC, there are about 10 that will populate. They have to be physically located in the state of Texas and abide by the rules and regulations in the state of Texas. So we're not talking about offshore online providers. We're talking about those that are Texas specific, and those are the ones that are accredited. So I just want to clarify that. And if we want to talk about Satanism, I'm happy to do that, but we can get to that at any point.
That's the first time I've heard that.
We've heard it today.
Maybe we will talk about it. I don't know. Mr. Enlow.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Bernal, and members of the committee. My name is Robert Enlow. I'm the President and CEO of EdChoice, and I'm here to testify on behalf of HB3. EdChoice, as you heard, is a legacy organization of Nobel Prize winner Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman believed that parents should be free to choose where they educate their children, and they argued that the benefits of universal choice would accrue to all children, but mostly to children from low-income backgrounds and those who need it most, like those who are bullied or who have special educational needs. Their main concern was the stratification of society that was inherent in a system of assigned public schools. That was the real reason they started school choice and EdChoice. When I first visited Texas in 1997, that was the message that the Friedmans wanted to get across, and it's the same message today. When we started in 1997, there were 7 school choice programs serving less than 10,000 children. There are now 76 programs in 28 states, D.C., and Puerto Rico, serving millions of children. We know a lot more about school choice than we used to. And it's not just the number of programs and the number of children served that has grown exponentially since 1997. It's our knowledge of the impacts of school choice on students, public schools, and taxpayers. Since 1997, there have literally been 190 studies and peer-reviewed studies looking on student achievement, student attainment, public school test scores, fiscal impacts of school choice programs, civic values, and parent satisfactions. Based on the data, here's what we know. There have been 24 high-quality peer-reviewed studies into whether school choice programs achieve better results on tests or have higher attainment. 22 out of the 24 peer-reviewed studies, or 92%, find that children participating in choice programs have higher or same achievement as their peers in traditional public schools. Now, you may hear that the more recent studies in Indiana and Louisiana have negative results, but here's what the authors in Indiana are saying about the program. Our research, quote, shows that voucher students begin to recoup their academic losses in the third and fourth years after attending a private school. Moreover, we know that forthcoming data from Indiana will show positive results for those kids and positive results for public schools. In Louisiana, the most reliable researcher in that program, Professor Pat Wolf, found that after 4 years there was a negative effect in math but a neutral in reading, all of which he attributed to the low number of private schools in the program and the fact that they were required to take government testing that they'd never taken before. Overall, though, we should rely on Dr. Wolf's meta-analysis of 21 gold standard experimental studies from around the world, which finds that students in choice programs drop slightly in achievement initially as they adjust to their new schools, then surge ahead of their control group peers by the second year in reading and the third year in math, demonstrating large gains in the fourth year and beyond. In the end, when it comes to test scores and graduation rates, the studies on the whole find that children do slightly better on tests, especially after 3 or 4 years in the program. But it's not just the academic effects that matter. There have been 29 studies looking into how choice affects traditional public schools, and 26 of those studies, or 90%, finds that choice leads to positive results in public school test scores. In fact, no serious researcher seems to question that result. There have also been 75 studies looking into the fiscal impact of school choice. We actually know what's happened around the country. And we've seen that in most of those programs, there has been no negative effect on public school budgets as a result of school choice program. In fact, according to Dr. Marty Lucan, who has written the most comprehensive review on fiscal impact of school choice in America, school choice has saved state and local taxpayers upwards of $19 billion between 1997 and 2022. Now, I'm sure you've also heard that we've seen, well, Dr. Lucan also said that there's been no evidence of any any state that has seen a reduction in its public school funding as a result of school choice programs. Now, I'm sure you've also heard that Arizona's universal choice program has been a budget buster, but that's false. You'll hear later the state's baseline budget, which was released in January, is reporting a $560 million budget surplus, and that last year the Department of Education, which funds the ESA program, posted a 4.3 million surplus. Finally, there's data also from 11 peer-reviewed studies and 1 meta-analysis showing that children and families in programs of choice are more tolerant, they have higher civic values, they talk with their teachers more, they're more engaged in the way the community, and they vote more. Overall, the last 28 years has provided a mountain of evidence and millions of data points about how school choice has been beneficial for society, for taxpayers, for children. By comparison, the class size studies that we all talk about, there have been less than 10 of those. There's been 190 studies on the school choice. What this means is that Texas lawmakers can vote for school choice with confidence, knowing that both immediately and over time, HB3 will have a positive impact on the lives of at least 95,000 students, and that HB3 will lead to higher attainment and improved public school test scores, and that Texas taxpayers will reap the benefits of a more efficient and effective system of education funding. Simply put, passing HB3 will put Texas on a path to achieving ultimately what Milton Friedman hoped for so long ago, a more effective, efficient, and equitable system of educational options and a less stratified society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel. Members, questions for this panel?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Talarico, and I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Ms. Colangelo, I wanted to ask you a couple questions. I also wanted to declare, you and I have worked together on bills outside of vouchers and have had a lot of
some
success.
Great bills.
Yes, some good bills.
And hopefully more to come.
And hopefully more in the future once we can get past this. One day.
Amen. Past this.
And I think it's important for me to clarify, because I know I'm one of the many critics of this policy proposal. I have nothing against private schools. There are great private schools, great private school educators out there doing good work. I hope none of our concerns about using taxpayer funds for private schools ever comes across as degrading our private schools or those educators, staff members doing good work. I just want to make sure that's clear, because I'm sure there are some watching. Nothing against them, nothing against parents sending their kids to private school. I just think with limited taxpayer funds, there are better school choice options with more accountability and more transparency and that serve all kids. But I wanted to ask you, because this came up earlier, I believe, when I'm reading through the bill, there is some language about making sure the students who get a voucher aren't charged more than a student who's not getting the voucher, which I think is great. But I am concerned that we haven't addressed the issue of a private school raising tuition for all students. So not necessarily treating the voucher student different. We certainly don't want that. The bill prevents that from happening. But what about a private school just raising tuition overall? And I guess my question would be, do private schools raise their tuition? Do you have any idea of how often or by how much? What is standard?
So the private school board decides to every year what the next year tuition will be. And so you have to take into account what families can manage, what they can afford. And if this program does pass and they're ESA students, there will be far more full pay families still in the private schools. So the decisions will be made based on what the families have been part of the community this whole time and what they can manage and what it takes to educate the child. So based on my time at a school board, 2-3% maybe.
Right. Just kind of keeping up with inflation and
Yes.
keeping up with costs. Do you know how much private school tuition increased in Iowa after they passed their private school voucher bill?
I do not know the answer to that.
21%. But what's interesting is that increase was only for grades eligible for the voucher. So tuition didn't go up for all grades. It didn't go up in the grades that couldn't use the voucher. It only increased for the grades using a voucher. Do you have any idea why?
Is that a
would be?
universal program?
In Iowa?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay, I think then that conversation comes when this is a universal program, because right now, this will continue, the vast majority of kids in the private schools, even if this passes, will still be full pay families.
So why would tuition increase that much if it's a?
I don't know what happened in Iowa.
Okay. Do you know how much private school tuition increased in Indiana after they passed their private school voucher bill?
We have an Indiana person here who
Yeah,
can answer that.
I'll happily say that. Not anything what you're going to say. I can tell you right now that tuition actually in the 10 states, in states that have adopted school choice, inflation adjusted tuition rates have decreased on average after the adopted school choice, on average. The Indiana choice programs have seen the increase with inflation. We've also seen a number of new private school seats grow, particularly for low-income kids. And so we're not seeing in the state of Indiana this incredible tuition growth that you're hearing about. In the state of Iowa, what we do know is that choice programs the private schools there are charging significantly less than the traditional public schools. And so, you've been talking about educating kids, particularly low-income kids, because they're the ones who first got the program in Iowa, because they followed that program. You want to make sure they get educated with the right amount of money. If you guys are saying that you want to give more money to low-income kids to get more private education, I'm okay with that. Right? And I think it's okay if we have our private schools say to ourselves, hey, what are they actually costing? Right? And how are they actually costing? I love that question. We should ask that question.
That was a lot of words to not answer my question. So do you know how much private school tuition increased in Indiana after their private school voucher bill passed?
Inflation.
So what was the
About
percentage?
inflation.
Which is what?
3% on average over
You think it was
4 years.
3%?
Yes.
Tuition went up 25%.
That's not true.
After that state passed their voucher program. So back to you, Ms. Colangelo. So is there anything in this school voucher bill that prevents a private school from raising their tuition for all students after the bill passes?
Yes, the majority of the families are full pay families, and they have to consider those families that have been dedicated to that school before this bill is even contemplated, and make sure that.
Let me rephrase the question and clarify. Is there anything in this school voucher bill that prevents a private school from raising their tuition after the bill passes?
There's careful language to protect the autonomy of private schools, so the operations will stay the same, and they will consider all families in their school when they make those decisions. I know what you're trying to say, but I'm trying to say is that the private schools will continue to operate the way they do and respect those families that have been a part of the community for all this time.
So can we just agree that there is nothing in this?
It's not explicit in this bill,
Okay,
but it's
that's
the way
helpful.
that things will operate.
That's helpful. Explicit in the law is what counts. Otherwise, it's called a loophole. Here in Texas, under this bill, since there's no mechanism stopping a private school from raising tuition higher than necessary, what I'm worried about is in other states that have tried vouchers, what you tend to see is that it's either or. Either a private school says we don't want to participate in this program for whatever reason, or a private school tends to have all of their students, or a majority, 85% of their students receiving a voucher. So you tend to either have private schools with most of the kids on a voucher or no voucher at all. I know the chairman mentioned earlier that there may not be, or most students in a private school won't get the voucher. That's not what we see in other states. Either jump into the voucher program with both feet or you don't participate at all. What I'm worried about is because there's no income cap limit, because there's so many barriers to the kids who are getting priority, and I'm worried those kids won't be able to actually get enrolled, that if we end up in a situation like we see in other states where most of the voucher money is going to kids who are already in private school, and on the wealthier side, maybe not wealthy, but wealthier than average families here in Texas, that what you're going to see is a private school where a lot of the kids or most of the kids are getting the voucher, raising tuition by maybe not the full $10,000, but $5,000. So their families are getting a $5K discount at our expense, and then the private school is able to kind of reap the profits of the $5,000 they're getting from the voucher. Is there anything in this bill that would stop that from happening?
There's no scenario with this bill is limited by the $1 billion appropriation. And so we're talking about maybe 80,000 students statewide. So the contemplated in this bill, in reality for the next 2 years, there's no scenario where a school is going to fill all of their seats with an ESA student and be able to raise tuition in the way that you're contemplating right now.
Okay, so the current analysis says that it's a majority of the kids are going to be kids already in private school.
I'm not sure where that came from. Was that from the
fiscal note?
Fiscal
Yes.
note? So that those are assumptions that are made. There's no proof that that is what's going to happen.
Well, fiscal notes are how we make decisions about a bill's impact here. But regardless, so whether it's in this biennium, whether it's in a future biennium, whether that legislative appropriation is increased in future years, as we've seen in every other state, a voucher may start small, but it grows session after session. We've seen that here in Texas with things like our charter school system, which I think is vastly better than private school vouchers, but we have seen it grow when it started out small. So my point is, we get to a situation where St. John's, St. Mark's, St. Stephen's here in Austin, those parents, because all the priority categories, those kids couldn't get accepted to St. John's, or they couldn't get accepted to a private school, or they don't have a private school in their area. We get to a point where many students at that school are receiving taxpayer subsidies for their tuition bill. And then the private school is able to raise tuition and pocket that money.
The schools you referenced are the schools that have very robust endowment, that have incredible financial aid for students. They will likely be the later adopters of a program like this. It's the schools that don't have those incredible endowments to provide the diversity of student experience and fund those students that want a program like this to offer more opportunities for more students in Texas.
Do you know what the average tuition is at St. John's?
The average tuition at St. John's, not off the top of my head. It's probably, we're getting 27, 28.
30,000.
Okay.
Do you think any voucher money should ever go to subsidize a parent who's sending their kid to St. John's?
If St.
Now or
John's
in the
decides
future?
to participate in the program.
So if St. John's decided to take free taxpayer money, you think it's okay for those families attending the most elite private school in the state to get taxpayer funds?
If the family is prioritized and they're low income and need the ESA in order to attend St. John's, and St. John's participates in the program, then that's what we're talking
But
about.
part of the priority is Category 4, which are people with no disabilities, no income limit, the St. John's families.
If there's funding left over, which the reality of that happening is very low, if we get through all the other priority categories.
But we already just walked through how the other priority categories have significant barriers to being admitted or finding a private school that can serve their needs. And we walked through how the other states the vast majority of the money, 95%, 89% are going to the kids who are already in private school. It would just be helpful, at least when we're having this conversation, to at least agree that the St. John's families, the people making $500,000 a year, they should never touch these taxpayer funds. Like, if we get to that point, hopefully we could all agree that should go to teacher pay raises in our Texas public schools. If we could agree on that, I think we could have a much more productive conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Allman, would you characterize for us the available capacity to receive new students in the Catholic school system in
Yes.
Texas? present?
So currently in the Catholic school system, we have approximately 25,000 seats that are available for students next school year or in the following school year. We are opening an average of 2 new schools per year. And in many cases, when we open new schools, they are in the lower income, underserved areas. That's why we're targeting those areas for opening schools, because we want to provide greater access.
Okay, 25,000 we can count on now, plus you're growing.
Yes,
Is that correct?
correct.
All right. You said that your tuition averages from the lower grades through high school between $8,000 and $12,000 a year. Is that correct?
We categorize K through 8 is about $7,600, and then for 9 through 12, it's under $12,000 as the average, 11,800, something like that.
Okay. So this voucher is going to come pretty close to covering all the tuition.
It would come close to covering the tuition, but not the cost to educate the child. The cost to educate the child is closer to $13,000 to $18,000, and the church will be covering that with our other fundraising efforts.
Okay, but that's important to know for other reasons, but for our purposes right now, the issue is how many of these vouchers are going to end up being used. So I'll be able, as a private parent, to send my kids to Catholic school pretty much for free, right?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. How could it be otherwise?
Well, it depends on the school you choose and the services you select at that school, or the way that you design your education using the flexibility of an ESA.
Well, the Legislative Budget Board indicates this morning that the actual voucher amount is going to be about $11,600. Okay, that's enough to cover the tuition
At the
that we've been
majority of our schools.
in all
There are
of your
definitely
schools.
schools it won't cover, but that will cover the majority of the Catholic schools in Texas.
Okay, let's be a little bit precise here, because it's important. If your tuition ranges from $8,000, just under that, to $12,000, and the voucher's $11,600, it pretty much covers the whole thing, right?
No, the range is the average range. And so the actual range of tuition in Catholic schools in Texas is 0 to probably 28 or 29, unless I haven't kept up with a new tuition increase from the last round of inflation. That's the range. Because we have some schools, for example, in the Rio Grande Valley, we have schools that are $2,000 and $3,000. So the average in each geographic region is different, because Catholic school tuition prices, as Laura was indicating for many private schools, are based on the ability to pay in the geographic region of the school. That's why Strake and Duchesne are so much more expensive than Cristo Rey and St. Peter's. When you look at our school's location, we set the tuition based on what the neighborhood can pay to make sure that we have a community that reflects the neighborhood.
Okay, well, would it be an intelligent or an informative answer if I ask the question, how many of these $25,000 classrooms are at $12,000 and below?
I don't have that data today to tell you where the open seats are. Some of our schools do have wait lists and don't have open seats, and other schools have open seats. We have other schools that have empty classrooms. They could add a teacher and have open seats. So when we say open seat, we don't necessarily mean that there's a teacher in a classroom that could seat 20 and seats 10. We mean we have the capacity to add teachers to the existing physical infrastructure of our schools now for 25,000.
Okay, and you all stretch, I think, to try to get a kid who can almost make it but doesn't have quite enough money to get that kid on into school, right?
Yes, we provide total around $70 million per year, every year, in various types of assistance. The tuition assistance is $40 million. Parish, diocesan, and corporate subsidy would be the $36 million.
Are some of your schools full?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I apply to one of your full schools and I'm a Protestant and a Catholic applies, and there's now a little competition for who's going to get in, which student is going to get in?
Well, you just said it was a full school, so neither student's going to get in.
Well, but every year you're going to have a new
When
class
we do
coming in.
our applications, there is a discounted tuition amount for Catholic school, for Catholic parishioners of the school typically, sometimes for Catholics, but it's typically for parishioners of the school. So the tuition amount would be different, but in the application process, I don't know that that is considered.
Well, you mean if I'm a member of your parish and I apply with my kid and somebody from across town who's a Protestant applies, I'm not going to get preference as a Catholic to get
Actually,
into
our
the
admissions process is based on our ability to serve the child. So it depends on the child and whether or not we can meet the needs that they present and whether or not we have the seat available. So we have some superintendents that will be testifying later of Texas Catholic schools. They're going to be a little bit more familiar with the day-to-day admissions processes, so I recommend you ask one of them that question later.
Oh, no, you mean you're not aware of whether or not there's a preference for your denomination to attend your schools over non-Catholics?
The admissions decisions are site-based, and I don't operate the schools personally at each site. The superintendents who will be testifying today are aware of the admissions policies in the schools they oversee, so they're the better person to answer that question for you.
So some of your superintendents were testifying today?
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kerwin.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Allman, thank you for enlightening us on the Catholic private schools here. My question is, can you elaborate more on the financial assistance and how you do serve and will serve the special ed students?
Certainly. So financial assistance is determined after enrollment decisions are made. And so we typically, in most of our schools, I believe in all of them, but again, the superintendents can clarify, we use a need-blind admissions process, which means that they apply and are admitted based on our ability to serve the child academically and meet the needs of that student in the holistic Catholic school environment. Once we determine we can meet the needs of a child, then we try to help the child and their family, their parents, figure out how to afford to come to our school. And so, there are standard discounts given for Catholic children. So if you're a Catholic applying to a Catholic school, there's usually like $1,000 discount on the tuition amount. And so we take that into account. There are financial aid programs that are offered. We use a third-party system. Many of our dioceses use a system called FACS, which does a financial assessment of the ability to pay. And so they go through that third-party system so that it is not the principal deciding, okay, I like this child, I'm going to make it work for this child, but the third-party system that is looking at the ability to pay. And so that's how the financial assistance is done. Mm-hmm. There are also many of our lower-income families, the tuition is paid by their grandparents. Did my mic go out? No, okay. So the tuition is often paid by grandparents who want to make sure that their grandchildren have access to Catholic schools. And so there's a variety of different mechanisms. But as I mentioned, there's a significant amount of funding available for those students. And to go back to Representative Bernal was asking each member of this panel to ask the question about the waiver of the additional delta of what is not covered by the ESA. That would be in conflict with the current language of the bill, which does not allow us to charge an ESA student a price that is different than the general public price. And so we couldn't do that under the current bill, but if you're asking should that be added as an amendment and rectify that section of the bill in order to have consistency, we believe that would be an inappropriate regulation into the private school and an inappropriate intervention into that process with the parent. However, in most Catholic schools, we're going to cover that delta with our financial assistance because that's been our historic, consistent practice. So in our view, it's not necessary, but I wanted to respect that you asked the question and make sure that I answered it.
Thank you.
And Ms. Colangelo, could I ask you, you mentioned subsidies from the parishes. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, Jennifer speaks on behalf of Catholic schools. So subsidies in parishes is a Catholic phenomenon. I was talking about scholarship in general, the 370 $6 million that are reported. So those are scholarship funds that are each type of private school gives to students who cannot afford to go to that school.
Okay, thank you.
I can clarify the way the subsidy works. So as I mentioned, we set tuition based on the geographic area of the school. So if in the neighborhood of the school, we determine that the income in that neighborhood can afford to pay, $5,000, and we know the cost to educate is $13,000, then the parish or the diocese fills the rest of that cost. That's the subsidy. And that cost is either filled by the collection plate, by fundraisers, by pastors, or by corporate sponsorship.
Thank you.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Enlow, you talked about the financial consequences in several locations that had this kind of program. Do you have any idea about what the academic consequences have been?
Yes, sir. The vast majority of studies onto a student's achievement, on test scores, and a student's attainment have shown positive results. And the most recent studies, which have shown some negative results, you're seeing in Indiana that the later studies are showing positive gains for students and positive gains for public schools. So you're seeing generally the results show higher student achievement, a small but statistical increase, and definitely increases in attainment.
Even the schools, the public schools that have been absent now, these students, they have improved academically?
That is actually one of the best pieces of research you find. If you're in a school choice state, the public school test scores go up at higher rates and faster.
And why would that be?
Competitive effects. A rising tide lifts all boats. And that's what you're finding. You're trying to say we want to help all kids.
Well, if you don't have
a boat. Fair point. It's an old saying, obviously, sir. It's an old saying.
If you don't have a boat,
it's an old saying.
Yeah. But I'm curious as to what we should expect if this bill passes, what we should expect to happen in our public schools.
I think you would expect in your traditional public schools that the test scores will go up and that the money will be, you've seen savings over time. And so you'll see taxpayer savings, you'll see more efficient use of funds in traditional public schools, and you'll see increase in test scores. And I do want to make one point about the already in private schools conversation, which has come up quite a bit. It's very challenging to say, they're already in private schools, except in Arkansas, they can't be already in private schools because they were special needs kids, they were foster care kids, and in places like Indiana, it was all prior public school prior to the growth of the program. So what ends up happening in the conversation is they say they're all in private schools, but in Arizona, critics will say 80% of the ESA students were already in private schools, but those students actually transferred from the existing programs, which were prior public school programs. And so they're coming in from other programs, like one in New Hampshire. 70% of the kids in New Hampshire in the ESA program transferred from that state's tax credit program. So those were kids that were in prior public school prior to joining the tax credit program and then joining the ESA program. So it's really quite inappropriate to say they're already in private school because that's not what the data is saying. But what you're going to find out is that public schools, I think what we've seen is they will do better and do better faster.
Well, the LBB says that there will be, I think, 175,000 students who are already enrolled in private school will take advantage of this program. That's one of the assumptions they've made. Are you saying that
I'm saying the
incorrect
state of
assumption?
Indiana, like for example, we're looking at taking our voucher program to universal. And the state of Indiana's LSA was just this year shown that they massively overestimated the cost of the school choice program. That happens all the time. The most available, best, good research on the economic impacts of school choice show that it leads to savings over time. And that it's not for kids.
So you're arguing with the LBB in terms of the 175,000?
I'm arguing that over time, you're going to see savings in the state of Texas for using private school choice.
Well, that's not my question, though. But let me ask Ms.
Regardless of whether they're in private school or not. My point is the switcher rates, what ends up happening is children switch from public to private, and that ends up generating savings.
Savings to the state?
Savings to the state and to local districts in particular.
And which state has experienced the savings?
Every single one of them has school choice.
Arizona?
Arizona has, absolutely.
Why are the reports so negative about Arizona, though?
You might want to question where they come from.
Well, I'm questioning you
Right,
right
so my
now.
answer is the people who oppose school choice are putting out
That's-
research that show that school choice. Look, our research that we put out at EdChoice will show both positive and negative results. We're one of the only groups that does that, right? And we'll acknowledge when a study doesn't show positive gains. But what we're saying is the preponderance of the evidence over time has shown positive results economically, financially, and academically for families.
So you're saying everybody benefits?
Everyone benefits.
Okay, that remains to be seen. But Ms. Colangelo, let me ask you, I don't want to ask you about online private schools. Are there any in Texas?
In order to be an accredited private school, online private school, they have to be physically located in Texas.
Are there any in Texas, is what my question was.
Yes, so if you go to the TEPSAC website, type in digital, and they'll populate a list, and those schools operate in Texas.
How many are there?
I think it's about 10 or 12. There may be a few more that have been added. I haven't looked recently.
Would they be excluded under this bill?
They were excluded in the Senate bill. They would not be excluded in this bill.
So they were excluded in the Senate bill, but not in this bill. Why, do you know why they were excluded in the Senate bill?
It was an amendment, was it? It was, yeah, it was an amendment on the floor. Senator Perry wanted to exclude the online schools.
But I was curious as to why. I mean,
I don't know.
You know why?
We
Okay.
didn't weigh
I know
in on that.
we'd had some indication that during the COVID epidemic, we tried extending online courses to students, and what we found is that in most cases, there are some students that benefited from it, but in most cases, kids had a education loss as a result of.
I think that's probably the reason you only see about 10 that are accredited and on the TEPSAC website. You have to be very careful about what kind of online. Now, some kids do need an online if they have medical needs or, they might need that, but I think the vast majority of students are better served in going to school.
Should we follow the Senate in terms of
That's up to you.
excluding? Well, I know, but I'm asking your opinion.
I think it gets complicated because the way it was worded, I think any online provider, so if there, say a private school offers a Japanese class online, could an ESA be used for that tuition if there's an online component? Or if there's a tutoring service that's an online for catching kids up. So it gets complicated in implementation, and that would be our concern.
Okay, mine too. Oh, and finally, Ms. Ullman,
Yes.
how many Catholic schools did you all close during the last year?
None in the last year.
How about the last 2 years?
The last Catholic school I believe that we closed was just after COVID, and we've been opening 2 per year since then.
Well, you actually closed 2 Catholic schools in my district.
Yes, we have, just after COVID. And some before, I think one before and one after,
Did
if I recall.
COVID have something to do with them closing?
Yes, because of the.
So now that we don't have COVID, are you going to open them?
We are on track to open 2 new schools per year, and
No, I
bishops-
mean the ones you
Those
closed.
particular schools, I can't comment on which schools, but we can talk about that, and I can tell you more of the ideas the bishops have about opening schools.
And so if this bill passes, have you all taken a look at whether or not that would be sufficient to reopen the 2 schools in my district?
Well, we're not committed to opening particular schools in particular districts, but we are launching the Catholic Education Growth Fund to innovate and open new schools throughout the state of Texas at a pace of 2 to 3 per year.
That doesn't help me very much.
I can't tell you we will open a school in your district if this bill passes, because that is not how we operate, when and where to open schools.
Okay, and so do you know why the schools were closed in the first instance?
Because the amount of the subsidy got to be more than we could afford to operate the school. The tuition amounts were not, parents were no longer able to cover the tuition amounts with the inflation, and the cost of the schools got too high.
Would that go away with, if
This bill will
passes?
certainly improve our ability to cover tuition, because students who would be getting financial aid will now have an ESA, so the funding we had allocated for those students can be freed up for other students. So we do envision that this bill's passage will assist with our growth fund program, but we're moving forward because we're committed to additional school options with or without this bill.
Well, let me ask you this way. The cost of the programs at the schools in my district, do you know what they were?
The superintendent of the Archdiocese of Galveston-Houston will be testifying later, Dr. Maisie McCoy, and she will know much more about your district than I will.
All right. And if it turns out that the cost of those education services were less than what this voucher would portend, would that be an incentive to reopen those closed schools?
There's a lot of factors that go into where we locate our schools. There's also the fiscal plant. Is the physical plant where the school operated able to be reopened, or have there been deteriorations in the building because they were quite old buildings to begin with? So it might mean the construction of a new school, maybe in the same parish or an adjoining parish. You know, those decisions have to be made with a broader lens than a particular bill that is not even yet passed.
You're not helping me vote for this bill.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to be honest with you.
Well, I'm trying to be honest with you. that the closing of 2 Catholic schools in my district left a pretty bad taste as a
I understand
practicing
that.
Catholic myself.
Yes.
And for a number of families and students throughout the whole district. And that, and if you're telling me that's still questionable under this bill, that doesn't help me vote for the chairman's bill, but.
Well, I think if you wanted to have a meeting with Dr. McCoy to talk about the various factors that go into reopening schools within your
I
district,
just want to know if
she'd
you're
be-
going to reopen them.
It's not
I
my
don't know what the
decision.
factors are. I don't-
Archbishop designate Joe Vasquez will make the decision in collaboration with Dr. Maisie McCoy.
Well, I understand that, but you're testifying here for the bill.
I am.
And I wanted to know what effect that bill would have on my district. If you tell me you don't know that, or you don't care, or whatever.
I care, but there's many private schools, Catholic schools adjacent to your district where students from your district currently attend, and we have new ones that are opening in
Which
addition.
ones are those?
We have the Cristo Rey in the historic 3rd Ward, and we have St. Peter's, which is in,
Third Ward?
is it, oh no, St. Peter's is in 3rd Ward, Cristo
Yes.
Rey is in South Side.
That's right,
Yes,
way in the
sorry,
south.
I flipped the
south
school
side.
name with the
Yeah, about
neighborhood.
30 minutes away from Fifth Ward.
Yeah, but there are parents who go there. I mean, the reality is there are parents who do that often because they're going that direction for work anyway, and they value the time in the car with the kids in the morning to and from school in the evening.
But the majority of the students who are attending the Catholic schools in my district don't go to Cristo Rey, or they don't go to St. Peter's. And St. Peter's is a special school now.
It is.
It's not.
It's a
not
career and technology high school.
Yes, exactly. And so it's not, I just wondered if there's anything we could do to help reopen those schools.
And what we can do is work locally in Houston with the Archdiocese on their plans for growth and whether or not those schools are included in those plans. I just don't have the information.
Okay, I was just curious about whether this bill would help and.
I mean, it's
Sounds like
certainly,
it.
this bill helps everyone to consider
No,
where
I don't
they
want
can
to know
open
about
these
everyone.
Well, I've
I
done the
don't know
best
about
I
this.
can with the knowledge I have at this table before you today, but I'm happy to continue the discussion between
like-
now and the floor vote, where I hope to win your support.
That's like my wife saying, "Do you love me?" And I said, "No, I love everyone." That doesn't work. I mean, okay, thank you.
I think Chairman Dutton, when we talked about the boat, rise and all boat, you're asking for the boat.
Absolutely.
That's the boat.
And
Yeah.
we need some water.
Representative Schoolcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Enlow, first I wanted to mention, you've given a lot of statistics, and just for the members' benefits, EdChoice that he represents has published a fascinating book looking at all the research over the years, I think well over 100 studies, looking at the results of school choice programs around the country. I've asked EdChoice to send me a bunch of copies. I'm going to try to distribute it to all the members. I highly encourage it for bedtime reading. But it actually, if you want to check out the statistics, the things he's talking about, you'll be able to see the research that's behind it, and then you can decide whether you think it's valid. Mr. Inlow, also, you mentioned, I noticed you kept emphasizing over time their savings. I'm assuming there's always an initial hit cost-wise, because definitely there are people in private school or homeschool that would be receiving funds. But over time, once all of those who intend to participate in the program, then you start picking up students who are already funded in public education. And if the ESAs are, as in this bill, somewhere between $3,000 and $6,000 a year less than is being spent in public education, does that mean we would have that savings for each of those students as they're moving into the ESA program? Is that how you get savings?
Yes, sir, over time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Colangelo, since you're here representing private schools, I think it's best to ask you, there's a lot of discussions in this whole issue about accountability. You know, private schools aren't held accountable. Well, let me start off by saying my usual response to that question is it's an awful lot of trouble for a parent to find a private school, to figure out how to get their child in there, how to provide transportation to and from. Those are very engaged parents, and personally, I trust those parents to hold the schools accountable for what's happening with their child, much, much more than I trust the state's ability to measure accountability for that child. But for those who do think the state needs to keep up with accountability, what are the current provisions for assessing the effectiveness of a private school, and how would that change under this bill, if at all?
Yes, so private schools, in order to participate in this program, must be accredited, and this process would not change when this bill passes. So the process of accreditation, there are 19 currently recognized accreditors, and there you can look on the website, and I actually gave you a one-pager that lists all of 19, and more could apply and become recognized as accreditors in the future. The assertion in accreditation is that the school in every way meets or exceeds the standards of public schools. So that means that they are meeting governance requirements, curriculum, the norm reference test scores, any way that you can think of to judge a school, facilities, health and safety, teacher qualifications, that they are at least meeting or exceeding those of public schools. And the process by which they evaluate this is a team of fellow educators, depending on the size of the school, 6 to 8 come. They receive a self-study from the school, which they had spent years putting together, that indicates whether they meet each standard of the Accreditation Commission. So they're looking at every standard of those categories I listed: governance, health and safety, facilities, finances, everything. So then this team comes to the campus and makes sure that that self-study is correct, that they are meeting all those standards of accountability. So they sit in on classes, they talk to the board, they talk to the head of school, they talk to students, depending on how old they are. They evaluate, they spend days, and I've done 6 or 7 of these accreditation visits. It's an intense evaluation, and the team meets every night and writes up reports. Do they exceed the requirements? Are there some things they need to work on, or there's some deficiencies? And so at the end of that visit, there's a discussion with the head of school on how they met the standards, and then it goes to the Accreditation Commission. They vote whether they continue to be accredited, or if it's the first time, whether they become accredited or continue accreditation, because you have to be re-accredited every so often as well. So once a former commissioner of education for the state of Texas, we were having a conversation about this. He was familiar with private school accreditation, and he said that he wished that this was the accountability that we could have for public schools. It just isn't scalable in the way that but it is a true, valid assessment of the quality of private schools, and it is providing accountability that you need to provide state money for ESA students.
Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Leo Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Allman, I know that you had talked about your application, as many private schools have, as it's called need blind. do you discriminate based on race or religion?
No, it is illegal to discriminate based on race, and the Catholic Church would not do it in the first place.
Okay, great. And that $1,000 credit, I know my husband and I sent our first child to a Lutheran school for kindergarten. And we were thinking about becoming Lutheran because, because they had the $1,000 credit or whatever.
It's one way to evangelize.
But it was explained to me that because they're giving to that
Correct.
church, the church is then giving back to that school. It's not they're discriminating against
Correct.
People who are Lutheran. It's
Yes.
open to all, but they do have a credit because the parish or the congregation that they tithe to
Right.
also supports the school. So but
That's correct. I'm glad you mentioned that because I didn't articulate that, but that's exactly the thinking behind the discount, is that I am putting money into the collection plate every Sunday and the parish is paying the subsidy, so I am paying that in my collection plate offering.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because we've heard that all the time that you will discriminate against race or special ed kids or kids with behavior problems or whatever it might be, and I have not seen that as the case. And especially when you testified, you said 48% of your student population is economic disadvantage.
Yes, 48% receive, well, I don't want to use the term
okay.
economically disadvantaged because that's a public ed term in statute, and I don't want to confuse people.
Okay.
So they are receiving tuition assistance because they can't afford our tuition. So colloquially, they are economically disadvantaged, but officially under TEA definition, I don't know. Yes, we have diverse schools. Not all of the children in our schools are Catholic. Thousands and thousands of non-Catholic families choose Catholic schools because of our historic ability to provide a classic education.
Okay. And then Ms. Colangelo, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Colangelo, yes.
Okay. So if the program is limited to 100,000 students, and that's less than 2% of the students statewide,
Yes.
I would imagine that those same statistics probably carry over to your school, and of maybe the amount of students that would take an ESA that would possibly come to your school or already possibly qualify. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I would almost think that you would put your school at economic risk if you rose your tuition for the, 95% of other families that are attending there that could no longer then attend there if you're raising their tuition.
Exactly. That was the point I was trying to make. I don't know if
Okay.
I articulated it well.
Okay, you basically price yourself out of a school.
Correct.
Okay. So, and then Mr. Enlow, I love your research because, and I encourage every member to really look at it because it's true research. You do post the positive effects and the negative effects, and I think you go into it with, yes, we support free markets, but yes, we want to find out if this actually works. We don't want to waste money by spending money on programs that don't work. And like a lot of people will send me articles or newspapers and, well, this is showing that, this, program failed in Arizona because a newspaper said that and isolated information. But what I do like is when you look at where you're getting your data, you're getting it from census data, enrollment data, state assessment data, financial budgets of states data. So that, I think, does give us a positive and negative. You're looking at data. You're not going into it with trying to find good or bad. It's just the facts.
That's correct, ma'am. If I could say a perfect example might be my home state of Indiana, that we've had 15 years of evidence. And after 15 years, we know there are positive competitive effects. Public schools are getting better. That's what the data says. We know that there are some questions on the academic results, but they're getting better over third and fourth years. We understand that. We know that parents are more satisfied and more engaged based on the data we get. We know that the state is saving more money. We also know that 24% of the families choosing a scholarship in Indiana are earning less than $50,000. 56% are earning between $50,000 and $100,000. So that's 81%, right? And we end up having 81% are actually earning less than $150,000. So the vast majority of families who are using the program are middle and lower income, and it's actually serving families. And so that's a perfect snapshot of that data. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and then when I was looking at part of your data, tell me if this is true or not, or if this was just true in the states that I was looking at, because also a really cool thing about your research is we can click on that state.
Correct.
And you have it categorized. So we can look at Texas, we can look at Alabama, we can look at various states, and I really like that it's categorized by that. But one of the things I read was that there was not this mass exodus from the public school system, that it was really, really high on the amount of kids, which makes sense, of kids who are kindergartners that have never had a placement in a public ed setting. And so that number was pretty high. It was shockingly high to me. But also as a parent, it's a big deal for you to pull a child out of public education where their friends group is, where there's probably a whole lot of things that you do like about it. And so can you speak to that? I don't know if that was just a statewide thing that I was reading, or who initially, when they had startup programs of ESAs, who initially was the students that took those?
So the great question. Initially, many of the programs in Arizona, for example, it was just for special needs families, right? So in Florida, it was for low-income families only. And so many of the original programs were designated for specific populations that have grown over time. You did not see a mass exodus because, as a parent, I didn't want to mess with my kid's life, and no one does, right? So you see points where families want to choose, and kindergarten is one of those, and then natural breaking points in middle school and high school. And so you see families choosing at that point, and it's natural at a higher rate. When you do polling and families are asked, what choice would you make if money were not an object, right? About 40% choose public, about 40% choose private. And that's what happened to the kindergarten ratio when you give options. And so it's not surprising at that level you see a high rate of choice.
Can you answer, Representative Bryan brought that out about his concern that there was a lot of mass exodus for kids that were homeschooling in Florida. Did you look at that?
Yes, the participation rate in Florida after 20 years is just broken 10% of the total population. After more than 20 years of having a school choice program, they've finally got to 10% of the total school-age population. In Indiana, it's 7.4% after 15 years. It takes time for programs to grow and for families to make choices. There's no mass exodus at the beginning, and the state then can control how much you spend on it. So you can grow the program at your leisure. And so what happens is not a mass exodus. What happens is families make choices over time, and the programs grow to a reasonable amount. In Arizona, I think the program is now at 9-point-something%, and they've had it for even longer. And so you're not seeing mass exodus, and over time it gets to about 10%.
Okay, and then address Arizona, because I've heard a lot about, the budget crisis and the financial collapse, which was really an isolated, inaccurate piece that contributed to that. But I want you to address that specifically, because I hear that all the time. Well, this is going to shut down schools. And actually, when I looked at Arizona, they actually picked up an ISD and created another independent school district while they were doing vouchers. But, you hear that it was going to cut programs. If it doesn't close schools, it's going to cut our football program. So, and in particular, they're pointing to Arizona.
And we're lucky to have someone from Arizona that's going to give you the full details on Arizona here in a little bit. But I will just quote Superintendent Tom Horn when asked this question of Arizona, when he said that the state's going broke because of ESAs. Superintendent Horn basically said the myth that the ESA program is doing damage to the state's budget is demolished based on our data. And in fact, they have a surplus, and he has, in the program that was said to be destroying the education budget, they actually had a $4.3 million surplus in the Department of Education. So you'll hear much more about that from Dr. Ladner.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, a question for you. Other than the 40%, you know, that we have allotted in the basic student allotment for teacher pay salaries or increases, that segment, the rest of the basic allotment can be spent on what a school district decides, correct? I know that, I'm going to relate this to
HB 3?
to today, yeah.
All right, yeah, yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, so, I'm just thinking that basic allotment can be used for marketing. I mean, that doesn't mean that they're not.
Let me restate, it's 40%, and again, we're getting into HB 2, it's 40% of the increase
Okay.
must go to teacher and staff salaries.
Right,
so-
but the remainder could be spent on marketing, and that's state money, right? So I don't know if that's an accurate thing to say we're not using state monies for marketing, because we have marketing as part of the HB3. So I'm just saying that a public school could do that, could determine that part of that other part of the basic allotment, which is state funding, could be spent on, you know, superintendent bonuses or whatever they wanted to, correct?
Yeah,
Whatever they prioritized.
Yeah, there's latitude in some funding and no latitude in other funding in public schools.
Okay, well, and that's where I get kind of aggravated with the saying in HB3 that, well, this will, you know, people will have to cut teachers. And I guess as a former teacher, like, local districts should be budgeting and prioritizing teachers and students and classrooms in their budgets. So, you know, if there's cuts to be made, it's aggravating that we're not saying, well, they're going to cut their lobbyist fees, or they're not going to cut their consultant fees, or, and so that's just aggravating that there's this thing that HB3 is going to cut teachers. If schools are hurt, I don't think it will hurt at all, but I'm just saying if we're going to go there, why are we always saying it's going to cut teachers? Like, districts should be prioritizing that in their budget and cut their consultant fees and their lobbying fees and other fees before they would ever think about cutting teachers.
All right, Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to point out that in my school district, when we spend almost $1 billion, send almost $1 billion a year in recapture or Robin Hood dollars to the state. No, it is not state money that is being spent on marketing. It is our local property taxes that we would spend on that. But I want to ask Mr. Enlow a question. You mentioned that the Florida take-up rate was gradual, and it was only about 10% of public school students using the voucher or leaving the public schools after how many years did you say?
I think they first started their program in 1999.
Right, and so 25 years. Yes. Right, but what you didn't say is that it didn't start as a universal voucher. So that's the difference, because in fact, no state has gone from 0 to 100, from no voucher to a universal voucher other than Texas. Has there been?
No, West Virginia did that in 2021, and they are universal ESA immediately, and they have been growing at a rate at about, I think they're at 4.5% now.
Okay, so we have one state that recently went from 0 to 100, but Florida was not one of those states.
And what's happened over time is folks have learned that it is fair and more moral to have a more broad program. Arkansas
That was not
has
my
done that.
question, though. You said you don't have a massive exodus at the beginning because look at Florida, but Florida is not the right example because Florida didn't start out as a universal voucher, did it?
That's correct. No, that's correct.
Okay.
And in states that have broader choice programs like Arkansas that started out broader, you're not seeing a mass exodus either.
Okay, let me ask you, I didn't know about your organization. EdChoice was founded by Milton Friedman. He said in 2004, quote, "In my ideal world, government would not be responsible for providing education any more than it would be for providing food and clothing. Private charity would be more than ample to assure that there were schools available for every child." He also said, "The ideal to give parents control of their children's education would be to abolish the public school system and eliminate all the taxes that pay for that. That's pretty radical, a radical departure from the way we do things in Texas.
Sure. Yeah, so his idea was that parents should be in total charge of the education of their children. He understood that to get from here to there, the only way to do that was by giving parents choices in education.
And abolishing public schools.
His argument was, over time, families will have a choice of all schools, including public schools. His idea was that our organization's ideal is that every parent should be free to choose every option.
But in his own words, he said an end to public schools.
An end to publicly funded schools, yes.
Okay.
And his goal here, the goal ultimately, look, his goal was ultimately to end the stratification of society and put families in charge of education.
Let me ask you that. How would we end the stratification society if you had a low-income family that wanted to go to one of these schools, for instance, in my district, most of which have tuition about $25,000 or $30,000? How would a low-income family to do away with the stratification system attend one of those schools?
So that's what's happening right now in states with choice programs. The low-income families are attending schools that have higher rates than the voucher amounts, and they're doing so at higher numbers, just like in Indiana and just like in Florida. And you'll hear tons of stories of families who are doing that. So we know that families are taking those choices. If we want to end one of the arguments...
Okay, let's look at this bill. This bill gives $10,000 or $11,000. We're not exactly clear on the amount, but somewhere between $10,000 and $11,000 to a student, low-income student, any student, everybody gets the same. How do they attend what is likely $25,000, $30,000 private school in the school district that I represent to avoid the stratification system?
So my understanding from Laura, and she can give you better data, is the average private school tuition rate is $9,500 in the state.
No, sir. You said to end the stratification system. I'm asking because the only way to end it is that everybody has access to everything, right? That's how we're not stratified. So how does a low-income child, it's not like they can finance their K through 12 education like they do college, right? How do they access a $30,000 school that is in my district?
And I'm saying to you, from based on what I hear from Laura, is that there are going to be plenty of options for low-income families to be able to choose a wide array of private school options, and by the way, grow their own options. One of the fastest growing types of private school choice or private education has been African-American mothers doing homeschooling. There's been a lot of growth in low-income families taking direct charge of their children's education outside of the system and doing it on their own, and that doesn't cost $35,000. And you'll hear stories about that. There's tons and tons of micro schools that are starting all over the country. In the state of Indiana, when we started our program for micro schools, there were 6. There are now 69. Many of them are serving lower-income families, and they're being started and run by lower-income families. The options that are growing are out there, and I think as we look at a system that's different than the one we have now, then we'll see those kind of options growing. New private schools are starting in Florida, like all over the place, including in rural Florida. You're seeing in Arizona a dramatic increase in the number of options available to low-income families, particularly in rural areas. And so you're seeing growth and opportunities for low-income families, not at your traditional private school, although that's fine. But remember, most of the private schools in the state of Texas, from what we hear, are at $9,500.
Okay, so what I gather from what you just told me is that we will absolutely have a stratification system depending on what you can afford. You may get subsidized by the state, but all those options are not available to all the kids. So it will be based on what you can afford. Under Milton Friedman, your founder's vision of education, it should be based on what you can afford and not our current system in Texas, which allows all kids to go to all the schools.
He
right?
would say it should not be based on a system of housing values that stratifies society as you have in every single state in America, where you can choose a home value and choose a type of school based on the house purchase and house price. That's what he considers stratification in society. That's what we have in America. When you choose, the amount of the value of your home determines the quality of your school all too often. And stratification in America in education, K-12 in particular, we are stratified by income because of assignment zones.
Okay.
That is evidence that is unrefutable.
To be clear, Milton Friedman didn't say anything about housing costs, but I will say in my district that we have a multitude of choice in my district, from charter schools to private schools to transfer my own kids, transferred into other public schools within the school district. And so perhaps then in my school district where we have ample choice, then we don't need to have this bill, because even if this bill passes, there are members of the House who will not have anywhere near the choice that I have in my district, because we already have choice. And perhaps, Mr. Schoolcraft, then my school district shouldn't have to participate in the accountability system, because our parents can get up and leave and go to another school if they don't like the way things are going anyway. But I'm sorry, let me get back to the point. So you mentioned cost savings to the state with the passage of this bill. That doesn't make any sense to me, because this bill spends probably about, actually a little north of $11,000 per student, which is currently more than the state is paying per student for public education. So how would that happen under this bill that we would save money?
If you look at the total cost to the taxpayer from state, local, and federal dollars, if you look at the surveys done by Marty Lucan of the 48 choice programs with all three pots of money, the choice programs are significantly less than the total three pots. And so the districts, the total pot of education is less as a result of school choice. And in fact, if you look at it, the total funding for, let me just pull up this data here, the average scholarship program is of all the choice programs, the 48 he did in 26 states, was $6,100. The average cost for public schools in those states was $17,011.
Okay, so you're not saying a savings of state dollars. You're having to
Total
include
savings.
federal and local dollars when you claim that there is savings.
Yeah, because when a child leaves a traditional public school, he takes that money with, he or she takes that money with them, and leaves. If they go to a traditional private school now, they leave that money at the district level.
Okay, I just
Right.
want to be clear that
Yeah.
it is, because there's no way this bill saves the state money. Finally, I want to ask this question. Are you opposed to this being expanded to include, this bill being expanded, or this policy being expanded to include facilities funding of private schools?
Me?
Do you oppose that? I'm still asking Mr. Enlow.
Oh, I think the state of Texas, like all states, need to think differently about how you fund facilities across the board, whether it's charter, public, or private. So I think that I would not oppose a separate state effort for the state to think about facilities in a different way. But I think we've got to talk about how much it costs to build a traditional school. Why does it cost so much to build a traditional school when it costs much less to build a private or charter school?
But, so you are supportive of state funding for private school facilities to expand this effort to?
Not as part of this bill, no.
But the policy, they've done it in Ohio. Do you
They've
disavow
done it in
it?
Ohio and Indiana. They're looking at it in Indiana, and I think the more we offer more opportunities to grow more school types, the better.
Okay. So I take that you would be supportive of it. Ms. Colangelo, I want to clarify something you said. You said that this bill would be limited by the billion-dollar appropriations. Is that correct? Did I put words in your mouth?
That is my understanding, that that's what's appropriated for this bill.
The appropriations for this bill says it includes amount appropriated above elsewhere in the Act relating to the establishment of ESAs. It's $1 billion of general revenue. And then it says, an amount to be determined by the Legislative Budget Board shall be transferred to the Comptroller of Public Accounts fiscal programs to implement the provisions of the legislation. So in fact, the $1 billion is not a ceiling, it is a floor. Because that is what this bill refers to, the appropriations, and the appropriations language says LBB can transfer money. And in
Is
fact,
that the
we know.
waiting list language that we're talking about?
No, it's not the waiting list language. It is for this ESA for now, for the passage of this ESA to take effect within this biennium.
That is not my understanding of the bill. That's not what's been in any of the
Okay,
talks.
that is what the language in appropriations says. You also mentioned that your school serves special needs, and I just want to clarify for those who weren't part of our debate and conversation in the last session that special needs is not the same as needing a special education, right? These are, people throw around loosely the term special needs, but what you refer to as special needs does not necessarily mean the same as what we refer to in public schools as requiring a special education. Is that correct?
It was not defined specifically according to that, to the federal statute.
Okay, and where in the bill do you see that it is a requirement that the voucher only go to accredited private schools?
I don't have the bill in front of me, but do you have it? Section 358. Okay, pre-approved providers and vendors. Let's see, the comptroller shall approve an education service provider or vendor of educational products for participation in the program if the provider or vendor, and then I'll skip down, 2, for a private school, demonstrates A, accreditation by an organization recognized by the Texas Private School Accreditation Commission, or 2, the agency, and then an annual administration of a nationally normed reference assessment instrument or the appropriate instrument required under subchapter B, chapter 39.
Right, that says who shall be approved. It doesn't say you cannot be approved if you don't have that. That's what I'm looking for, because that doesn't exclude schools that are not approved.
How does it not?
That's not correct.
That's what the language of the bill
No,
says.
the language specifies that they are accredited.
It says who shall be accredited, who has to be, who has to be accepted, not who is excluded. I just want to point that out because we're saying this bill says that. This bill does not say that.
It says the comptroller shall approve if the provider is accredited. So if they're not, then they shall not be approved.
It doesn't say that. It says who has to be approved. It doesn't say who can be excluded or who has to be excluded.
Well, then
It says
that
who
should be
can
clarified.
Who has to be.
We can clarify that. But
Okay.
if that's an uncertainty, we'll clarify it.
Okay, and finally, Ms. Allman,
Hello.
I just want to again reaffirm my invitation to the diocese to come and please testify for the 5.5 million kids in our public schools. We just had a hearing on them last session about the desperately needed funding that our kids, our Texas kids, all God's children need for their public school education, and I would invite you back to advocate on their behalf as well.
I did register in support last week of House Bill 2, and we are registering in support of several other public school bills. The reason I don't testify is I don't have any expertise to offer, and the fact that I thought y'all might go till midnight, and I would just be saying this looks good. So I thought registration was sufficient. But if you would like me to testify, I would be happy to study up and testify in support. But we are definitely in support of increased funding for public schools and increased teacher pay and the elimination of the STAR test and providing public schools with a greater amount of flexibility that private schools have because we know it delivers success. And we want that success for our public schools as much as we do for our private schools.
All right. Representative Cunningham.
Thank you, Chairman. I had 3 questions, but now it's 2, since Representative Hinojosa has already taken you out of the equation, Mr. Eglow. So I was going to ask about Arizona. I have sisters that are public school teachers there, and so you've answered that question. But I will turn to Ms. Allman, and just one question here. No, let me just back up. Let me go to Ms. Colangelo. Yeah. Move it over to her. Yeah, I'm get my questions here. Because I've got one of my former board colleagues who's watching. Hello, Nancy. But anyway, we want to ask this question about how will we assess how ESA students are doing in private schools? Because there's something about, taking the same test. So how will we assess?
So we will, in the bill, the reporting requirement is that the ESA students report their nationally norm reference test scores, and we can see that growth over time. And I believe there's a parental satisfaction survey as well to make sure that those are the reporting requirements. So we want to make sure. I think we're going to like the results based on what's happened in the 33 other states, but we want to make sure that that those ESA students are progressing in private schools and this program works.
Okay. Ms. Allman, we're talking about, children, coming from low economic areas and stuff. Tell me, if you can, some of the strategies that you've seen that are most effective in providing parental choice, especially for children who are struggling financially.
So in the other states that have passed school choice, what our Catholic schools have done, especially for programs that have prioritized low income, but even when they don't prioritize low income, the church prioritizes low income. We've made sure to begin our marketing effort and our efforts to recruit students in our lowest income parishes that are close enough for an easy commute to the school if it's not in their district. Many times we do have schools in the lowest income district, but if for some reason they're a 15, 20-minute drive outside of the legislative district, then we make sure that we start with those parishes. We also work with Catholic Charities and Society of St. Vincent de Paul and all of the many charitable ministries of the church that are designed to serve low-income families. We start there to make sure that they have the information about the program and they have support in filling out their enrollment applications to the program and to the school. And that's part of why we really like the structure in the bill that has the lottery within the income category. That is very important for making sure that the lowest income families are not cheated out of the opportunity because their parents are working 2 jobs and not sitting at the computer to fill out the application when it opens. By doing the lottery system, they can fill it out at midnight after their shift and be treated the same as the stay-home mom who sat and did it at 8 a.m. when the application popped open. So I think that provision, that lottery thing, people get confused by it and they go, what's going on here? Especially now, we want to do a lottery. But it's really important for low-income families. It's the one time the lottery is good for the poor is in HB3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Can I see the list, please? No, that's it. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Enlow, you referenced Florida earlier, and you talked, I think you were saying that we didn't need, in response to one of the questions, didn't need to worry about a big exodus from the public school system into private education. Is that correct?
I'm telling you that 10% of the kids over time have migrated to the choice program.
Well, how many
since
is
2000?
that?
Since that is now about 340 to 400,000 families.
Okay.
So it's about 10%.
All right. But you didn't mention homeschooling. What about homeschooling?
The ESA, I believe in Florida, I'd have to check on that, I think they're not as prevalent. In Utah, where there is a greater number of homeschooling families, that program has 10,000 families in it, of which 60% of the families are homeschooling right now, or receiving ESAs that are educating at home.
The actuarial advisor to the teacher retirement system here in Texas utilized data indicating that the number of homeschoolers in Florida increased by 58%. Is there any reason why that wouldn't be true in Texas?
I don't know the numbers. I have no idea why it would or wouldn't be. I don't.
And the migration out of the schools into homeschooling was more than twice as high as the migration out of the private schools, out of the public schools into private schools.
If you're asking why there was migration into homeschooling after COVID,
I'm not asking
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the question.
I'm not asking that.
Okay.
I didn't mention COVID in any way.
Okay.
I said that the data we've been given indicates that homeschooling increased by 58% in Florida, and if you apply that to Texas, that's about 250,000 kids leaving the public schools to go into homeschooling. So do you quarrel in any way with the figure that
I have not seen that data. I'd have to look at it in Florida. It doesn't strike me as the case because the program was primarily through the tax credit scholarship program and the Gardner scholarship program, most of which were not homeschoolers.
Well, the homeschool migration from public schools into homeschooling in Florida was way more than twice as much as the migration into private schools. So it's a major factor if you're looking at the stability of the public school system that's losing those students. I just wanted to make that point. Another point about Florida that I wanted to ask you about, Florida's SAT scores declined from 2020 to 2024. That was true nationally, but not anywhere near what Florida's was. Did Florida make institute some kind of a policy change in 2020? Not COVID related, but with regard to changing the availability of school vouchers? Did they move to a universal program?
I believe they moved to universal in 2022.
Well, okay, my data indicates it was 2020, but okay, I'll take 2022.
The first universal ESA program was in West Virginia and it passed in 2021.
So the bottom line question I'm asking about is that the average SAT score in Florida now is 948, well below the national average of 1,028, 1028. It would not indicate that this move to 10% of the students being in private school would have much to do with increasing the SAT scores.
Well, there's no discussion or no study that I have seen that compares the choice program to an SAT program. The studies in Florida that have been done have shown positive results on the state test for kids. That's what I would say.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
So I've not seen any studies showing any conversation about SAT scores or connecting SAT scores and school choice programs that I know of. I do know the programs the studies that have been done on the Florida choice program on the kids that are in that program have shown positive test score gains and positive impacts to public schools from their taking of the state test. To my knowledge, there's no connection between the SATs and vouchers.
Well, shouldn't there be?
Someone should study that. I would argue, let's have a study of that. Let's do that.
I mean, why wouldn't the SAT scores go up? If we're trying to get a better student outcome by instituting a radically new idea of giving tax dollars to people to go to private school, surely that would be reflected in improved SAT scores.
You'd have to study that, and I don't think, there's not been a study of that. We'd have to find.
I'm just asking you to employ a little logic here in our dialogue.
Well, there's all sorts of reasons why it could be that it was in fact. It could be the impact of COVID. It could be in Mississippi, for example, in Mississippi, their reading scores have shot through the roof. Why? They instituted the science of reading. There's all sorts of different reasons that could happen. And as a researcher, which I'm not a full researcher, but as researchers will tell you, you have to actually go and look at the studies and do all the demography and do all the work. So there's no way to connect SAT scores and vouchers at this point.
Well, the data I have is, I think we'll get to explore this more later with a different witness, but it's not encouraging when you look at the fact that the whole basis for this is to give students a better outcome than they are getting in public schools.
Well, if you are looking at Florida, I would look at NAEP scores because NAEP scores in Florida are way up.
Well,
and
how
it's
about,
not a self-selected test like the SAT is.
But I'm choosing to look at SAT scores, which is what the colleges look at. So let me move on to Mrs. Colangelo. Ms. Colangelo, you represent all the private schools, right?
Accredited nonprofit private schools.
Yes, okay. Isn't it true that to apply for a private school, you have to pay an application fee to offset the cost to the school of processing the application?
Oftentimes that is waived for families that cannot afford it.
Well,
But yes, that is true. In general, you do pay an application fee
In general,
to
you do.
apply, but
Okay.
that can be waived.
Isn't it true that you also pay a pre-screening fee so they can take time to figure out what kind of a student is applying? And you got to pay a fee for that too?
Well, that would be an application fee. I don't think we're talking about two different fees there. A pre-screening and an application means the same thing.
Okay. Now, that's typically in combination of several $100s, isn't it?
I have not looked at application fees. I can survey my schools and see how much they are. But again,
I'll make that assertion. It is typically a couple of $100s.
okay, it's been a few years.
So
since
how do
we've paid
these
fees.
people that we're saying are going to be able to access private school education because of the voucher, how are they going to get the money for that
I
application
think
fee?
the system where they waive the fees for low-income families.
Say that again?
I think that we would have the same system now where it could be waived for families that are low income.
Okay, thank you.
You would have to just ask for that.
Ms. Allman, I asked you earlier about any parochial school. This is not limited just to Catholic school, Episcopals, anybody else. Whether or not you prioritize when there's not enough places, members of your own denomination, which I would certainly understand since private contributions are helping to support the schools. And you said, well, you were kind of vague about whether they do it and refer me to the superintendents. Well, let me ask it this way. Under the terms of HB 3, would you be able to say, no, I'm sorry, we can't take you, we're only taking members of our denomination?
Let me rephrase your question to make sure I'm clear. What you're asking, is there anything in the bill that explicitly prohibits me from only accepting Catholic students?
And I'd rather ask it my way. That's not a bad way either. But
There's
I'd rather
nothing
ask
in the
it my
bill
way, okay?
that says
That's
that
what
I
you
cannot
get-
consider.
That's the benefit
yeah.
of running for office and getting to sit up here. I get to
Yeah,
ask it
okay.
my way.
Well,
Okay?
my understanding of
And
HB3
my
is-
way of asking it is this. Is there anything in the bill that prevents you from being able to say to an applicant, I'm sorry, we only take people who are members of our denomination, we don't take anybody else?
That is allowed under the bill.
Thank
Under
you.
the bill, a religious school could only accept members of their religion. That is not the policy of the Catholic schools, but it is allowed under the bill because of religious freedom.
Okay, and I should, based on your advice, reserve my question about what they're actually doing right now for the superintendents that are going to come up here
They are
later.
closer to the site-based decisions of our Catholic schools than I am.
All right, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Bernal.
I'm last.
Hooray.
So I have that one standing question. I've decided to name the student Jimena with an X.
Okay?
So my question is about her, right? If there's if the voucher, the ESA is worth, 10.5? Let's say 10.5. And the tuition is, I understand, thank you for answering that. And the tuition is more than that, by 1,000, by 10,000, by 20,000. Should we ask that the private institution waive the remainder?
We have concerns about that idea, specifically because you would be dictating the processes and the operations within a private school and interfering with the contract between the parent and the school. And specifically, not that we don't want Jimena to get the full amount of private scholarship money. However, there are other programs that private schools provide. First, they can do work, volunteer opportunities that help with pay tuition, and that helps them become a part of the community and make sure that they're participating. So there are just some innovative ways that private schools set it up so that low-income families can afford it. And you're interfering with that because if they are not allowed to charge more than that or institute these sort of programs, that's money that could go to another low-income family and child to participate in the program. So that would be our concern.
If you have empty slots, you're not getting any money, right?
That's
You're not getting any. So if you get 10.5, that's 10.5 you weren't going to get, right? And should we then, okay, let's say that we don't mandate a waiver, but we do mandate all of those things that you mentioned, that one way or another, the receiving institution has to make up for what she's not going to get, because otherwise she can't go. Should we do that?
Well, my concern is it would limit the participation of the schools because they are doing it their way and you're mandating something within their operation. So I understand I agree with the concept. We want to make sure that the lowest income families access these seats in schools. 100% agree.
So
my concern is that you are dictating it in a way in the bill that's inappropriate for a private school setting.
How then do we get there? Because what I'm afraid is going to happen, and I'm not answering for you, what I'm afraid is going to happen is that Jimena can't go because she can't afford it, which I think, one, is income discrimination. Two, they're willing to take the money, but not Jimena, right? And the other is that he actually said something I really liked. He said, every parent should be free to choose every option. That has to be the case. Like, if we're going to do this, then that has to be the case. Otherwise, we're just sort of creating the inequality he's talking about in the private school world, right? Where the more affordable private schools, the lower income people can go to, and the more affluent private schools, they can't access because they don't have enough money. So help me solve this problem. If we're really if we're not doing what some of my colleagues have said, which is subsidize otherwise well-to-do families, then how do we make it so that the people who need the most help actually get it? And I will say this, I don't think an acceptable answer is there are other more affordable options that she can avail herself to. That's not
That was
that's
not
not
what I was
acceptable.
gonna say.
Right, but so it can't be that she can go to the more affordable Catholic schools. She might be Jewish. In which case, even though she can afford
Jewish
it,
schools.
there are not that many Jewish schools.
I said we have some great Jewish
We do have
schools.
some great, but there's very few, right? So that is my question, which is, if you want the money, you have to also want the kid. And here's a kid. This is a real kid. How do you make it so that the St. John's, or everything between St. John's and your schools, many of which I have in my district, I've got a ton of private schools. How do we make it so that she can go? Not, well, you got your foot in the door, but your family still has to raise $15,000.
If a school chooses to participate in this program, then they're making the assertion that they want that child, they want more children to access their school, and the low-income families are prioritized. So they are making that assertion. St. John's might not participate because they have private scholarship money. So I just don't think it needs to be in the statute where we dictate the internal operations, but I do think that it would be the intent of the school to allow Jimena to access that with the 10,500.
I hear you,
whatever
but
it is.
it very well could be that, let's say that you've got your full spectrum of prioritized children, right? And you've got the 2 bands that have to do, or maybe even the 3 bands that have to do with lower income people. And they go to, and I don't know St. John's, we'll say St. Diego's, right? Which I actually think John is Diego. Anyway, right? Which is so weird and wrong, but both. But my point is, they could participate, and then Jimena and her classmates get the voucher ESA and take themselves there. But if there's not something that requires them to allow her to go, then she gets rejected and falls off, and the ones who are left are the ones in the bottom band who are already going or can afford it. And so what I'm saying is, what mechanism should we place that requires that the students that we say need the most help, that this is supposed to be for, get to go? Because if the answer is nothing, then we are saying the people who are already sending their kids there are going to get a coupon. But we don't really have a policy answer for this child. But we will take the state's money. There's a cognitive dissonance there that I can't get past. And I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm asking for your help.
I'm just saying, this solution that you're proposing right now could limit the amount that could go to Jimena's brother Jorge to go.
But
so
I think there's an empty slot. It's an empty slot. You weren't going to get any money at all.
Well, these children are going through the admissions process first, and this is actually a point of clarification from earlier today. The admissions process comes first. They start touring schools in the fall, depending on, the school to school. Ideally, the application process would open up in January for the ESAs. And I know the comptroller's here and they're gonna have a heart attack. But, and so applications, so the families applying for ESAs while they're applying for the private school admission. And so the private school admission is separate, so that's need blind, which we've mentioned before. So the school doesn't necessarily know how much money these children have when they go through the admissions process. So they find out in March.
Surprise.
Jimena,
She's got
you're in.
10-5, period, full
So
stop.
she was already in, that admission decision was made.
Right, but what happens to her once they realize that she doesn't have whatever the delta is? And again, it's not in the bill. And Democrat vice chair, don't overestimate my influence here, right? But my point is, if those aren't the policy solutions, what are? The one thing I really hope you do not say is too bad.
No.
Okay, so what is the policy solution?
The
And if you don't
policy
have it
solution
now, you can get it to me later, but we have to have one.
It's what's happening now, which is the private scholarship money that goes for that delta, or the programs that they have to help families.
But isn't it up to the school whether or not they decide to do that? Are they not required? Is it not? It's not an as of right program. It's if we feel like it, if we like her, if we can envision her there, depending on what the pot already is, where she comes in the process, right? But again, the reason why I'm asking this question, aside from taking care of her, is the fact that these are supposedly empty slots where they're going to get no money anyway. So, if they're full slots, then she can apply.
They're not automatically empty slots. If she's gone through the application process, they've admitted their class of students, they don't know whether she has an ESA or not.
So then it could be that she gets in and then gets told that she can't go, which is worse.
Was likely get told that we have private scholarship money that can help you make up for this. That's what's happening right now.
Okay, but do we know that's going to happen? And can we make them do that? Because if not, she can be told no. And I think that's the problem, is that policy-wise, you'll take the money, but only for the people who can afford the rest.
If she's told no, then the money, they're not taking the money.
No, but you'll take the money from the other kids who can afford to pay the rest, is what I'm saying. It's like you'll take state money from the kids, you being whoever, not, right? You'll take state money from the kids who can afford to make up the rest, but you won't take the kid where the state money's not enough. That then perpetuates the exact kind of discrimination and disparity that you are talking about, right? Because I agree with what you're saying about neighborhoods, right? My city's neighborhoods follow the redlining lines perfectly, right? So I'm with that. But I don't think that you should be asking for our support if we're going to re-perpetuate that in the private school space. So what is the answer?
The private schools want to participate in this program to provide those opportunities for kids. It does not have to be a state mandate for them to do it, because they're doing it right now. So I think you're mischaracterizing the nature of our support of
I am
this
trying
program.
to create statewide policy that ensures that the opportunity that we say these private schools can provide makes its way to the people we say it is intended to help.
I
right?
agree,
And
and
unless
I'd
there's
like to continue that
unless there's a
discussion.
policy to do that, you're asking me to bank on their goodwill. And I don't doubt that exists, but that's not how you make policy, right? I don't doubt that that's the case, but you can't make policy like this, hoping that someone finds it in their heart to really make it happen. You just can't write policy like that. So I'm asking for your help. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your question. 2 points to start. We have to recognize that Jimena cannot access tons and tons of places in Texas like Lake Travis because she can't afford $1 million house. So let's make sure we're really clear on the access she
Sure.
can have. Second, the question you're asking is actually not in the evidence we've seen around the country. The fact is private schools have often brought lower income families in and are doing so at a cost reduction to them. So those two things are facts. 3 things you can think about. If you really want to have a policy solution, allow for the growth of more new options, right? Allow for other types of private schools to start that specifically serve lower income families that are not necessarily accredited. We have some disagreement on that, we understand that, but allow for some different growth of that. 2, give her all the money. 3, there's a tax credit scholarship program making its way through this United States Congress that will actually allow for Jimena to get additional funds on top of that. 4, more philanthropic opportunities for private schools. Give them tax credits. 5, we've also seen in my school as an example. So my sons went to St. Monica's, which was a primarily Hispanic and Latino school, and the families were able to provide opportunities. They were able to get opportunities to work with the school as in lieu of tuition payments. And so there was a volunteer opportunity that allowed families, and families in droves went to those schools. So there's all sorts of things. I would argue, don't mandate it, foster innovation. Don't mandate these things, don't require them. Allow the private schools to work, because they have and they are around the country, and particularly for serving low-income families.
If that was the case, we wouldn't need this bill. If private school is as accessible as you say, and we should let them innovate to make sure that these kinds of kids get to go there, we wouldn't need the bill at all.
But it's not accessible because parents have to pay twice, once in taxes and once in tuition, and that's just not fair for low-income families.
I'm just saying we have to, look, you said every parent should be free to choose every option, and you're also saying that the private schools innovate and find ways to make sure that they're accessible to those students. If that was the case, we would not need this bill. So my point is, look, I'm a no on the bill, right, respectfully. But if there's a way to make it do what it's supposed to do, I'd like to see that, because right now there's a tremendous amount of doubt that it's really for her. That's where the doubt is. Is it really for her or not? Or is it for other people? And right now, I don't see a pathway to ensure that it's really for her. Make it for her. Maybe some conversations change. But right now, you're saying it's for her, but let them figure out how to do it. Give us the money, but don't make us ensure that she can go. That's just not good policy. And so I appreciate the answers. I'm not trying to cut you off. My office is open. Happy to talk to you guys. Absolutely. I'm asking every single panel who has your position the same question. And I'm honestly open to hearing what the solutions are. But right now, it's go to a cheaper one or cross your fingers. That's the way it sounds right now. Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Real quick, and I'll get you, Representative Tallarico. So whether it be Catholic schools or other private schools right now, do you currently have students that are on partial or 100% scholarship? Basically low-income kids?
Yes, I had.
You have $376 million in philanthropy that pays for that in the Private School Association, is that right?
An average of 38% of the private school student body is receiving financial assistance.
And in Catholic schools, it's 48%, and the average amount of tuition assistance is $3,400.
So there's already institutional knowledge of how to attract and, I guess, admit, lower income kids. Now, hey, I'm not that sharp, but if there was ESAs that could accompany this, would that not increase the number of low-income kids that could access private school education?
The $376,000 we're spending now, if those kids were coming in on an ESA and the incoming kindergarten class were coming in on an ESA, then that money is available to help Jimena and others like her who need that gap. And to the point that Mr. Enlow made, that's how it has worked in other states. That's how it plays out, is that we leverage our tuition assistance. We're still raising the same amount. And, I mentioned our Catholic Education Growth Fund to grow, more innovative Catholic school options. We've had a difficult time raising funds this last year because our donors have said to us, I'm going to donate once school choice passes because I know you'll need more money after school choice passes because you're going to be letting in more children who you have to subsidize. So we're actually ramping up and planning increases in fundraising specifically to help Jimena. And we have a track record of that, a history of that for over 100 years. Nothing about this bill would change our commitment to ensuring that we have financial assistance available.
Okay. Ms. Colangelo, is that consistent with
yes, that is
your
very
organization?
Consistent. Yes,
sorry.
That is that we provide $376 million in private school philanthropy in order to have the economic diversity that reflects the state, and that's what a quality education would be, having people around you and learning from people that are not like you. So we want to have the diversity, all kinds of diversity in private school classrooms. And then they view this as an augmentation of an already successful private school philanthropy program. And so that's why it's happening right now. That's how they've come up with these programs where you volunteer hours and all of those things to make sure that they can afford those opportunities for families of all kinds.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Bernal, and then we'll go to Representative Tallarico.
Just to follow up, because legislating is mandating, right? And sometimes we operate in the gray. What about a provision that says that finances or income or ability to pay tuition can't be a reason why a student can't go? And then you leave it up to you guys to figure out what that is. Tuition waiver, scholarship, working it off, which sounds weird, but whatever it might be, you guys figure it out. But it cannot be that Jimena can't go because her family doesn't have enough money. What is a simple provision like that?
I mean, that would be very hard to enforce, wouldn't it?
Maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, I think we'd have to think about that. I mean, I'd love to continue this conversation because as you know, this is very important to us. We want to make sure that we are targeting the low-income families. That's what this bill is for. And there's a lot of chatter about how it's for billionaires, and that is not why we're sitting here right now.
Right, but it's for people who can't afford, it's for people who depend on the public schools to give their kids breakfast and lunch. That's who we're talking about. Like that's the amount of extra money that they have, right?
Then let's talk about how to get them and what they need.
Assuming that look, I'm a no, but I'm saying assuming that we're being honest about our intentions, then we have to make sure that our intentions are baked into the bill.
I think you know about what our intentions are in this bill.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Vice Chair Bernal, for your questioning. I think it's a theme here that we should be paying less attention to what people say and more attention to what people do. And people keep saying, this is not for rich people, but then when you ask them to just prohibit rich people from taking part in the program, they say, well, we can't do that. You say, it's for low-income people, and then Vice Chair Bernal comes with an idea on how to make sure low-income people are participating. Oh, we can't do that. So it just becomes suspicious when we're providing alternatives to align the bill to the rhetoric, and those proposals are shot down. I want to ask a couple of clarifying questions, because I heard a lot about need-blind admissions, but then you also said that you waive the application fee for low-income families. How do you know to waive the application fee for the families who can't afford it if you don't officially look at income in their admissions?
You can just request a waiver, and then they don't look into the finances. If you request a waiver, you're granted a waiver. Looking into their finances comes later.
So could a request for a waiver for the application fee be a stand-in for income?
No, that's a separate application. It's a process whereby families give their W-2s and you check. That's the financial aid calculation. The waiver is the $200, whatever it is now. You check a box, say that you'd ask for a waiver, and the school gives it a waiver.
Right. I'm saying
that's not a proxy.
Without looking through the actual financials, there are indicators of whether or not a family is low income when you decide admissions. I've been frustrated by the use of stories about single moms. I was born to a single mom, being used to push this bill, which I don't think benefits single parents. Would it be possible for a private school to deny admission to the student of a single mom because their religious values say that she should have been married before she got pregnant?
So private schools the admissions process does require that the school and the applicant determine that the applicant will respect the values and the morals of the school, and that's part of the application process and the admissions process. So I'm not aware of any private school that has denied admission to a single mom because that mom was a single mom. But that single mom would need to agree to respect the morals, the taught the teachings of that institution while that child was in that private school.
I've been a little frustrated with this panel because the wording has been very clever on every answer. So I just want to know, yes or no, is that possible? Can a private school reject a single mom because she should have been married before she got pregnant?
A private school, it's a conversation between the applicant and the school, whether the applicant will respect.
If it's
the
no, just say
teaching.
no. If
I
it's a
think
yes,
this-
say yes.
Representative, I
Yes.
think this policy is important and nuanced, and to ask for a single letter, yes or no response is disrespectful.
Why? Why is that disrespectful to get a
Because
simple answer?
it's a more complicated answer than yes or no.
I don't hear I don't hear a complicated answer. I
I'm
hear a
telling
way
you
of
the
getting around
process
the
of
answer.
application, and that's what I'm telling you.
So it is possible.
It is possible if the single mother says that she
This
will
is
not
what's telling.
respect the teachings of the school and the admissions policy, then that would be a case where they would not be admitted into the school.
We heard another point made that donors will give more to private schools once vouchers passes. Again, I just want to be data-driven in this conversation. I'm looking at an MIT study that says the exact opposite. The data says givers stop giving to churches and private schools once vouchers come to town. So I'm curious how that aligns. I know anecdotal evidence is nice and reassuring, but how do we align that with the data that I'm looking at?
The data, my recollection from our conversations in other states is we do see a reduction in our tuition assistance data, or our tuition assistance donations from time to time, where the specific fund I was talking about was the Innovation Fund to grow new Catholic schools. So to reopen closed Catholic schools or create innovative new models, it's kind of a wait and see if we get school choice approach that many of our donors have taken.
Understood.
So talking about apples and oranges.
Understood, but if we're pinning a lot here on scholarships, helping students like Jimena, the data suggests that scholarship donations decrease once vouchers pass.
Do you know that study?
No, I haven't looked at that stat. I'll just tell you, in the state of Indiana, when you have a voucher program that basically covers almost all of tuition now, and there's a tax credit scholarship program that also exists, you would think that that would go down, right, in terms of the amount of money being given by donors to the tax credit scholarship program. In fact, that's been the opposite in the state of Indiana. We're seeing, in fact, this year growing of that tax credit scholarship amount. So there's two programs. Donors can take a tax credit to give contributions to nonprofits to give out scholarships. That actually program is growing despite the fact we have a voucher program that's very robust.
Mr. Inlow, I'm glad you jumped in because I did want to ask you a follow-up question from Representative Hinojosa. A lot of the studies that you've mentioned, I've looked at. Your characterization of some of those results I find misleading at best, but we're going to hear from other researchers here in a little bit. But it was helpful to hear the ideological mission of your organization and of your founder, Milton Friedman, who you brought up in your testimony. Representative Hinojosa asked you about Milton Friedman's belief that the ideal would be to abolish the public school system. Do you share that belief that that's the ideal?
The ideal for me is to have parents having total control. I don't care where they go.
Okay,
I care that they choose. I don't care where they go.
I'm losing my patience with clever answers.
No, but that's EdChoice's position.
So
right
do you?
now. EdChoice's
do you,
position right now is.
Do you share your founder's position that the ideal is to abolish the public school system?
EdChoice believes that all families should be free to choose any system.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes until you give me a no.
No,
it's
not that simple.
I think it's helpful for those of us on this dais, especially those of us who are still convincing ourselves that we can do vouchers and support our public schools, that those who are pushing vouchers in the state and in this hearing have already said that their ultimate goal is to abolish public education. And that's not just you, Mr. Enlow, it's not just Milton Friedman, it's a lot of the big money that's behind this whole effort. And so that is important to understanding where you're headed. In response to Representative Hinojosa's question, you said that vouchers are a stepping stone to be able to get to an ideal world, to get to an ultimate vision. And you've refused to say that that ideal is not abolishing public education.
The ideal is families being free to choose all the options. Okay. Public dollars following families to whatever option they want. That's the ideal.
It's right? Just worrisome when confronted with straightforward questions, we get slogans in response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
let it be perfectly clear that, you know, there's no intent in this bill to abolish public schools. And let's just make that perfectly clear. Do we have any more questions for this panel? Okay. Hold up just one second. Just a couple of announcements. Okay, we now have 3 overflow rooms. I think we've set a record. We have Reagan Building 120, the Reagan Building 130, and then E2028 in the extension. And anything else? And also, members, we will we'll recess at about 1:45 to go to the floor. So just kind of keep that in mind as we move forward. And I'll recognize Chairman Frank.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Vice Chair Bernal, if I could, just a clarifying as we work through this.
Sure.
When you say to accept that scholarship as payment in full, are you saying any private school in the state, no matter who they are, or are you saying any private school that participates?
Any private school that participates.
Any private school that participates. So a private school could choose to not, some of these are way beyond, $30,000, all that stuff. But
it's up to them.
So you're not saying if we do this, every private school must.
No, I'm saying.
Participate. Any private school that participates.
Right, I'm saying if you're a private school that participates, this is where my thoughts are, again.
Yep.
Hard no in the bill. However, if you're a private school that participates and you're willing to take state dollars, then my thought is you should find a way to take those kids. It cannot be that the kids get curated after the fact by their income. Or any other characteristic they may have.
I just want to clarify, because it's something I've thought about, but obviously one is a lot harder to do than the other, and I think one doesn't make sense.
I'm excited that we're thinking the same way.
Well, but the thing that I think is interesting is when you're talking about giving Jimena, I think I'm saying her name right, you're saying it as if, when you're looking at it from her parents' eyes and from her eyes, that this gives her another option. And frankly, when you talk about it, you sound like that's a good thing. When I hear Chair Dutton talk about, would you open up more schools in my area, you look at it as options for children in your area. And I struggle with figuring out why we can't, if we're actually focused on kids, can't find a way to help the public schools, and in those rare instances where it's not working well for that student, can't also kind of walk and chew gum and try to give folks options both ways.
Right.
So
let me clarify, because I don't want people to leave here thinking that I think it's a good thing. I don't. And I mean this as respectfully as I can.
Sure.
I don't, because the fiscal note in a couple of years is about the size of the number we're struggling with to do school finance at the same time, right? And that's 300,000 kids.
Or the increase.
That's
the increase.
300,000 kids versus 5.5 million kids, right? We're talking about about the same dollar amount. So
one's an increase versus total
I'm going to talk
spend.
real quick, Chairman.
I'm sorry about that.
What I'm saying is that at a minimum, there has to be equal opportunity for her. That if we're going to do something, that we cannot pick and choose and curate based on their income. I don't think it's a good idea, but if we decide to do it, then every kid has to be able to avail themselves to it. It cannot be that they cannot because they're still not wealthy enough. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but it is important to note, and I think the person on the dais, did a great job. We already discriminate based on where people live. We discriminate educational opportunities based on how nice of a house you can afford. We're just trying to figure out how to improve that. Thanks.
Representative Schoolcraft? Members, any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all very much for being here. We'll go on and get started with the next panel. We'll probably have to recess in the middle of it, I would imagine. And Chair calls Stephen Aleman, Aurelia Lara Vargas, and Diana Herrera.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get this out of the way. I mean, not run over your feet. That's fine, I got it.
Okay, I show you registered as Aurelia Lara Vargas. And you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, welcome. I show you registered as Stephen Aleman, a senior policy specialist, testifying on behalf of Disability Rights Texas, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and I show you registered as Diana Herrera.
Correct.
Retired teacher.
Correct.
And be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Herrera, may we begin with you?
Sure. Of
Okay,
course.
you may begin.
Do I need to introduce myself, or y'all know who I am?
However you want to do it, Ms. Herrera.
Diana Herrera, Edgewood Independent School District, San Antonio, West Side, one exit away from Lackland Air Force Base.
All right, welcome.
I taught there 30 years, and then I taught 8 years at Our Lady of the Lake and 2 years at UTSA, University of Texas. I'm starting with the old teacher side in me. This is April 1998, and it says, it will be the largest privately funded school voucher project in the United States, and the first time a single district is targeted in a public to private school program. I have here the flyer that went out district-wide, and this flyer states right here to come to the public library in the Edgewood School District and get information on the school voucher program that had come into Edgewood. The back of it has the student application. I have the application also. Yes, I save everything I possibly can. The only reason that I have been very vocal for the past 25 years on this is because I taught in the campus, I taught there at school, and I was the assigned GT specialist for my campus at Henry B. Gonzalez Elementary. The reason I'm showing you this is because in 1997, according to the state-mandated TAS test, Edgewood had 0 low-performing schools. 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 0 low-performing. Yet, Dr. James R. Leininger, with his millions, came into Edgewood to save our children. Now, at that same time, our parental involvement volunteer hours were documented at 414,210. We had no problems in Edgewood. Not at that time. Not with many school districts that were failing in the state of Texas. I have the letter here that said, dear parent, grandparent, or guardian, this is 1998. Now the outside, because I got to see them as the kids were receiving them, as the parents were coming to school to show them to us, and it said, to the parents of Joe, to the parents of Mike, to the parents of Helen, but not Angie. You see, Angie was special ed, and she had special needs. They were not inviting her. It did not say to the parents of Angie. We had a young lady at Kennedy High School in a wheelchair. She was tube-fed, and she was diapered. The mama so desperately wanted her daughter to go to a Catholic school. She wanted the religion, she wanted the mass, she wanted the prayer. No one accepted her. No one. The school choice sure wasn't for her. We also had a young girl, speech therapy she needed. What they would do is across the street at the private school, someone from the campus would cross the street, bring that child into an Edgewood school, and our speech therapist would serve that child. That is what we were doing in Edgewood. The back of this has the list of the CEO, all the sponsors that they had. Little by little, they walked out on them. Little by little, they USAA, the Express News, all of them, slowly but surely, they started to exit out because they found out what was going on and how that program was working. I have 3 questions, and this was written for Mr. Robert B. Aguirre. At that time, he was the director of CO. And it said, why was Edgewood ISD selected? His answer was very cute, in quotes. Edgewood was selected because it was a national symbol of the struggle for funding equity for public schools. Gee, I knew that 25 years ago. You see, I was a 16-year-old junior at Edgewood High School when my classmates walked out of school. Why did they walk out of school? Because a bunch of teenagers were looking for equity in funding. And I just heard someone talk about Robin Hood and recaptured money. Still, every odd year, I'm waiting for our legislators to vote on this. The next one says, CEO, are we going to meet with the Edgewood board, the trustees, the administration? No, he said, and I have his quote. Will the CEO meet with a town hall meeting with Edgewood residents? No, Mr. Aguirre said again, and I have his quote also. I have the letter here with the CEO, the foundation, to Dr. Noe Sauceda, who was our superintendent at that time, and it says, later this week, we're going to be releasing information. Should you have any questions? Why? You've already said no to us over and over again. And I have this, came out in our local newspaper, and it had the beeper store, our little beeper store, right across the street from the cemetery. But now it's named El Shaddai New Hope Christian Academy. Well, El Shaddai was at our little strip mall with a shoe store and the restaurant and the grocery store and the barber shop, and everyone in that vicinity, everyone in that area were filing lawsuits, no, were filing complaints because the kids were screaming, yelling, and running the entire day. No one at that voucher school was an educator, they didn't have a curriculum, and they were not meeting the needs of any of the children. We also had Chano's dugout. Everybody knew Mr. Chano. He had the pool tables and he had the bar. Everybody knew Chano. He had a long fingernail and big old mustache. Anyway, once again, voucher people came in, took over his bar. We had a teacher who volunteered, went in undercover, and said, I want to bring my students to this school. You know, what curriculum do you have? They had no curriculum. Well, who here is degreed? No one was degreed. As a matter of fact, we then found out, and I'm going to use the word that was used locally in the newspaper and the news. They were carny people. The carnival people had come and taken over that Chano's dugout. 2 stories, 3 stories. Joe, and I heard someone mentioning this. Joe had 3 kids. He had been paying for private education for the time that his kids were growing up. He found out that the CEO was coming in with a privately funded voucher of $50 million for the next 10 years. So he went ahead and he put his children under his mama's address, and he was able to take advantage of the CEO's voucher program. We had a young lady that I had gone to the same high school with her, and I gave her the list. Here, I said, look, here's the Texas legislators. During spring break, do me a favor and call everybody and tell them no to vouchers. And she grabs me, she says, Diana, I'm for vouchers. And I'm looking at her because she's a neighborhood kid, and I'm looking at her, I said, why? She said, because our minister says that if we go with vouchers, we can have a new church built. And I looked at her and I said, but you have an identified gifted child in elementary, and you have a high school student, a child, in high school. This minister is going to serve their needs? And she said, yes. He said he'll work with all our kids. Is he degreed? Curriculum? Certification? No. But Diana, we're going to get a new church. I held her hands because I understood the pressure that must be put on so many people when it comes to their religion and their beliefs. My G2 students, my gifted identified students, returned the following week, 3 weeks after that, because they were not meeting their needs. The bell curve from one end of the spectrum for my gifted kids to the other end for our very severely at need special ed students, their needs were not being met at all. We had David. Oh, let me tell you about David. He was defiant, difficult, disruptive. Very smart.
Ms. Herrera, can you?
Last one. This is it. This is the last one.
That's what I thought. I got you.
Okie dokie. And the mama came and said, I'm getting my children out of here, and I'm going to a private school, and there's better teachers. Within 1 week, the whole family had been kicked out of that school. 2 weeks later, the mama goes to drop off the kids, and they escort her. Come here, we need you inside the office. Sign the paperwork here and take your 4 children out of the school. Within 3 weeks, that parent was back at Henry B. Gonzalez Elementary begging for forgiveness. Those are my stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Alaman.
Good afternoon.
5 minutes, please.
I'll be quick. I'm Steve Alaman with Disability Rights Texas. I'm here standing against this piece of legislation. In the interest of time, I'm going to just provide a couple of high-level observations and then get into some of the specifics of why we object to the legislation. At a high level, of course, we've just had conversations before you all about the tremendous needs of meeting the needs of students with disabilities across our state. We've talked about the resources that are needed. Quite frankly, our observation is that this is really a luxury that we cannot afford, given the amount of resources that we know are already documented and should be earmarked towards meeting those needs and a really greater multiplier effect in terms of our special education system for public school students with disabilities. With regard to the legislation itself, there's a couple of troublesome pieces in here which we object to. There is a piece in here about giving private school students a head start and fast track on evaluations to perhaps enable them to get a more lucrative ESA. Now, it is true that public schools have a duty to evaluate all students, wherever they may come from. Our objection is that the legislation as drafted actually puts private school students ahead of public school students in that evaluation process in several ways. First of all, it is perhaps not advisable, but it is legal for a school district to actually say, no, we are not going to do an evaluation for you. They can then issue what we call a prior written notice, a legal document that says why we are not going to test your child for a disability right now. Under this legislation as drafted, that is actually not allowed. It says you must evaluate the private school student. So right there, you are creating a greater right to a private school student than a public school student has. Second, the trigger for conducting that evaluation is sooner in this legislation for a private school student than it is for a public school student. Finally, the timeline that it has to happen is expedited for a private school student over a public school student. In my handout for you at the very back, you'll see a color flow chart. The reason why I included that is because it's actually quite complicated about when schools have to do that full initial individual evaluation, FIIE. Well, it is true, again, that public schools have to do this for anybody. What this legislation does is actually goes around those procedures and, again, streamlines and gives a preference to private school students. That's really not acceptable to us. So that is a reason why we're against this legislation. Another reason, and we talk a lot about parent choice, of course, and being informed choice. No choice is good without it being informed. There is a, quote, special education notice in this legislation. However, that notice is really insufficient. It doesn't do enough in terms of what laws are out there to truly inform and educate a parent who might want to consider this option. Let's say, take for granted for a moment, this comes into place. We have a public school family with a child with a disability now may be considering, well, what are my options in a private setting? Without knowing all of the information, not just about what that program might offer, what it might cost, what are my legal rights? That's a critical issue for students with disabilities. What are my appeal rights? What are my rights to ensure that I do receive services? The notice that's specified right now is insufficient to cover such key laws as the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is the backbone of protection for all people with disabilities in this country. Now, it is it's vital that everyone understand what are the differences between public schools and private schools with regard to the legal rights. I'm going to close with one other criticism of the bill, which is with regard to whatever would be that bonus part of the ESA award for a student with a disability. It talks about the student having to get an IEP from the school district, which, by the way, the school isn't at all compensated. The public school isn't compensated to do that. But even if you do generate that, that alone is not sufficient to decide how much that special ed allotment is going to be for that school district. It is, as we know from the conversations we've just had in this committee, special ed finance is very complicated. The way it is currently worded, it's not really possible to get an accurate estimate about what that amount would be for a particular student. You need a lot more information than what's specified in this legislation. So that's going to be a real problem with actually executing the program if you go with the way it's worded now. I'll conclude with those remarks, and I appreciate your time and attention.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Lara Vargas.
Hello, my name is Zoralia Lara Vargas, and I'm here to talk about back when the same voucher program that Diana Herrera spoke about that time when it was solely for Edgewood ISD at the time. I proudly lived and attended public schools in Edgewood ISD in San Antonio, and I chose to work in the field of special education and actively worked most of my years in Edgewood ISD. This district has been home to me most of my life, as I'm still active in the community after my retirement. While I retired as special ed director for Edgewood, at the time that this voucher program began, at that time I was a program specialist for the special education department, which meant I communicated with schools at the district level. There always has been a requirement for collaboration between the school district and the private schools which reside within the district. Additionally, there also has been a requirement for the public school to set aside funding for services for parentally placed school children that must be spent within the fiscal year. Public schools are required to follow the IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, federal requirement where any child with a disability must receive all needed educational services regardless of their disability from the age of 3 to 21 years of age in the public school where the child resides. However, private schools do not have to follow federal law. They can simply attempt to provide the term equitable services. Additionally, the services must take place whether the parentally placed private school child lives in the district or not. When this project was taking place, there were parents of children with disabilities who chose to have their children enrolled in private schools. Parents of children with more involved or severe disabilities found that their child was not being accepted to the private schools. This was very disappointing for these families. These are families that are constantly having trouble being able to take their child to various activities and events that other children attend due to their limitations. And being turned away from a private school added to these sad occurrences for them. Additionally, if there were typical siblings in the family, it is more evident that what was available for one of their children was not available for the other. As we know, parents strive to make their child with a disability feel accepted in as many environments as possible. If there were children with minor disabilities accepted to the program, families started discovering that all services were provided and funded by the residing school district. For example, if the child had a speech impairment, the speech therapy services were provided by the residing school district. As these parents saw the differences, I did see some of the children slowly return to the school district. Change can be a challenge for children with disabilities. When the children returned, the teachers needed to work on helping the child transition back to the public school and follow the required curriculum, which was usually different at the private schools. And that took some time for the children to get back on track. Funding is already an issue for low-income districts such as Edgewood ISD. While funding is lower compared to other school districts, the educational expectations remain the same for all children. Additionally, children with disabilities have needs that range from specialized classrooms, related services such as physical therapy, occupational therapy, and some even require instruction for certified teacher certifications. And these services must be accessible for all children with disabilities. And parents, as was just said, also have the legal right to be aware of their child's education, to have access to request information regarding their child, as the services are vital to the educational success of the child with a disability, and they also require funding in order to enforce it. Private school placement should be a parent's choice and should not be dependent on their income. However, taking funding away from public schools should not be an option. Parentally placed children with disabilities in private schools should also be equal. However, these placements tend to include children with minor educational needs, which leaves the remaining special education population with more involved needs in the public school. I hope that the special education population and its funding to be considered when looking at using these fundings. Decreasing public school funding will directly affect the educational success of all of our children with disabilities in the public school system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you much for your testimony. Members of the panel, will ask that you return after. We're going to have to go to the floor. We'll have to stand in recess here in just a minute. If you would return when we get off the floor. I'm sure members have questions for you. Sorry about the timing of it, but that's kind of where we're at. It'll be an hour or so, I'm guessing, before we return.
Because traffic is horrifying.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, it sure is. Well, all right, members, do you have we have to go very quickly because we're going to have to recess here in a minute. Yeah, any questions for this panel?
I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Alaman, am I recognized?
Yes, sir. We need to go quickly, just so.
Mr. Alaman, would you tell us briefly, what are the responsibilities of a public school to a disabled child who's going to a private school?
Well, so fundamentally in a public school, a student with a disability is entitled to a free, appropriate public education, or FAPE. And of course, when a student goes to a private school, they lose that right. They lose that entitlement, and all those needs are at the discretion of the particular school they go to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Frank.
So, Mr. Allman, I understand the rights, but if you have a parent, and we've heard them talk, I've had them come to me, and they have something that fits the need of that child better. You got these rights at a public school, but they want something different. What do you tell them?
Sure.
What would you tell them?
There's going to be instances, of course. I'm not going to say that there is not a private school that cannot meet a student's need. But as a holistic policy, number one, is it truly an informed choice? The information that's required by the bill, we believe, is insufficient to truly educate them as a consumer of private education. That's foremost. And then secondly, it's the amount
Let's assume the
voucher.
parent's not stupid and knows the difference between the two places. Let's give the parent a little credit so they know that this one is a little bit better than the other. And we can work on the informed consent, but that the parent truly believes this is a better option for him. Is your answer, if you can afford it?
If a parent has all the information, of course we respect that. It is a parental choice, of course. With regard to this legislation, the policy established, the next issue is the amount of the extra voucher enough to cover the tuition of that particular facility? Because most of the acclaimed private schools that serve students with disabilities in the state are very, very expensive. And they're above even the cap provided in this legislation at $30,000. So you're
But
still back
in some
the
cases,
same.
it would work, but maybe not all.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you, members. Any more questions? Ms. Herrera, Ms. Laura Vargas, we're appreciative of your time. We know you need to get back, and the traffic is terrible. Mr. Alleman, we'd like for you to come back when we come back, if that's okay. Sure. You're all welcome to, but ladies, if y'all need to leave, that is certainly okay. But we do appreciate your time. So I'm going to go into recess right now so we can get to the floor.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Members, we'll have to stop here for the afternoon so we can get to the floor. If there's no objection, House Bill 3 will be left pending. Chair hears none. House Bill 3 is left pending. The chair moves that the committee stand in recess till final adjournment, recess of the House, or during bill referral if permission is granted. Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion prevails. The committee stands in recess.